Hello and welcome to Goodwood as the sun starts to poke out for day 3 of the Festival of Speed, and what should be a thrilling day as the stars in their cars try and battle to be the quickest up this fantastic hill. Hopefully you've made your way in safe and sound and you found yourself somewhere to have maybe a little bit of coffee or a tea and a bacon butty, but you can hear already the first cars are on their way up towards the start line. Ben Constanduris is with us to guide us through the day. Ben, plenty to look forward to today, and 2 o'clock roughly is the time to keep your eyes open.
Absolutely, 2 o'clock is the time where we have the first of our proper timed shootouts, and the supercars will be going, some 60 supercars, some cars we've never ever seen run before here at Goodwood for the very first time. Incredibly exciting, but it's not just about the cars.
No, it's certainly not about the cars. There are plenty of stars here as well, having a look around. We're hoping to see Felipe Massa. He'll be one of the first people going up the hill for Williams' car in the 96 championship winning car of Damon Hill. Also his young protege and the man who sounds almost exactly the same as him, Felipe Nasser. He'll be here. Jenson Button we're hoping to see, and Sebastian Loeb as well. Absolutely,
but here's some highlights of what we had yesterday. And it was a fantastic day. We got away with the weather, beautiful sunshine, and some fantastic action up on the hill.
Yeah, well, the first car off was that old Mercedes, celebrating 120 years of Mercedes, of course. So that was one of the first cars to go off. We had Formula One cars making it up the hill. Emerson Fittipaldi was here. He was fantastic. So many people enthusiastic to see that.
And a wonderful moment where we had Ronnie Peterson and Mario Andretti's helmets in the JPS Lotuses together. Of course, the Red Arrows as well.
Yeah, plenty to get excited about and plenty more to get excited about today. Really looking forward to a full schedule of cars laying down plenty of rubber. The drift car, that was a high point, wasn't it? It just laid rubber everywhere it went.
Just the wonderful thing about Goodwood, as these highlights show, is the range that we have. The new LaFerrari, and then old classic Mercedes, Alfa Romeos, and sadly a few in the wall at Morecambe.
Yeah, we did have a few little incidents and crashes along the way. You can expect that at Goodwood every time we come here, but plenty, as I said, to get excited about today. So we should probably have a little bit of the run through and the schedule ahead of what's going to happen at Saturday of Goodwood. It starts with 11:15 and the Red Arrows will be up in the air, the full display taking place. They were fantastic yesterday. Saturday, the Supercar shootout will take place, as we've already said, at 2:05, and then qualifying for the shootout tomorrow will take place at 3:15, and as we've already said, plenty of stars and plenty else going on the course as well.
And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to go and explore the whole site today and bring you some action from maybe not just the circuit and the driver's lounge, but everything out in the fields as well.
Yes, so let's have a look at the timetable then for the day. So you can see that the post-war GP and the Cosworth's already on track now. You can probably hear they're rumbling. The Skoda Forest Rally Stages opens at 9:30. If you want to take yourself on a tractor up there, you can certainly do that. Goodwood Action Sports Show begins at 10:30. The supercars, the first glance of those will be 11 o'clock, and the Surtees and contemporary F1s at 11:45. So that is your guide to this morning. The sun is shining, which means lots to look ahead to today, isn't there? Plenty going on. So Ben, we're going to let you go off and explore. I'm going to go off and see what else is happening around this fantastic Goodwood show. And the man to guide you through all of the commentary today will be Henry Hope Frost. Morning to you, Henry.
Jenny, good morning. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you, Ben. Well done, guys, down there in front of Goodwood House. An exciting day ahead for Jenny and Ben, I've no doubt. A very good morning to you and a special welcome to the 22nd edition of Motorsport's Ultimate Garden Party, where you will see a truly mouth-watering feast of 2- and 4-wheeled competition vehicles spanning more than 100 years. Very good morning to you. Get yourself a trackside vantage point because we have some fantastic cars already on course. I'm joined in the commentary box on the outside of Morecambe, the trickiest corner on this 1.1-mile hill climb, by Marcus Pye. Marcus, good morning.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
You and I have been to every one of the 21 festivals of speed so far. It gets bigger, better, more fantastic, doesn't it, every year?
It certainly does, and the more you look forward to it, this and the revival meeting in September, no season complete without it.
Absolutely. Cars on track already in batch 3. So you need to find in your programme, which if you haven't bought already, you must do. It's a wonderful complement to the event, and it lists the full runners and riders, the timetable of what you're going to see over the course of the day. Classes 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13. I say 13, I don't mean 13. There isn't a class 13, it's 14. So 9, 10, 11, 12 and 14. Post-war Grand Prix cars, the Cosworth years. We celebrate that marvellous era where cars were powered by the wonderful Cosworth DFE. And there is
Turbo Lotus Renault. That's Doc Dinage driving that. Christopher Dinage, the team manager for Classic Team Lotus, and a period Team Lotus mechanic, having a go in the Lotus Turbo car.
Indeed, one of the stars of Class 11, the Turbo era.
Fantastic to see Nick Gethin driving the car which his father won the Race of Champions, famously beating the Formula 1 cars in a 5-litre stock block Chevrolet powered Chevron B24.
That's wonderful, isn't it? The great Peter Gethin, winner of the 1971 Italian Grand Prix for PRM as well, of course. Hopefully down on the start line are eyes and ears down there as cars assemble to make their way up the hill. Toby Moody. Toby, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Henry. Good morning, Marcus. I hope that you are well, as the sun is now pouring down upon the start line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed as the Formula 5000 car makes its way up the hill out of Molecombe. DFV's on the overrun. Does a sound get any better than that?
No, I think you can probably feel the fever already down there, can't you?
I can, absolutely, yes. I've treated myself to just a walk over the yard of bricks that were very kindly given to the Goodwood hill climb by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the bricks that actually were part of the original Indianapolis course all those years ago, the first race that took place there in 1904, if my memory serves. Yeah. We've got the F5000 car coming to the top of the hill, as we've got the very first Tyrrell Cosworth now on the hill coming up your way. Just brilliant.
Wonderful. We had a member of the Gethin family in the Formula 5000 Chevron. Now we have a member of the Tyrrell family in that first car from 1970. A wonderful array of Grand Prix cars from the 1970s and 80s in this batch of cars. It also includes our Indy cars and our Americana, where we have thunderous McLaren Can-Am cars, we have Porsche 935 sports racers, we have Nissan IMSA GTP Turbo Monsters. Absolutely fantastic. We also have the Austin Bantam Roadster Rat Trap, one hopes 7-litre V8 fuel-altered dragster, which has to be seen and heard to be believed.
We do love a thundering bolide up here, don't we?
We do, absolutely. Maximum raughtiness. Now here's a wonderful sight. It's Ronnie Peterson and Mario Andretti. Embrace. Fantastic. Andrew Beaumont and Dan Collins posing as Ronnie Peterson and Mario Andretti. Mario takes the lead from Peterson in this brace of Classic Team Lotus 79s, resplendent in JPS livery as they come howling up to Molecombe, line astern. What a wonderful sight. Two very quick historic racers and collectors, Andrew Beaumont and Dan Collins. Collins posing as Mario Andretti with the red and silver helmet. Andrew Beaumont in the distinctive Polar Caravans sponsored blue and yellow Ronnie Peterson lid. Two guys who dominated Formula 1 in 1978. Mario winning the title in the Colin Chapman Lotus. That's slightly surreal, isn't it, Marcus? I sort of feel 8 years old again.
Oh, it's just brilliant.
Just about when I really started to care. Rather less successful, the Mackie.
Yes.
From a few years before, extraordinary looking thing that wasn't successful, but an historic Formula 1 car nonetheless, and great to have it here.
Well, it was amazing that the Japanese team decided it was going to enter Formula 1 without any real repertoire behind it. Designed by Masao Ono, and certainly the later one was built in Basingstoke, which was nowhere near Japan whatsoever. And one of the chassis languished on the roof of a shed at my mother's dentist's in Basingstoke, Bounty Road, near where I went to school. But Howden Ganley, who drove it in period, is at the wheel.
And to be
taking it very cautiously.
Yeah, what a wonderful sight. Alan Senior, the great American IndyCar champion, 4 times an Indy 500 winner. one of only 3 drivers to win the great race at the Brickyard 4 times. Here he is in the First National Citibank sponsored Lola Cosworth T500 from 1978.
I've been lucky enough to go to Indianapolis. I've been lucky enough to work at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and you walk in there on a quiet Tuesday afternoon with nobody there, and the hairs come up on the back of your neck and on your arms when you can only imagine what it's like to see the modern cars doing what? An average lap time of a speed of 224, 225 miles an hour, and around the 2.5 mile super speedway in Indiana. To see these guys in period must have been just quite mind-blowing. We've got a great run of cars coming up the hill now. We've just seen Alan Senior just going up the hill. This is the Eagle Offenhauser just coming up past your commentary box in a moment, and then we've got one of the Penske Mercedes on the line. In fact, here it is, right on cue. Patrick Morgan at the wheel. His father was the Moore of Ilmore, and he really does not look after these cars, he uses them, and that's what's great about Goodwood. People getting in the groove, getting back into period, and really getting the pedal to the metal.
It's amazing to see Patrick Morgan's cars used well. It's actually Gary Ward driving it all weekend, we were told late yesterday, but here it is, the Mercedes Ilmore powered Penske.
We've seen Gary in Patrick Morgan's Leighton House Grand Prix car, haven't we, from the early 1990s, and he's mighty up here.
He is. He was a terrific driver, had no money in Formula 3 days,
no.
And they scratched around, and that got him into as many races as possible.
I think this is the actual very last Penske Mercedes that won a race, the last Penske, so a very historic car.
Yeah, Penske was interesting. Andy Newell's really giving it some in the McLaren M8 F, 850 horsepower, and he's not stinting on the throttle through Moulcombe.
Third quickest yesterday in the McLaren M8F, so dominant in the Can-Am throw the rulebook out the window series from the mid-60s to the mid-70s.
Car's owned by Sir Anthony Bamford, prepared by Andy's Josco Motorsport team up near Donington Park. Group 44 Jaguar V12 E-Type.
Chris Harris at the wheel, well-known journalist, a man who was driving at the Nürburgring 24-hour race just last weekend and driving in the Porsche Carrera race at Le Mans the weekend before. He's at Goodwood, so he did Le Mans, Nürburgring 24 hours, and he's here driving at Goodwood. That's a pretty good series of 3 weekends, isn't it?
Yeah, wonderful car, isn't it? The Group 44 5.3 litre V12 Jag ran in the Sports Car Club of America, the SCCA Championship, taking 7 wins in 1975 with the great Bob Tullius, who was here a few years ago in that very car.
Bob Tullius and Brian Furstenau and J. Lee Mother Mueller. They raced these cars.
Chris threads the big front-engine V12 Jaguar up towards the wall. Quick tap of the brakes, getting safely through there. This is a very valuable and historic motor car. So
and the classic Quaker State colours, that sort of parakeet green on the side.
Part of our Americana set, class 14 in the programme's details on page 29. Our very first batch. All the cars come to the top of the hill, and then we'll have some interviews via Bruce Jones with the stars of the batch.
Should we see the Riley Porsche yesterday?
No, we didn't. No, one of the Grand Am cars, the 5-litre V8 American sports cars.
BRM 1.5 litre V8 now on the hill. We've got a couple of 1.5 litre cars following themselves up, because we've got the Shark-nosed Ferrari coming up next with Arturo Mezzario at the wheel. What a beautiful, beautiful piece of sculpture.
Yeah, Mezzario was an amazing sports car racer. He was a sports car racer in the early part of the 1970s. Made his Grand Prix debut at Brands Hatch British Grand Prix in 1972. Finished 6th for Ferrari. That was a great race. I mean, Emerson Fittipaldi in the later 72, Jackie Stewart in the Tyrrell, and Jackie Eakes in the Ferrari 312 were the leading runners. Numerous cars piled into the barriers at the foot of Paddock Bend, including Ronnie Peterson late in the race when his March ran out of fuel. and just lumbered off the track, understeered off. But this is a little Art Mazzario, amazing Ferrari, not made in Italy, but made in Waterlooville in Hampshire, about 25 miles down the road from here at Jim Stokes' workshop. Mike Mark made it for Jan Beekens. It was painted yellow originally in the Olivier Gendebien Belgian colours, but isn't it wonderful to see this kind of 10,000 man-hours went into creating it around an original engine and gearbox.
Every second of it worthwhile.
Very
As
much so.
sympathetic a recreation as you're ever likely to see.
They spent a year looking at photographs before they cut any medal. And they...
Now then, this is a sound that you don't hear very often, but it's here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in 2014. This is the 1.5-litre supercharged V16 BRM. When this gets absolutely on song, it just howls its way up past the house.
Extraordinary engine configuration, 1.5-litre capacity with a 16-cylinder engine block. The pistons must have been the size of 20p pieces, just
little thimbles,
wonderful.
Centrifugally supercharged as well.
Yeah,
difficult to keep going. Lots of spark plugs to change after you've warmed it up.
yeah. A recalcitrant car in period, had an infamous appearance at the British Grand Prix, was raced in non-championship events by Juan Fangio and of course Jose Froilan Gonzalez. And
Ron Flockhart took one to Ibsley near Fordingbridge in period, and it blocked the roads. Everyone wanted to go and see this car. They paid the team about sort of 60 quid to take it there as expenses, and the whole roads all round Ringwood were blocked for hours. Everyone wanted to go to Ibsley.
There's a fantastic video on YouTube actually on board in one of these on a mountain hill. It's terrifying to watch. It was a winner at Goodwood, wasn't it, in one of the non-championship races?
It didn't last very long, so a short sort of sprint race was absolutely its métier.
Yeah. You can't fail to be wowed by the sound of this unique bit of British engineering. British Racing Motors, the Lincolnshire-based team that, of course, went on to win the World Championship in 1962 with Graham Hill.
And if you thought they had enough trouble with the V16, they went to an H16 in 1966, didn't they?
That's right, yep.
So essentially two engines together. And the only win the H16 had was the American Grand Prix in '66 for Jim Clark in a Lotus. But ironically, the Lotus engine had gone wrong, Lotus's H16, so they borrowed the spare from BRM, which was leaky when they put it in, and it lasted the race and won. Here's Ron Hobe with the recreation of the Rat Trap, competition altered, supercharged American V8 engine. You can see the headers spitting there. As the warm-up procedure has gone through, the supercharger on top with the bug catcher and the intake butterflies on there. You can see the blower belt charging round as well.
He'll do 2 or 3 extraordinary getaways. This car, of course, built to go as quickly as possible in as short a time in a straight line. He won't complete the whole hill climb because I don't have a steering rack wide enough.
Or fuel tankage sufficient capacity. Amazing piece of kit. Very, very short chassis, very difficult to control. The competition alters were always the trickiest.
Toby Moody sensibly keeps his microphone shut as Ron Hope launches the beast.
Can I interject? Not only...
Now he's gone, you can, yes.
Now he's gone. Not only I had to put my fingers in my ears, so forgive me if you threw the commentary to me, but I can't see because my eyes are absolutely streaming, and that's what's great about dragsters like that.
Wait till those NASCARs are right, mate.
No. I haven't had my eyes stream like this since mid-80s hill climbing when they chuck all sorts of stuff into me.
Yeah, special brew.
Special brew. Oh, dear.
Wonderful. Ron Hope then in front of the house, and he'll do, I hope, another fruity getaway for you in this 7-litre V8. 1932 inspired fuel-altered drag racer. Comes under the house and he will turn left into the paddock just before where the marshal's standing on the big screens. If you're near one of those, you'll get wonderful pictures from our TV production crew throughout the day. We don't miss a trick.
I remember the first time they brought a couple of these here, probably 7 or 8 years ago. I think it was Rat Trap and another one. And one of the old guys who was driving it hadn't been in it for 45 years, something like that. And he hooked reverse.
Oh dear.
dumped the clutch, and the thing shot backwards into the straw bale beside the start line, surprising everybody.
Parachutes don't work backwards, do they?
Not very well.
No.
Tend to sort of wrap things rather than...
Yes. Yeah. So Ron Hope pushed back into the paddock, the crew giving chase. And that is the end of the batch. The course car will make its way up to the top, making sure all is well for the return run. You get a second opportunity to see these marvellous machines from the first batch this morning, and they make their way back down the hill to the paddock. Paddocks that are very much open house. Make sure you get into the paddocks and get up close to some of these wonderful machines. And perfect opportunity for photographs and autographs as well. And we'll grab a few words with some of the drivers from that batch with Bruce Jones. Yes, indeed, there is the course car making its way up, and the support vehicles will follow. And then we will turn our attention, we will turn the clock back to the dawn of motorsport history with batch 1. We'll have pioneering greats, pre-war giants, classic endurance racers, and some beautiful Maseratis here to celebrate the Italian Marque's 100th birthday. Let's go straight up to the top paddock where Bruce Jones has gathered some interviews with the stars of that batch. Good morning, Bruce, over to you.
Joe Twyman, great to see you here at Goodwood on this Saturday morning, and fantastic to see the Lex CRP1 back out on the circuit again.
Yeah, thank you. It's, well, first time out for the car, first time up the hill for me in it. So, yeah, it's not been run since 1979. So it's a real honour to be in the car for the first time.
Now, I gather that we may be seeing this more now that it's been so beautifully restored, and that it's going to hit the circuits full time again.
Yeah, the guys that that own it, hopefully they will campaign it. Hopefully they'll let me campaign it as well. So that's the plan. You know, it's not been out for a long time. There's been a huge sort of response to it in the paddock. It's a local car, and a lot of people like to see it. So we're going to take it racing, hopefully.
But it wasn't just a local car. It was a real case of David taking on Goliath, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. David Purley obviously set up his own team, Lec Refrigeration. Mike Earl, Mike Pilbeam designed the car, and he went on and did some good things in the car, and obviously infamously had the crash at Silverstone. I think it was something like 179G. So not trying to replicate that, but maybe trying to replicate a bit of the the gusto that he showed in the early years.
Well, that's all we ask. Thanks very much, Joe. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Andy Newell, Saturday morning, but you've already got Friday behind you, third fastest in the time runs yesterday in that mighty M8F McLaren.
Yeah, I was really pleased with that, actually. I kind of thought third in class might be good, but to be third overall was pretty amazing. So, yeah, really, really pleased with that.
Now, your background includes all sorts of racing, from Formula Ford 2000, etc., but you took a period off-road, did you not?
I did, actually, yeah. I went rallying and had a crazy idea to do the Paris-Dakar, but it never came to fruition. So, yeah, went back to circuit racing, really.
Now, how much experience do you have in McLaren? It's about as big a beast as you can get.
Yeah, I've raced it about 3 or 4 times now, and it never ceases to amaze you how quick it is. I mean, it's like getting fired up in an Apollo rocket. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, it's just the right sort of car for the Goodwood Hill. Andy, enjoy the rest of your festival. I'm sure you'll be going faster and faster.
We'll see. It's on its way to Laguna Seca in 2 weeks, so we've got to be sensible with it. So we'll see what happens. Thanks.
I'm David Coulthard and we're here at Goodwood House. I have the LS Black Series and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Highfield, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Cars making their way back down to the paddock then after that first batch comprising classes 9, 10, 11, 12 and 14, our Grand Prix machines and our American Exotica. And you can go into the paddock. I can see McLaren MP4 4 of 1988, an ex-Ayrton Senna Tolman, and the fabulous Jordan 191 from 1991, the car's first year in Formula One. Talking of Formula One, we're delighted this weekend that Williams superstar Felipe Massa is here, pole sitter in the recent Austrian Grand Prix, and he's talking to Jenny Gow.
So we've come down to the F1 paddock to have a bit of a look around, and here at the Williams F1 stand we've managed to bump into someone very special who's looking forward to going up the hill. Felipe Massa, lovely to have you here at Goodwood. You've just arrived. What are your first impressions?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really great to be here. So they are really crazy about Formula One. Old cars as well. I think I will enjoy a lot to drive this car here from Damon Hill. So it will be definitely great fun.
Yeah, the 96 championship winning car from Damon Hill had a little bit of a problem yesterday, a cracked fuel tank, but the guys have worked incredibly hard and they've actually fabricated one inside the fuel tank to allow you to go up the hill.
Yeah, I hope we can go without any problems, so I will try, and I'm sure the feeling will be amazing.
Have they told you what to expect up the hill?
Not yet. I was here in 2003. I remember that it was amazing feeling, you know, to drive up the hill, but I don't remember so much, you know. It was 2003, so it's already a long time. I'm sure I will enjoy again like the first time.
Is it nice to be at an event where you're right next to the fans can see you, the car? It's the closest you probably get all year to driving next to them.
Yeah, I think we miss a little bit, you know, to be, you know, closer to the fans, you know, which they can, you know, be together, you know, have an autograph, have a picture, so we miss a little bit that, but you know, here it's great, and it's very nice to be with Dan, and it's amazing to see how really they love, you know, to be with us. So I think that's is the most important thing, and that's why we are here as well.
Well, funnily enough, you say that. They've been running on the Twitter feed and Ask Massa, so it's hashtag Ask Massa. We've got a couple of questions from you. First one, nothing horrible, I promise. The first one is from @Marie_Ting, who says, what will you be driving today? We've kind of given that away, but tell us the full list of what you'll be driving.
Well, we'll be driving this great car, which is FW18, if I'm not wrong, and it's a great car. It's a car that Damon Hill won the championship, so I'm sure there's a lot to learn by driving this car.
Now, you and Damon Hill, slightly different sizes, but I believe the seat is Damon Hill's actual seat. So are you going to have some padding in there, or are you just going to hope that it's okay?
Yeah, I just put a lot of foam inside, you know. You won't be really very comfortable, you know, to drive. But I'm sure it will be okay to enjoy.
It'll only be a minute or two, it's fine, Felipe. The next question is from @William Anderson, who says, which F1 era do you think is coolest? V12, V8, V10 or V6?
Well, I think the V10 is the one I drove. I raced, you know, with the V10, and for me it was amazing. It was really great feeling, great engine, and great power. So we have also a lot of power now, but it was, I think it was amazing, the V10s.
Now, I'm just going to walk you back this way, if you don't mind. I'm just going to have a quick look. They're just about to fire it up, so it's going to get very noisy, but I just wanted the cameraman to just have a look down here. So there's a Williams winning plate, which is traditionally what they do with every single car. So this is Damon Hill's. There's red stars in there for wins, golds in there for poles. No, that's the wrong way, isn't it? The red stars is the poles, gold for wins, and second place is the silver star. And you've now got one of those in your car, because of course you got a pole position last time out when you were in Austria. Amazing.
Yeah, I had the red star, so in the last race, and it was amazing. It was fantastic. So I think everybody was very happy, including me. I missed a little bit in the race, but you know, keep pushing. I'm sure it will come a great result as well during the season.
Well, we hope you get the right result today. Thank you for sharing your time with us, and good luck going up the hill.
Thank you very much.
Jenny Gow with Williams Formula One ace Felipe Massa, and I don't think there's anyone in the house who doesn't want Williams in that glorious Martini livery to win a Grand Prix this year. Let's hope that happens. So Felipe Massa out on course soon in Damon Hill's World Championship winning Williams Renault from 1996. We've had our first batch of cars on the hill already. Our early Grand Prix cars are Cosworth and turbo-powered machines, and some of our Indy cars and American dragsters. We turn the clock back now, Marcus Pye, to the very beginning of motorsport history. We'll talk about that in a moment, but before we do, Jenny's out there with some of your tweets that have been coming in over the course of yesterday and this morning.
Yeah, lots of you getting in touch. Remember, it's hashtag FOS or @FosGoodwood, and you can get in touch, ask questions of the commentary team or ourselves, and we'll do the best we can to answer them. So thank you very much to Mike the Car Guy 1, who said, note to self, this will be the last year I don't make it to the @FosGoodwood. No more excuses. Next year I'm Goodwood bound for sure. Thank you very much to @Justin Mallinson, who's done a selfie of himself. Remember, we're taking your selfies from where you're watching or from around the show. Remember, if you find yourself next to a star, take a selfie, hashtag it Foz selfies and send it to us, and we'll try and feature you on the big screen. So Justin Mallinson says, at Foz Goodwood, something for everyone. It gets better every year. Good to see some wonderful cars, planes and bikes, and a lovely image of him just standing underneath the giant structure here. I've also got a question in for the commentary team, so hopefully they're listening, but at Stu Hutt asked the question, #Foz, why are the times for some cars, but why are there not times for other cars? Henry, can you help us with that one?
Yes, indeed, Jenny. Cars choose before the event whether they want to be timed or not. It's as simple as that. Some think, yeah, I fancy having a go, and others say, oh no, I'm just going to have a little waft up the hill and enjoy myself.
Wafting. We love a bit of wafting. Right, Craig Doyle is here this weekend as well, filming for ITV. He's posted a selfie of himself saying, what an honour to meet John Surtees. They don't make them like that anymore at Foz Goodwood. That's the sort of selfie we want. Foz selfies, please. Thank you very much to Hanu Mikola, who's been in touch, saying thrilled to be at Foz Goodwood, #Foz again. It's such a great event. I'll be driving Saturday and Sunday around noon. See you there. A lovely picture of him with his car as well. And Lawrence Moore says, absolutely cracking day at #Foz. Never lets you down. Great event every year at Foz Goodwood. And the final one in for the moment. Thank you very much to Prince Charles X, that's Charlotte, not the Prince Charles, who says, so I must say, the first time at Foz Goodwood yesterday, and it was the best car show I have ever been to, 100% going next year. Lots of very happy people getting in touch. Hopefully you're enjoying it as well. Get your selfies in. Remember, this time last year, Nico Rosberg was here in disguise wearing a hoodie. So look out, see if you can find a celeb, see if you can find an F1 or driving star, and get those #selfies to us at Foz Selfies, and hopefully we'll get you up on the big screen. It's a little bit like a kiss cam, but different. Henry Ho-Frost, you're back in the commentary box.
Thanks, Jenny. Well done down there in front of the house. And look at that absolutely staggering sculpture, the latest in the incredible repertoire from Jerry Judah, who has used manufacturer anniversaries and birthdays to great effect down the years. And this year we celebrate 120 years of competition success for Mercedes-Benz. There is one of the greatest of them all, one of the pre-war monsters. Absolutely sensational. We will talk a little bit more about those in a moment when they get underway. Marcus, for the first time ever, one of Jerry's structures goes over Goodwood House, right over and behind. It's speechless.
Exactly, and as Chris Druitt was saying, it's attached by 12 bolts. They're quite sizable bolts.
Yes,
I'm relieved to tell you.
Yeah, not the sort of bolts that you could buy in the local hardware
but just
store.
Just getting the picture of the picture of that, the concept, and then the execution of this this amazing arch, double arch.
Wonderful time lapse video of it going up.
I expect we'll see it again today.
Yeah, it's fantastic. They had to evacuate Goodwood House while the enormous cranes were arched over the house.
Just in case.
Yes, wonderful.
And sorry, Henry. It's what struck me that I didn't know yesterday about the arch was that it was two roads. One car from 1934 and one car from 2013, and they meet in the middle.
Yeah, glorious, isn't it? Lovely. Fantastic. We turn the clock back to the very dawn of international motorsport history with this next batch of cars. We have three of the priceless 1914 French Grand Prix dominating Mercedes Grand Prix cars. We have the W165, the Tripoli car.
Complete with a tartan seat cover. Wasn't period, was it?
Yeah, just incredible. There's some shots of one of the cars in the paddock. So you need to turn your attention to batch 1 in your programme, and that is classes 1, 2, 3 and 4. We have our pioneering giants, those three Mercedes I mentioned. There's Jochen Mass in one of those sensational 4.5 litre 4-cylinder Mercedes Grand Prix cars.
Whose helmet stripe colour has changed over the years, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
It's got darker.
Yeah, that's right. I think I saw Roland Ash as well in one of the pre-war Silver Arrows. An amazing lineup of cars. Details start on page 5 of your race programme card.
You've got the hard-working start crew, Alan Crook on the left and Peter Vernon Laws on the right there. If you picture it from the front of it, see that they staged the cars, and those that are being timed is very important to actually get them into stage. So they cut the timing beam accurately, but some of these older cars quite so crucial.
So here we are recreating the French Grand Prix from 1914, when the Mercedes-Benz finished first, second and third. They're 4.5 litre 4-cylinder cars winning the French Grand Prix near Lyon. 106 horsepower these cars had, quick in their day, 100 years ago this week.
Sensational. And Jochen Mass is first away in the batch. Probably done the most climbs here in the Festival of Speed history. We've seen him in a huge assortment of wonderful cars. He's a big supporter of this event. Winner of the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix for McLaren. Winner at Le Mans in 1989. One of those is actually here this weekend. A European touring car champion for Ford. He's been there, done it, won it.
The third of the Mercs on the course. The 28 car apparently is the actual winner of the car. 5 of these cars made, 3 survived. They're all here. But it struck me, yesterday we saw Basil Croft, presenter David Croft's grandfather, aged 100, go up in one of these cars. Now, he would have actually been around. He'd have been 3 months old when that race happened, because he was born in March in 14.
Yeah, wow. Absolutely amazing. Jochen Mass across the line. Wonderful cars from the dawn of motorsport history. Gareth Graham in the 60 HP Mercedes.
It could well be Ben Collins driving it now. Gareth Graham has been driving it, but looks like Ben at the wheel. You sit very, very high on these, don't you? It can't be relaxing to drive over a long period. The view's good.
Well, next up we've got the Mercedes-Benz W125, 650 horsepower before the war. Can you imagine seeing these motor cars racing around the original Donington Park, leaping nearly all 4 wheels off the ground in their day? An absolutely fantastic sight. Roland Ash driving it here today. Beautiful.
Yeah, Roland Ash, a great DTM race winner with Mercedes-Benz from the 1990s. Entrusted with the 6-litre supercharged 8-cylinder Mercedes W125. One of the most powerful Grand Prix cars of all time, designed by the legendary Rudolf Uhlenhaut, who was no mean peddler as well.
He's going to catch the early Merc, Henry, very, very soon.
Yes, he is.
646 horsepower they made.
In 1937. Just imagine what it was like when these turned up at Donington and mixed it with the little spindly, mostly British-built voiturettes.
It was like a space race, wasn't it? They were going to the moon before the war. another level. As I regularly say, speed is nothing new. Stopping and going around corners certainly is.
Yes, that's right. We have one of our glorious Maseratis, the great Italian marque, celebrating 100 years. Choosing the Festival of Speed.
Just got a Ferrari gone up, the 166mm Barchetto. This is a 250.
Another Ferrari, yes indeed.
Short wheelbase. P. Paul Pappalardo. Enough P's in that for you?
The 250 GT. Short wheelbase, glorious machine. This is part of the classic endurance races. We'll come on to our Maseratis in a moment from Class 4. Three-litre V12 Ferrari. That's beautiful, isn't it, from every single angle?
Yes, I think they have the edge over the GTO for me. I think the short wheelbase, the Berlinetta, is just sublime.
One of the original grand touring machines. Front-engine Ferrari.
Great enthusiast, the American Paul Pappalardo, who's driving it. We've seen him at a Goodwood event a number of years ago in another of his collection.
A tremendous view from up the top of the hill. Many spectators right up towards the finish line here at this 1.1 mile Goodwood hill climb. And if you're in the lower reaches of the hill and you're watching on the big screens, and you might think it doesn't look very steep. I can assure you it's quite a climb up there. It really is quite a rise to get to the finish line that the Ferrari now crosses.
It's not quite like walking up Shelsley Walsh, Toby, is it?
I've done that many a time whilst getting my eye in, as well as working there and doing my little bit to try and preserve the hill. But it's a tremendous view from the top of the hill, and I'm glad to say that there is a view after the short little bit of rain that we had this morning. Next up, we've got the Sunbeam V12, former land speed record holding car at Brooklands at 133 miles an hour back in 1922. 18.3 litre V12 engine. Again, a prime example of what they were doing in the heyday of putting aeronautical engines into automobiles.
Wonderful car from the National Motor Museum at Bewley in the New Forest. Ian Stanfield entrusted with the 18.3 litre V12 Sunbeam of 1920.
Here's one of our Maseratis now on course, and it's Josine Laumann driving it from the Dutch Motor Museum.
Wonderful 8cm, the 3 litre supercharged 8-cylinder car. Winner of the 1933 Belgian Grand Prix in the hands of the great Tazio Nuvolari, the flying Mantuan. Started that race in the back row, was leading by the end of the first lap. So effective was the 8cm, and so talented was the diminutive Nuvolari. For many people, one of the greatest Grand Prix drivers of all time.
Now we've got Neil Perkins on the course in his 6cm, 6-cylinder Maserati. And Neil's pushing on a bit today.
Yeah, half the capacity, isn't it, of the 8cm, 1.5 litre, still blown, supercharged Italian Voiturette.
Down the gearbox for Malcolm, and he's gone wide, but he's kept it on the island.
Yes, steady now. The wonderful colours of Maranello concessionaires, the red and pale blue, the 275 GTB Competizione.
It's Cambridge blue. And it was Ronnie Hoare of Maranello concessionaires who gave fellow commentator Chris Druitt his first job.
That's right, yeah.
Class-winning car at Le Mans back in 1966 with Piers Courage and Roy Pike. What history that car has seen.
Roy Pike, the American who saw the bombing of Pearl Harbor as a child,
yes,
and later operated an antique shop in Dorset.
That's right, yes. It's involved in the recreation of the Croft circuit up in North Yorkshire that had lain dormant for about 15 years. And a great driver in Formula 3, very successful.
Yeah, it was a great acolyte of Charlie Lucas and the Titan team, wasn't there? I saw Roy Pike Brabham racing at Cadwell Park last weekend. Yeah, Croft is celebrating anniversary this year. It's 50 years old for the sort of modern era of Croft, if you like. There was a break in the middle between tracks.
Yeah, sort of, it was dormant for most of the 80s and early 90s, wasn't it?
I went to the last meeting in the early 80s on the older track, but there was airfield racing back before then at Croft.
As the Ferrari gets to the top of the hill, coming up towards and then past the house is the Napier Railton Special, the absolute track record holder at Goodwood, at Brooklands at 143 miles an hour. Jochen Mass at the top of the hill. Next up on the big screens, we've got our first glimpse today of the Maserati 250S.
Oh, how absolutely luscious. Swiss racer and collector Lucas Hooney applies a little bit of opposite lock in the stunning 250F Maserati. 2.5 litre 6-cylinder Grand Prix car used to such great effect by Juan Fangio, the great Argentinian. He was in one of these cars that he took his 5th World Championship. That stood until Michael Schumacher matched it in the mid-noughties. What a fantastically beautiful yet purposeful Grand Prix machine.
It is amazing. You think of the 250F family, but it did evolve from 54 right through to the late 1950s, instrumental in Fangio and World Championships. They were driven not only for the works, but also by many privateer. And here's the car. Now that looks like Reiner Ott to me. It is.
It's a 4CLT, isn't it? That again.
This is a remarkable story. It's a car which he bought, which had a very, very ropey, very used-up engine in it. So he spent 3.5 years making his own engine, every aspect of it, and the superchargers, everything else. He was a major player in the German aviation industry prior to his retirement, but built the engine himself from scratch.
I'm absolutely riddled with admiration for people who can do that. Where would you start? Building your own Maserati engine.
Exactly. Now he's built, I think, 5 of them.
It's just extraordinary.
A lot of help from a technical university in Swabia, which is where he's based.
Julian Mazoub now on the hill with, for me, one of the very prettiest Alfa Romeos, the 308C. It was brought back to life in the mid-90s by Julian, local man to me, not far away in Warwickshire. This 3-litre 8-cylinder car, originally driven by Nuvolari. I think this is lovely, and the thing about Mazoub, he never ever drives anything less than 100%.
No, and he's timed as well. Let's keep an eye on the clock. This is going to be, I think, close to a 60-second climb. The wonderful 308C, 3-litre 8-cylinder machine, driven, as Toby mentioned, by Tazio Nuvolari. It was once powered by a V16 engine for the Tripoli Grand Prix in Libya. Slow-mo of Julian into Moulcombe, ever committed, kissing the grass apex there, and you'll see him wind on some opposite lock as he keeps the power on.
I was at Prescott Hill Climb near Cheltenham some years ago when Julian turned up in a Type 35, and he took something like a 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds off the pre-war record, just like that. His commitment was awe-inspiring. Great driver,
yeah.
Great driver.
Also the man behind the Blockley tyre manufacturing company, which makes specialist tyres for this era of car.
Yes, for which many a historic racer is grateful. Very difficult to get proper tyres for some of these historic machines.
Now here's a former British hill climb champion and sprint champion, David Franklin. Always a very, very quick driver, never lost any of his speed, driving this beautiful Maserati.
Yeah, amazing. I remember seeing him in a little March Formula 3 car way back, but he won the British Hill Climb Championship, Sprint Championship in '78, driving a March BMW 772. Went on to a 782 after that, but we've seen him over the years in super sports, in McLarens, and terrific driver, great guy, and he and his wife Deborah are so immersed in historic motorsport. They've rallied a Shelby Mustang with huge success as well. Bristolian motor trader for many years. That looks like James Wood in the Boyle Special with that crash helmet.
This car won the Indianapolis 500 race in 1939 and 1940. I've seen a similar chassis to this before, but I've never actually seen this car. This is beautiful.
Yeah, driven by the great Wilbur Shaw, who was came very close to making it a hat-trick in 1941. James Wood, of course, a prolific historic racer. We've seen him at the Motor Circuit Revival meeting in a number of different cars.
This comes from a great motorsporting family. His father was a terrific guy and has run his own cars for many years.
Big car to be handled around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the 2.5 miles of the circuit. It's got a golf course inside it. It is that big.
Yeah, and a Grand Prix track.
And a Grand Prix track, and a recently resurfaced Grand Prix track that they now use for the Indy cars as well.
Yeah, and MotoGP bikes go there as well, don't they?
They do indeed. They do indeed. They go the opposite way round to the direction in which the Formula 1 cars used to go.
Michael O'Shea on course with the unique Tommy Atkins inspired Cooper Maserati T61 Monaco, 480 horsepower at Maserati V8 engine. Behind the driver, only 2 wins this car achieved. Once at Goodwood in '64 with Roy Salvadori, and once this season with Michael O'Shea. He's intensely proud of that achievement because it was a bit of a blunderbuss in period.
Yeah, he's one of the prime movers, isn't he, behind getting these wonderful Maseratis together.
Runs a health club in North London.
Rather more modern Maserati Trofeo MC on course now. We might see the latter part of its climb. There is one of the MC12 6-litre V12 GT races, and it's one of these, the one in the centenary livery, that is quickest at the moment in the hands of German GT ace Michael Bartels. This is one of the ex-Vitaphone racing team. That is Bartels' own equipe.
Big long car that, but very agile. Now let's hark back to Le Mans, shall we? In 1954 with these, oh, we've got a quartet of Jaguar D-types.
And look at the familiar helmet colours in the lead car, Toby. That is the Senna helmet, isn't it? And it's Bruno, the late great Ayrton Senna's nephew. Bruno, factory Aston Martin racer, ex-GP2 race winner. At the back there, Andy Wallace. The 1955 Le Mans winner. Andy himself, a Le Mans winner with Jaguar in '88. Celebrating 60 years since the D-Type first arrived on the scene. It was beaten at Le Mans first time out in 1954 by the big front-engine Ferrari 375. But in 1955 with the Works team, and then again in 56 and 57 with Kyrgios, took a hat-trick of Le Mans wins.
Great story that my father told me when I was young. There was an advert in the back of Autosport not long after the D-Type had sort of had its day, and the D-Type that had won Le Mans was advertised for less money than the car that retired during the race because it had more miles on it. Oh, how times they do change.
Yes.
Can you imagine that advert in the back of Autosport today?
It would say something like, for sale, Le Mans winning car. You have to ask the price, you can't afford it, so please call, no haggling.
Yes.
And there's a friend and colleague of mine at Chelsea Horse, Max Trimble, who had an accident at Spa in a D-Type, and it was Duncan Hamilton who came to help him out. So he's always good to catch up with a man who drove these cars and owned one at the time.
Another parade, winding back the clock 20 or 30 years or more, and the Bentleys, old number 1, number 2 and number 3. 3 cars with immense racing history. Old number 1, the 6.6 litre machine.
Winner of Le Mans 29.
Yes, indeed. And old number 2 was a victor at the Brooklands Double 12 in 1930 with original Bentley boys Frank Clement and Wolf Bonato.
Double Brooklands Double 12 also won over the years by Lord March's grandfather.
That's right, yeah. Wolf Bonato, an extraordinary man who did Le Mans 3 times and won it on each occasion.
Well, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just arriving here at the 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed, we are in our second batch of 6 here this morning. Then we will have our little mini lunch break, and then we'll do those 6 batches again. So, in a nutshell, everybody goes up in the morning, everybody goes up in the afternoon. Some of the runs are timed, some of the runs are just demonstration runs, just so that you, the fans, the people who feed this sport, can see cars from not only throughout the ages, but through, well, over a century of motoring.
We've got the Coda Tronca Alfa Romeo, the short tail, 1960 car from the Museo Storico Alfa Romeo. Gert Tolentolo drove it yesterday. Actually had a spin in Moulcombe.
Yes, he did.
Barely left the road. It was quite something.
Didn't hit anything, very mercifully.
Very early Audi. Now back into the pioneering days. This is the Audi Type C Alpine. Robert Meyerhofer or Heinrich Linger driving. I think it's Heinrich Linger today.
Yes, 100 years old, the 3.6 litre four-cylinder Audi. Very successful in the Austrian Alpine events. An intrepid pilot on the line there. We go almost on board. Certainly dressed for the occasion.
It's a great camera, the little lens that gives you such big, fantastic pic with a car of this age. It shuddered under acceleration yesterday. It does exactly the same thing today as it passes over the top of the yard of Indianapolis bricks.
It's a 1906 Type Renault, isn't it? Yes, the Type K. It's a recreation of that car. Eric LaRue has been driving it, looking like Mr. Toad up in the cockpit.
And we've got a whole variety of cars in the next three cars. Here we have this, the pioneer of motoring going up the hill. Then we've got Maserati MC12 that was driven by Michael Bartels yesterday. So let's keep an eye out for that. 2 cars time.
Let's hope the Renault Type K gets to the top of the hill first. 300 SLS comes before that, though. We saw Dario Franchitti, didn't we, driving that car yesterday. Kazunori Yamauchi is down to drive that as well during the event, the man behind the Sony PlayStation Gran Turismo phenomenon.
Look at the pop horn up on the dash with the rubber bulb on the back of it. See the engine whirring away underneath. Interesting cambers.
108 years old. Extraordinary, isn't it?
And Marcus, weren't they solid tyres in those days?
If you say so.
We'll try and give them a feel.
Yes. Well, the Mercedes 300 SL leaves the line and is on its way. And then the car coming to the line is the quickest car up the hill yesterday. Here it is on your big screens, ladies and gentlemen. It was driven by Michael Bartels yesterday, an FIA GT champion, multiple champion, 4 times in fact he was a champion. He even drove in Formula 1.
He did for Lotus.
In the early 90s. And here he is at Goodwood with this special livery celebrating the Maserati celebration here at Goodwood that was literally only dry just a few moments before they put it in the
they've given
truck.
him plenty of time because the previous car is well up the hill now towards the top. In fact, the 300 SLS is overtaking the early Renault, which is just about to reach the final phase of the course.
So the time yesterday was a 46.9, Henry. That
yes.
was the best time of the day. Kenny Brack, the former Indy 500 winner, he's second quickest at the moment in the McLaren F1 GTR Longtail. So 2 cars from a very similar era are about absolutely level on time up here at Goodwood today. Michael Bartels is exasperating inside the car because he's saying, well, why are you holding me? He doesn't know that the older car is just creeping towards the top of the hill, and the marshals in race control and the timekeepers are just ensuring that everything will be clear for Bartels. This is a 6-litre V12 Maserati, ladies and gentlemen, that in fact he's had to kill the engine because he's going to overheat. That's a very modern hill climb car engine, and in fact he's being asked to be wheeled back because he's just not got enough cooling in the car. He says it's too hot, it's too hot. You can see the heat haze pouring out of the back of the car. Look at it on the big screens as the older Renault gets to the top of the hill, what we might do is just push him back and see if we can get a little bit of heat out of the Maserati, and then he can have a crack at getting up the hill. I can tell you he's got exactly the right tyres on the car. He's got some special Avon tyres, and I can speak with experience. They heat up very quickly indeed with the special compounds that are specially designed and created for British hill climbing.
So Toby, he's not taking this really seriously, is he? Oh, he's got the old Avon hill climb tyres on it. He's wants to be pushed back just to cool down for a little bit. Fantastic.
He's been on the he's been on the phone to our friend Paul Smith. Now these hill climb tyres in the current state, what they do is that they're designed to warm up exceptionally quickly, because in modern British hill climbing and here at Goodwood, tyre warmers are not allowed. They're not allowed. So what you need is you can get some heat into the rear tyres very easily by spinning the rears as you come towards the start line, but crucially you need heat very quickly into the front tyres, and that is achievable in a modern single-seater hill climb car because the front tyres are exposed to the sunshine. But Bartels, he's in a closed car, so the sunshine is not directly touching those front tyres. So it is a big leap of faith to fling yourself into the first corner. So what we're going to do now, we're going to have Frank Bieler on the line with the Auto Union D-Type. He's not driving a C-Type as is in the program, but this is a D-Type Auto Union from before the war, the Doppel compressor, a car that won Grand Prix, that won the European Hill Climb Championship, and a car steeped in history. It is, Marcus, invaluable.
It is absolutely fantastic to see, and Frank Bieler is one of the guys who really gets this. He really enjoys it. How cramped the cockpit looks for all its mighty size, and it's nothing like as large as the Type C V16 predecessor physically. He steers it up the course. Just doing a nice gentle demonstration with this wonderful car, going back to the Silver Arrows fights of the 1930s.
Imagine being hunkered down behind that huge wood rim steering wheel and that small aero screen doing 200 miles an hour plus.
Wasn't there thinking about?
No. Right, Michael Bartels back to the line then. Keep an eye on this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last car off the back. Here he goes. This is our fastest car so far.
Yeah, 46.98 yesterday was Michael Bartels in the MC.
In the MC12, he comes through the first corner. It opens out as you fling yourself into the first of the right-handers. Now he can really get the speed. One of the fastest parts of the course here at Goodwood. And then he's got to come over the blind crest, but it jinks to the right before he goes left and away past you.
Fantastic. The V12 howling as he comes through Malcolm and guns it towards the flint wall. Into the darkness, inch perfect between the bale and the wall. Just that blind right-hander, and then the long left-hander as he goes firing towards the finish line. He'll be doing almost 130 miles an hour.
Oh no! He's going to reach the Auto Union. He nearly caught the Auto Union. In fact, he did catch the Auto Union, and he still did, Henry, a 47. That shows you the speed that he's got in the car here today.
Yeah, he'll be really miffed about that, won't he? Because he had to wait so long for a clear run and didn't quite get that flying finish momentum, but had to jump on the carbon brakes in the MC12.
47.93, and that was just a second outside yesterday's David Lee in the Spider's gone up.
So that shows you the closing speed of the Maserati. And it's still the fastest time today, a 47.9. Yesterday he did a 46.9 yesterday. So that's best time of the day here today at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Wow. That's a treat that we've got to look forward to this afternoon. Can he do a 45 or even a 44 with those super sticky Avons on?
He's certainly going to be knocking on the 45's door, and that's mighty quick out. They've got the Renault, the recreation of the Renault Montlhéry Coupe. Jean-Louis Picafroy under the bridge now, past the house. Montlhéry, the banked circuit just outside Paris. On your big screen, Michael Bartels shaking his head and pointing his finger towards the finish line.
Yeah, very close. Good banter up there between German aces Michael Bartels and Bernd Schneider. So 1 car to go then in this batch. Batch 1 being your programmes, the Pioneers, the pre-war greats, classic endurance races, and our Maserati Centenary stars. Hopefully get a word with Michael Bartels. Let's get his reaction to coming round the long left-hander and finding the pre-war outer union in his path. We jump around between the batches this morning. Batch 5 will be next. They are the sports cars between 1965 and 81, our Group C cars, the iconic machines from Porsche, Jaguar and Sauber Mercedes. And we have many of our modern prototypes and GT racers. We have the Le Mans winner, the actual R18 e-tron Quattro of André Lotterer, Marcel Fessler and Benoit Trillouet that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans just recently. And yes, indeed, there are the support vehicles on the way up to the top paddock. They'll bring the cars back down again. And while we wait for them to get up there and get the cars started and brought back down to the paddocks, let's see who Bruce Jones has managed to catch up with.
Roland Ash, good morning. Saturday at Goodwood, and you brought the beautiful and very powerful W125 Mercedes up the hill. What's it like?
Good morning. This car is very good, very nice car. And my compliment for the driver in the Formula 1 with this car. Mamma mia, this work is mechanic. Super, super, very nice.
And a fantastic sound.
Fantastic sound and very big power. 600 powers. It's got with the small tires. Oh, this is pure mechanic.
So there we have it. Roland really didn't enjoy his run up the hill at all. No, of course he loved it. Roland, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ian Stanfield, you win the prize for the longest car up the hill so far this morning. Tell us about this mighty Sunbeam.
Right, well, this is the 1920 350 horsepower Sunbeam, originally built by Sunbeam, obviously, has held many Brooklands records. And it was bought by Malcolm Campbell in 1924, who renamed it Bluebird, and then has then achieved the land speed record of 150 mile an hour in 1925. So.
Now, does it have any sort of trick controls that a modern driver would be totally baffled by?
No, it's pretty straightforward. You've just got one throttle, one ignition control, and a couple of mag switches, and off it goes. You know.
And what's it like? I mean, you're sitting up pretty high in that, hanging out the sides somewhat on the corners.
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical aero-engined race car of the period, you know. So it's all power and no finesse, basically. So you just open the throttle and it goes. It's not designed to go around tricky little corners like we have here. It's a straight line car, really.
So anyhow, that's certainly probably cleared your valves this morning, got you ready for the rest of the day?
Yeah, it certainly woken me up this morning, yes, yeah. So it's quite exhilarating. It's very long geared and very low revving. So 1,000 RPM is nothing for this, you know, and yeah, it's frightening how quickly it goes up here.
Ian, thanks very much for talking and for entertaining us.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Julian Majoub racing against the clock as ever, but your first run on Saturday in this fantastic Alfa Romeo 308C, you were already starting to hang the tail out.
Yes, I'm getting used to it a bit more. Last time the car was here, I unfortunately crashed it at Moulton. It was really embarrassing. I jumped out of third gear and I went into the bales. But anyway, everything's fixed and all the gearbox is sorted out by Gus. And yeah, so it went really well, yeah.
So your first run this morning, yesterday you did a 61 point something seconds. You just did a 61.05. Can you crack the 1 minute mark this afternoon?
I would have thought so. I mean, I think if it doesn't rain, and I'm being very careful, especially having crashed it once before here. So no, it's running really well, and it's definitely got the grunts. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
But it's also safe to say that you know this hill very well. You've been up it a lot of times. But what percent bravado versus caution do you think you have to run?
Well, I think basically you have to feel as one with your car. I think if you know your car really well, then as much bravado is better. Yeah.
We'll go for that. Julian, best of luck this afternoon.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Bruno Senna, great to see you here at the Festival of Speed. Just look at your name on the side of this Jaguar D-Type alongside that of Martin Brundle. What's the story?
Well, it's always great to be here for the first place, but yeah, we did a Mille Miglia together this year, which was a first for me and him as well. And Martin drove most of the time, which was a bit unfortunate. I think he got away with too much driving. So that was the first time I drove this car, and even like a properly classic car. So that was really cool, and coming up the hill today was a great experience as well.
So you feel you fit the car quite well now, but I guess this won't be the only car you're driving here at the festival.
Yeah, not today. Today I'm driving another Jag, the F-Type, a modern car, so a bit more like my age, and one of Ayrton's old cars, the 1988 McLaren MP44. So I think the power is coming up and up, so I'll probably get really well prepared for the last car.
It's great, any of Ayrton's old cars, but the MP44, that was so special.
Yeah, definitely, and it was the first car I drove here in the Festival of Speed, so it gives me great memories, and it's a fast one. It's a real fast one, so I'm looking forward to it.
So are we. Bruno, have a great festival.
Cheers, thank you.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Super of all the supercars here at the Michelin Supercar Paddock is this new McLaren P1 hypercar, a fantastic new breed of hypercar, and the door opens just like that. A beautiful gullwing effect, not just the door but the whole sill of the car, completely made of carbon fibre. It should be relatively light, of course, if it didn't have a huge battery that gave it 176 brake horsepower just from the electric motor. It does have, from its 3.8 litre twin turbo engine, 730 brake horsepower, which gives it nearly 1,000 horsepower overall once both engines are working. An absolutely amazing machine, and coupled with the LaFerrari here and the 918 Porsche, it is a new breed of hybrid hypercar here at Goodwood.
Our first trip into the Drivers' Club today, which I'm sure will be absolutely full of stars, and we've found one right now. JK is here from Jamiroquai. Lovely to see you, and I know you're an absolute petrol head, massive car enthusiast.
Yeah.
Just Ferraris or more?
Oh no, everything, right across the board. No, the other day I got hold of a 1956 Bentley S1 Fastback Continental. So it's across the board, but the Ferrari's old and new take quite a large chunk of it. Some old RS Porsches, lots of bits and bobs.
How many cars have you got now?
It's touching about over 100.
Whoa!
I know. Some of them are the sort of things that you put away from the 80s. You know, the old E30 M3s, the old Audi Sport Quattro. So Integrale Lanciers and stuff like that. So I'm doing a bit of hoarding. It's naughty, but that's the way it is.
Naughty but nice.
Naughty
I absolutely
but
love
nice,
it.
yeah.
Where did the passion come from? What was the first thing that started you off in motorsport?
Well, I mean, the first thing that started me in cars was my mum was a singer, and we spent all our time on the motorway, and you know, in the 70s, early 70s, of course. Then when you saw a V8 Vantage Aston or a Jensen Interceptor, or everything had a different character, and you know, Maserati Mistrals and all sorts of stuff. So, and I was just always in the back of the car, and I knew what every car was. And then later on, I just happened to pick up, you're reminding me now, I happened to pick up when I was sort of 17, I picked up a Classic and Sports Car magazine and started to leaf through that and went, oh, this is a different world. And it started with a little 1972 BMW 1602 round light, and we've ended up here.
That's quite an amazing journey to have taken.
Yeah, well, you know, it is. I mean, I think some of these things need to be looked after and preserved. And it's a privilege to do so, you know, and I like to have the best stuff, you know, to show. And now here we've got the LaFerrari, which arrived on Tuesday, which I'm very, very happy with. And it's in bright green, a bit like your socks. You can't see the cameraman's socks.
No, Jason's socks are delightful today.
They are bright green. And so it's a bit different for people to sit in a different colour, apart from the red. And but you know, more to the point, it's great to bring it to the event because I've been coming, I think 19 years ago I first came, or 18 years ago, and it's grown and grown, and it's always, you know, you've got great English countryside, every possible type of vehicle that you'd want to see, and you know, it's always just been a real event that if I'm not touring, which I'm not this year, because I've made sure I wasn't to get here, then I you know, it's great to come along.
So if people want to see that bright green LaFerrari, what time do they need to be on the hill? What time can they see you going?
I think we're running up at about 11 o'clock. So I'm going to go over now to Ferrari, and they took the keys off me yesterday because it's 963 brake horsepower and 163 of those are electric. So it needs to be plugged in.
Well, hopefully they've plugged it in, give it a good charge. Yeah. Are you going for a time?
No, not at all. We'll see. I think it might rain. If it does, trying to put at 963 brake horsepower down in the wet, not my cup of tea. We don't want any heroics. Just, but you know, just a good run.
Don't mention the weather. Shh.
No, I won't mention the weather. No, it's not going to rain. It's not going to rain.
Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Also in the Michelin Supercar paddock is this wondrous Porsche 918, in the same vein of hypercar like the LaFerrari and the McLaren P1. For me, the most understated looking car, but certainly looks can be deceiving. Underneath here is a 608 brake horsepower 4.8 litre engine. It also has an electric motor on the front axle and on the rear axle, totaling 280 brake horsepower in terms of just electric motor power alone. Top speed 214 miles an hour, and this car is the actual car that set a 6 minutes 57 lap time at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, hence all of these extra little sticky bits. It's beautiful in matte black with a martini livery, and it is going for a time up the hill at 2:05 on Saturday here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
I've managed to find Sam Bird, who is going up the hill this weekend, but also quite exciting future ahead for you because you've been announced as one of the Virgin Formula E drivers, as your top kind of gives away. Let's talk about this weekend first of all. How much fun is it being reunited with cars like Mike Hailwood's old car?
It's amazing. You know, to be here with John Surtees and with the Henry Surtees Foundation is amazing. Obviously, Henry was a good mate. I was here with him a couple of weeks before he sadly passed away, and it's nice to give something back to the charity, nice to drive with John, and great to drive these old cars.
Yeah, John Surtees is such a great figure here, so well loved and appreciated, and what he does with the foundation for Henry's Foundation is quite incredible, but really important, isn't it, for young racers, at any racer, I suppose, to know that that foundation is there to support people who do get injured.
It's an amazing foundation, you know, in the Surrey, Sussex, Kent area now. What John's been able to do is put machinery in those air ambulances in order to save lives, and I think so far it's actually really had a positive reaction and really helped quite a few people who have had injuries and had accidents. So, you know, amazing work by John and everybody at the Henry Surtees Foundation. You know, we've got a kart event actually on Tuesday at Mercedes-Benz World, and if anybody is listening and wants to come down, I think we've still got some spaces. So I'll be there and John will be there. Come down, see the cars and have a go at karting.
Yeah, and of course, next weekend being Silverstone, lots of people will be dressing in pink for Papa, which is Jenson Button's push to not only pay tribute to his father, but also to raise money for the Henry Surtees Foundation. T-shirts are available this weekend, £20 at the merchandise store for McLaren, so get yourselves there to raise a little bit more money. We should talk about Formula E as well, though, because it starts September 13th across in Beijing, and you'll be there competing.
Absolutely, street tracks, as you know, they suit me down to the ground. It's a brand new championship. I think it's really good actually for motorsport to be doing this, and well done to everybody involved with Formula E, because you know, electric cars is the future. That's the way of the world at the moment. It's going that way, and this is the first product of what Formula E have brought out. So hopefully, you know, as we evolve it, it's going to get more and more popular, and we'll see how it goes.
The car is actually, it's not going up the hill, it is on a static display though over the other side, isn't it? If people want to go and have a look and have a touch and see how close it is to a Formula 1 car, they can do that.
Absolutely. It's, as you said, it's over the bridge, but it looks really futuristic. It's really cool looking. It's actually really good to drive as well. It's not slow, it is quite quick.
What about the sound? That's what everyone's talking about.
It sounds futuristic, let's put it that way. It does make a sound, and it does sound pretty cool. I'm actually taking it over a bridge in London tomorrow morning at 6 a.m, which is too early in my liking, but...
But that's ultimate fever, 6 a.m. going over the bridge, as you do.
In the middle of London, so it's pretty cool, yeah.
Well, we wish you the best of luck this weekend, and more importantly with the championship, and hope it really catches on and is a massive success and you go on to win it for the Brits.
I hope so as well. It's about time anyway, so thank you.
As a preview to the Supercar runs this afternoon at 2:05, the first of our timed runs, we're looking at some of the Supercars in the Supercar paddock. And check this thing out. Launched yesterday, this is the Aston Martin Gran Turismo DP100, a car that you can drive on the Gran Turismo game. We've seen quite a few of them at Goodwood here, but launched today, and just look at some of the details. It is quite an unbelievably looking thing. Again, no wing mirrors. We've got little cameras, bullet cameras down here, if you can have a quick look there. Those are the wing mirrors and screens inside, and the wheels are just stunning. Carbon fibre, I love the detailing with some of the orange as well, and proper Michelin tyres on as well. And it still retains the Aston Martin nose down the front end. It's the Aston Martin shape that we're used to all the way through the many, many years of Aston Martin, from DB all the way up to now. It is quite an incredible vision of the future. Sadly, you won't see this car run up the hill today. I'm not sure it is a runner, but it is certainly a very, very good looking piece of kit down here at the Michelin Supercar Paddock.
Brolly's to the ready. The rain is on its way. But we hope, in keeping with microclimate tradition here at Goodwood, that it'll sort of go somewhere else and we'll get the sunshine back. We await the next batch of cars, which is our sports cars, our endurance races, our Le Mans legends. And we have the very latest Audi R18 e-tron Quattro here. Fresh, well, I say fresh, it's still filthy from its Le Mans victory. And this is a great, great batch of cars that spans a multitude of disciplines, from the mid-60s right up to the modern GT3 racers from all the big manufacturers, including Porsche and McLaren, and Bentley and Mercedes.
Hi, lad. Thank you.
Henry, we've got cars in this batch that are absolutely contemporary, having just won the Le Mans 24-hour race and the LMP2 class at Le Mans only a fortnight ago at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
We have the Jota Zytek LMP2 car, don't we?
Absolutely. Harry Tinknell will be driving the car in this batch. I've just been down to catch up with him. Anthony Davidson is driving the Toyota that he was driving at Le Mans this year. It will be André Lotterer in the Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, and Brendan Hartley, who was also driving at Le Mans, but he is in one of the slightly older LMP2 Porsches, the DHL yellow colour schemes. Aston Martins, more Porsches, Andy Wallace in the Silk Cut Jaguar 7-litre V12, and of course the man who took pole position at the Austrian Formula One Grand Prix last weekend, Felipe Massa.
Fantastic. Lots of reaching for Cagoules and Brolly's there on the outside of Moulcombe.
And Henry, there's one thing that us commentators always say: it never rains in the commentary box.
That's true.
Well, at least yours.
I don't think that'll make them feel any more dry or pleased or warm.
I'm out here. My desk is a straw bale and it's excellent. I will be finding Goodwood straw in a pocket, I'm sure, in 5 months' time.
Have you got one of those special amphibious microphones?
I've yet to discover that.
Oh. Well, if you go quiet, we'll know the answer.
We will indeed. But there are many seasoned people all around me with their umbrellas and their waterproofs and such like, getting ready. They've got all of their seats trackside to catch the best vantage point. There was an enormous queue of people coming into Goodwood this morning before the gates opened at 7 o'clock. It was scenes that reminded me of Silverstone in the early 90s, when people were queuing from 6 o'clock in the morning to get their particular vantage point and see Nigel Mansell battle against Ayrton Senna and the like. And those scenes actually continuing today, the fans always turning out in great strength here in the UK for British motorsport.
Absolutely. So batch 5 is the next in the programme. Hopefully you have got yourself a programme. It comes with a little radio courtesy of the Daily Telegraph, so you can keep up with all the commentary, all the news, views, facts and fever if you're standing trackside and it's a bit noisy, which on occasion it can be. We wait for the cars to gather at the bottom. They turn at the circle and they queue up down there with Toby. We'll be underway shortly. Let's catch up once again with Jenny Gow, who is with World Superbike ace Jonathan Ray.
Yeah, Johnny, lovely to see you here. We knew and heard you were on your way because we spoke to your partner in crime yesterday, but just tell us, what are you riding today? Are you looking forward to it?
Yes, I'm riding my CBR 1000 RSP Fireblade from the World Superbike Championship, so really excited. You can't not be excited to get invited to this event. You know, the traffic is rammed outside, so even the weather's looking a little bit dodgy, the people are still turning up, so it's great.
2 wheels, This weather, I mean, hopefully it's going to dry out very quickly, but does that make it even more difficult? What is already a tricky course?
Yeah, for sure, because we don't get tyre warmers. I don't think my guys have even brought wet tyres, so...
oh, that could make it interesting.
Yeah, it's about fun for me, and it's more an event for the spectators, so maybe just pull a few wheelies and take it a little bit calmer than normal.
I was going to say, the challenge is out there, because yesterday we had some amazing stunts going on from you guys. I mean, you can't help but play, can you, when you come here?
No, definitely. It's like when you're in a race environment, it's all like pressure, and when you get away from that, most of my team are back and you lose in Holland, so I can do what I like and just turn it on a little bit for the fans.
And what about the season so far and coming up for you?
It's been going, I guess, okay. The last few races have been tough for me. We've struggled with results, but 3 race wins early in the season, it's not normally my form, and to be right in the mix of the championship, it's good for me. And to start the second part of the year next weekend in Portugal and America, really looking forward to that.
Should be awesome. Well, we hope you have a great time. Do you know what time you're up the hill?
I'm doing the afternoon session. Leon's going to ride the bike in the morning, so I'll sit back with a cup of tea and enjoy the atmosphere.
Oh, it's a hard life for these riders and drivers. Well, let you go. We're just going to have a little look at the back of you, because just coming up, a legend of motorbike racing, Giacomo Agostini, is here. Giacomo, lovely to see you. Welcome to Goodwood in England. Would you expect anything else?
It's English weather, English weather, but it's okay. We need some rain, because otherwise too much pulver, smog.
Yeah, too much wheel spinning, smoke and dust.
Smoking.
Giacomo, lovely to have a multiple world champion here on 2 wheels. How does it feel coming to Goodwood?
Yeah, it's nice. Always nice to come to Goodwood. Apart the experience from last year when I crashed.
Yeah, we don't want any crashes from you this year.
No, it's only one time. It's enough.
And what are you riding?
My MV Agusta 3-cylinder. The bike I win all my world champions. So it's a good bike.
Lovely to be reunited.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's lovely to see you. Well, let you go and get a cup of coffee.
Yeah. I got to change and we make an exhibition.
Grazie, thank you very much. Well, I'll let you go. And I just want to point out in the background, I've got a partner in crime here. Jason, watch the step. Right, that is Alan McNish. We will join him later, Le Mans 3-time winner. Let's go over to Henry Hope Frost.
Well,
thank you, Jenny, down there with Giacomo Agostini. It must be exhausting being that cool, mustn't it?
Felipe Massa on the hill now in the Williams from 1996 that took Damon Hill to World Championship success, and the car that we all remember Damon winning that Japanese Grand Prix, and Murray Walker saying, Damon Hill World Champion, I've got to stop talking because I've got a lump in my throat. This was the car that Damon took the success in. Absolutely fantastic to see it here. And Henry, the man who took pole position just last Saturday, should I say, for Austria, Felipe Massa.
Turn to the A1 ring, now called the Red Bull Ring, of course, owned by Dietrich Mateschitz. First time in 11 years that the World Championship had visited that picturesque Austrian mountain circuit, and Felipe Massa, in a revitalised Williams Martini racing team, took pole position ahead of his teammate Valtteri Bottas. And what a feel-good feeling in Formula One that was.
Brendan Hartley now on the hill, works Porsche driver here in 2014, but he's driving the Porsche RS Spider, an LMP2 chassis that was developed mainly for the American Le Mans series, did race over at Le Mans under a privateer and win the LMP2 class. And Brendan Hartley saying it's a beautiful car to drive, and he's fresh out of the latest Porsche 919, so it must be a great car.
Yeah, absolutely. We said to him yesterday, didn't we? When you sign for Porsche, you do much more than drive the current sports car. You have to show willing and be fully fevered up and get yourself into the plethora of wonderful Porsche machines that are aired around the world on many occasions. So it's one of the best manufacturers at doing that. They really wallow in that history and nostalgia.
So the Porsche gets to the top of the hill. Next up, it is the Le Mans winning Audi R18 e-tron Quattro. Andre Lotterer at the wheel. He won Le Mans a fortnight ago with Marcel Fassler alongside him. And as he sits on the line, he's waiting for the all-go with the number 2 car. This car had some problems at Le Mans a fortnight ago, but it had less problems than the number 1 car, which lost 23 minutes with a problem in the pits. This car just lost the 17 minutes in the pits. So as Andre Lotterer makes his way up the hill, it was an Audi 1-2 at the Circuit de la Sarthe in 2014. This car winning, the number 1 car coming in second place, and the Toyota, which is next up, finishing third.
Yeah, how great to have 2 absolutely contemporary world endurance monsters here at Goodwood. Andre Lotterer, his 3rd win in 4 attempts. Dab of the brakes into Malcolm, runs a little bit wide, kicks up some dust there. The rain appears for the time being to be abating. The course is certainly still dry, car's still on slick tyres, quite a lot of dust that's been put down to soak up some oil spilt by our early race cars. Here is the Toyota TS040 hybrid. Stéphane Sarrazin, the Frenchman.
Can I say it's actually Anthony Davidson at the wheel?
Oh, is it? Yeah, caption wrong then.
Sarrazin drove yesterday, but the pocket rocket that is Anthony Davidson snugly fitted into that car and finishing in 3rd position at Le Mans a fortnight ago. And he's having a real crack in this car that, with its V8 petrol power and its electric hybrid power, has got 1,000 horsepower with that Toyota. He gets to the top of the hill, Davidson safe and sound. The next car on the hill is the LMP2 winning car from Le Mans, the Ticknell, Dolan and Turvey car. And this is fresh, still with the battle scars, still with the bugs, still with the numbers hanging on by a little bit of sticky. And Harry Ticknell just over the moon, still 2 weeks later to have won that class. He's still got an enormous grin on his face.
Yeah, wonderful result for the Brits, and they were in the top 6 overall, weren't they?
Yes, absolutely, and it was a dramatic LMP2 class. At one point, Alex Brundle was leading with the new coupe that he was driving, and then it all shook out towards the end of the 24 hours, and the Jota sports car getting to the flag. They were absolutely jubilant. A trio of British drivers winning at Le Mans once again. Fantastic to see it still with its battle scars. Next car on the line, it's the 007 Aston Martin, the Lola Coupe V12. It's had a couple of stabs at getting off the line, and it just doesn't quite get all sorted. Let's have another go and see if this can get going. This is a glorious sounding car at Le Mans. He just gets it rolling, and now the V12 can really start to howl. 2008-2009 car, Ludovic Lindsay at the wheel, a man with a stable of motor cars that will make your eyes water.
Yes, and Ludo, in his defence, won't have done many starts or getaways or even any mileage of any sort in this car. The ProDrive built one of the most effective privateer LMP1s. 4th place at Le Mans a few years ago, behind the mighty Audis and Peugeots.
Next on the line, we've got David Brabham, another Le Mans victor back in 2009 with Peugeot. But he today is driving the Bentley GT3, a car developed in the last couple of years, and weighing in at just 1,300 kilograms. We were talking about it earlier in the radio show at 7 o'clock this morning. It looks a big car, but it's actually very light. They lost 1,000 kilos in the workshops building this car. And Henry, a car that's built by Malcolm Wilson's operations, M Sports, and run by them, so used to making many a dozen rally car, but venturing into GT3 racing and being victorious at the Silverstone 6 Hours earlier this year.
Yes, indeed, round of the Blancpain series. Malcolm Wilson's M Sport operation, a very, very serious, large-scale operation in Cockermouth in Cumbria. They have high-tech equipment there, so they can turn their hand to ground-up build and development of pretty much anything up there, and they've proved that by switching from rallying to GT3. I do confess to seeing this car for the first time and thinking, how will they ever get the weight out of it? But they have. They've taken the Wilton carpets and the mahogany dashboard out and turned it into a thoroughbred race car. Toyota's 1980s Group C beast, the 87C. Historic Group C racer Phil Stott at the wheel today. Sauber, Mercedes, Jaguar and Porsche in the heady days of late 80s Group C racing. Coming close on several occasions to winning Le Mans, but still never managing to snare that elusive 24-hour win. And still Toyota waits, of course, for a Le Mans win.
Well, they're giving it a good push at the moment, aren't they, Henry? Now then, here is another Japanese manufacturer. This is Nissan with the GTR four-wheel drive twin-turbo car. A GTR car that is driven by Jan Mardenborough here up the hill. Very quick, ideal car for this hill climb with immense power and four-wheel drive. One of the quickest cars in the first 100 meters timed here yesterday. This is a car that'll be going for a time. It comes to the intermediate split, goes through there at 23 seconds, does 99 miles an hour on the approach to Molecombe Corner, and battling is Jan Mardenborough all the way to the top of the hill. He'll be looking for a very low 50-second run or so as he gets to the top. We've already seen a high 47-second run this morning, and this is going to be close. It's going to be sub 50. No, not quite. A 50.78 for Jan Mardenborough as he crests the top of the hill.
That was a good effort on a circuit which is not absolutely right at the moment. He got into the dust through Molecombe, which has been put down to treat some spillage early on. But he was quickest yesterday on a 50.58, so he's there or thereabouts.
Great run. Now then, let's have a look at some more Le Mans history. Coming to the line, we have a couple of Rothmans Porsches. We have a 962 and a 956. This is the 962 on the line. They made many more 962s in their day than the 956s. And to see Bell, Stuck and Holbert, the names down the side of this Group C car.
Looks like Richard Atwood in this one. Le Mans winner, it is.
Yes, and how timely. Richard Atwood, who gave Porsche its first of 16 Le Mans wins back in 1970 in the Salzburg run, Porsche 917 with Hans Hermann. And here he is in the 1987 Le Mans winner, the car driven by Derek Bell, Hans Stuck and American Al Holbert. Still wearing its original number 17.
Hans Stuck gave a couple of laps around Le Mans, a couple of in this very car. And I was talking with Stuck before he did that exhibition lappery, and even he was very, very excited to get back in the car. And Richard Atwood, he was at Le Mans again last weekend, watching every lap, looking at the lap times, analysing everything. Oh, the twinkle and the speed is still there with Richard Atwood.
Absolutely. This car taking the 6th straight win for the 956-962 derivative. Started by Derek Bell and Jackie Ickx in 1982. 6 on the trot before Jaguar finally got its first win in over 30 years in 1988. The Gulf Porsche 917 comes through Molecombe as we see Felipe Massa in his Martini Williams Racing overalls, signing autographs and posing for selfies with fans. It's great to see Felipe Massa here at the festival this year, second of the Rothmans. Oh, it's stopped out on the course right in front of me.
Oh, that's a shame, because the car following it is the Porsche 917 with up to 1,600 horsepower, the Donahue 917. That's following it up, but at least that Rothmans Porsche has got itself out of the way. But I rather fancy that the red flags will come out.
Yes, they are.
Do.
They're out, I think, not quite. Yes, they are out now. Marshall tends to the car. It's the earlier 956.
But the Donahue car makes its way past and or up towards the top of the hill, and an unfortunate problem there for the, as you say, the earlier 956.
Yeah, I remember playing Top Trumps, and you always needed a 956 in your hand, didn't you?
Yeah, but the Porsche 917 would win with 1,600 horsepower, wouldn't
Certainly
it?
the 917 30 would, yeah.
Yes, which had several million.
Can you imagine driving that?
Peter Harburg in the X-Mark Donahue 917, who he
went
won.
to Talladega, didn't they? Did an amazing speed record.
240.
Yeah, it was something extraordinary.
Yeah, amazing. 1,000 horsepower from the 917 30. 1973 Can-Am champion. As soon as it turned up after a first few races that year, Donahue was then unbeaten The 956 has been pushed back onto the crossing just before Morecambe Corner.
It's got Andy Prill driving it, hasn't it? It's the car of Criton Lendudis.
There's just a lovely incongruous sight there of an iconic Rothmans Porsche Group C car parked on the crossing, giving spectators a close-up of its wonderful slippery shape.
Yep, this is Andy Prill. What's up with it, Andy? What's up with the Porsche?
Well, as the 91730 gets to the top of the hill, Andy Prill is already out of that car, and he'll get that thing sorted for this afternoon's runs. Meanwhile, here is yet another Le Mans battler. This is from the Renault collection, and it's driven by René Arnoux. The Renault Alpine A44 2B, 2-litre, turbocharged, V6, 1978 Le Mans car.
Yeah, this is the sister car, isn't it, to the bubble top car that won Le Mans in 1978 with Didier Pironi, and for the second time, for the first of two times, Jean-Pierre Jousseau. He went on to win it 2 years later with Rondo, of course. This car was retired from the 1978 24 Hours of Le Mans without the bubble top canopy to help aerodynamic efficiency on the Mulsanne straight. Renault hero René Arnoux really giving that some beans. That's great to see. Grand Prix V6 turbo-engined machine is across the line. Sorry, Toby.
Not at all, Henry. There's so much to see and so much to commentate. Where do we look? Well, what we're going to do now is have a catch-up with this beautiful Porsche.
It's a 910. It's Rainer Becker, the wheel, the German London restaurateur.
A great friend of mine did a lap of the Nürburgring in one of these with Jochen Rindt. He said, and when I thought he would be changing down to second, he would be changing up to fourth.
Yes.
Yes, scary. Very, very shapely. And very redolent of the period. Elegant looking car. For elegant looking cars, and you're all Goodwood Motorsport fans, the revival in September is looking absolutely outstanding, and I've just been asked to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that if you want tickets for this, only 10 weeks away, remember, the Saturday tickets are sold out already. You can only buy Friday or Sunday tickets now, and you're urged to do that ASAP to avoid disappointment. So 10 weeks ahead of time, Saturday sold out.
Now then, let's keep an eye on this run, ladies and gentlemen, because Kenny Brack in the McLaren F1 GTR Longtail, he was fastest up Goodwood yesterday morning. He got pipped at the last moment by Michael Bartels yesterday afternoon. The best time of day at the moment is a high 47-second run by Michael Bartels, but now Kenny Brack has really got his eye in with this McLaren. He's been going exceptionally well.
Will you listen to that howling 6-litre V12 BMW engine? He was inch perfect all the way around Morecambe, on the basis that you come over a blind brow, through a right-hand kink, and it's very difficult to know how to pinpoint, where to pinpoint your braking. But, Super Swede was perfect.
Time he did yesterday was a 46.9. The clock's ticking away a little bit slower here this morning. A 47.8, 129 miles an hour over the line for Kenny Brack. That's just 1 mile an hour slower than he did yesterday, and he's got best time of the day ahead of Michael Bartels. A 47.8 for Brack and a 47.9 for Michael Bartels. Jan Mardenborough third.
As yesterday, the only two cars to dip under the 50-second mark, the two GT machines, the Maserati and the McLaren. Fantastic. Andrew Newell in the McLaren M8F. The thunderous Can-Am car still just a fraction shy of the 50-second mark.
However, Justin Law making his way to the top of the hill in this hugely developed Jaguar XJ220. This is going to be knocking on the door of a sub-50, no, not quite, a 51.77 on 113 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. Now, Justin Law, commitment.
He is quicker than yesterday by a whisker. He did, his best was a 51.94 yesterday. He's lowered that a fraction. Here's the glorious Porsche 917 PA. The Spider Porsche 917.
It's Murray Smith driving it, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. We saw Flying Lancastrian, the great all-rounder Brian Redmond driving that car yesterday, a car he would have raced in period. Back in its original spec, having run a turbocharged engine for a while in period. Built for Can-Am in 1969, the Canadian-American Challenge for Group 7 sports cars, where there wasn't really a rulebook. Very dark clouds over Moulcombe. Hopefully they are going the other way. Kenny Brack alights from the long tail McLaren F1 GTR. No doubt Bruce will grab a word. He's always happy for some banter, whether it's here at the festival or at the Revival, where we've seen him win in a variety of different cars. He won in the Shelby Cobra, didn't he? With Tom Christensen in the RAC TT race. He's also won the St Mary's Trophy. And he's won in Adrian Newey's GT40 as well. Really versatile, great bloke.
Here's the Dane train car, victorious at Le Mans. The Pro Drive run, Aston Martin GT car, and another victor. So we've got 3 of the 4 class victors at Le Mans here today from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a Christian Poulsen, David Heinemeier Hansen and Nicky Tim car, isn't it? And it was very poignant because this car was raced last year at Le Mans by Alan Simonson. He lost his life in the early laps of the race. So it was a fitting tribute dedicated to the memory of Alan Simonson by his fellow Danes in this year's edition of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
And the chief mechanic on that car, a friend of ours, Graham Leslie, son of David Leslie, he was overjoyed to pick up that winner's trophy. Great scenes after Le Mans this year. Great scenes here at Goodwood this year.
Another Aston on the line, this the V12 Vantage, Paul White, who's raced this car in the British Endurance Championship for a number of years.
Jaguar XJ220, this is the GT car rather than the Le Mans car on the hill now. 3.5 litre turbocharged V6 from 1993 in this Jaguar XJ220, and a time 20 or so years ago, guys, that supercar building by manufacturers was really getting into its stride.
Yeah, this car developed by Tom Walkinshaw Racing, who'd had so much success in Group C, of course, and won its class on debut, didn't it, at Le Mans with David Coulthard. And you mentioned David Leslie a moment ago, Toby. He was on the driving strength of that team.
Yes, I think
they
there was
won their class, and then they were thrown out because there was a problem with it, and they lost the win. So DC didn't get a debut Le Mans class win.
But as David said some years later, they never asked for the trophy back, so I still have it.
Yes.
So we've got some more Le Mans cars coming up here from the start line, ladies and gentlemen. Another Aston Martin endurance racing car, and the Silk Cut Jaguar with Andy Wallace just having left the line. He put his lights on, sorry, Andrew Frankel at the wheel. Just put the lights on just as he came to the line to give it an extra bit of Mulsanne fever.
We like a bit of pathos.
One of the glorious Scuderia del Portello machines leaves the line. Lovely little Alfa Tipo 33. Marco Caggiani of Scuderia del Portello fame.
Kind of car that used to race in the Targa Florio and in the then World Sports Car Championship. Look how short that wheelbase is when you see this car come past you up the hill. Tiny, but very chuckable around those Targa Florio roads.
I was looking at the elegant roll over protection system, which is about 2 inches beneath his head. In true period style. Marco Caggiani, the chief of Scuderia del Portello. Factory Alpha historic team those days.
They turn up with some wonderful cars, don't they? Including the GTAN junior European touring car races. And some of these sports races from the early to mid 70s, like the little Alfa T33.
We were saying this morning about Maseratis how that family of 250Fs evolved over the years. The Alfa Romeo Tipo 33s came in a variety of flavours, didn't they, in different sizes, 3-litre cars, 2-litre cars.
Loved the huge wedge-shaped later T33, the Willie Cowson Racing Team cars. Paul Stewart takes photos of Felipe Massa.
Look at the smile that Felipe's got on his face.
We're looking at martini-clad Felipe Massa as we miss the Stefano Macaluso Lancia Beta Monte Carlo making its way up.
Whilst on the line we have the Formula One world champion from 1969, 1971 and 1973. It's Sir Jackie Stewart driving the Mercedes 1.5 litre. This is the Tripoli car, but Jackie Stewart leads the line. 3 times a world champion, 27 Grand Prix victories for Stewart, and he's here again at Goodwood, one of our many world champions.
Yeah, running out of batch, but when you're Sir Jackie Stewart, you can do that. The W165, 1939, 1.5 litre supercharged machine, built to the Watcherette regulations that had an engine capacity ceiling of 1.5 litres, dominated in the hands of Herman Lang and Rudolf Caracciola, 2 pre-war Silver Arrows heroes.
Is that the Lang or Caracciola tartan on the seat, Henry?
Yes.
I noticed that the Mercedes-Benz historic crew have just got a little bit of tartan on their arm patches and on the lining of their jackets. It seems to fit very well. So this car racing pre-war in Tripoli. It was then part of Italy, and Marcus, you were saying that they had their own regulations for a one-off race, and Mercedes-Benz said, we'll play your own game, we make this special car with the special engine, and they won it.
Yeah, it's fantastic effort, developing the car behind closed doors, pitching up with it, sort of, well, here we are, chaps, and we're going to win it, and off they went and did it.
Fascinating to hear some of Jackie Stewart's thoughts, a man who raced in a hugely perilous era of Grand Prix racing, sampling a car from an even more perilous era of racing. And he's safely across the line up towards the top paddock, where we will hear from some of the drivers in that batch.
I was wondering, Toby, if I may interject, have you seen R4D this weekend, the ERA?
I've seen it on the entry list, but I haven't seen it moving. One of the most famous ERAs that were ever built. It had an engine problem at Goodwood last year at the revival, did it not, Marcus?
Yeah, that's right.
Has that been cured?
Well, he's got 2 engines, Mac Hulbert, for it, that's for sure.
Okay, let's go once again to the top paddock as the support vehicles go and rescue their steeds, with Bruce Jones, who's with some of the stars from that last run.
Felipe Massa, the arrival of a little bit of rain just before you had your run in the ex-Damon Hill Williams, that must have maybe concerned you a little.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. It was very slippery. I have no idea about the track, so it was not so easy, but it was nice. I mean, it was a great fun, good, fantastic feeling to be in one of the, incredible cars from Williams. And yeah, I'm very happy. So incredible people, great fans, and happy to be here.
Obviously, with a team with 40 years of history like Williams, it must be great when you go to the base in Grove and look at all those old cars. What ones did you watch when you were little back in Brazil growing up?
Yeah, I was always watching Formula One. I started with Piquet because Emerson, I was a little bit too kid, But I started with Nelson. And then going through Ayrton, incredible time, and then I'm here, so it's always Formula One is always special for Brazil, also for Brazilian people. We have great fans, and it's amazing.
Now it looks as though the good days are coming back for Williams. You've arrived at the team in the right year. Good form in Austria. Do you think you'll be able to show that same sort of speed at Silverstone?
I hope, you know, it's definitely great to be competitive. It's great to be there, you know, fighting in the front. Silverstone, maybe we need to see how the track will suit our car, but I hope we can be there. I hope we can be fighting, you know, scoring points race by race. We need to be careful about the weather, you know, which, you know, maybe we can have some showers around, but I hope we can do you know, I hope we can repeat, you know, what we started in Austria.
Well, Felipe, you haven't been to the Festival of Speed for quite a while. It's great to have you back. Do please keep coming to us.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a great pleasure for me, and I hope we can come back here many, many years.
Felipe, thank you. Kenny Brack, we had a little rain before the start of your batch in the top paddock. I guess it must have been dry in the bottom part of the course because you went faster than you did yesterday, 47.86 seconds.
Yeah, it was dry down the bottom, but it was a little slippery coming up the top, but I think those conditions might suit us here.
Well, you took more than a tenth of a second off your best time set yesterday in the long-tail GTR, but still Michael Bartels is fastest in the MC12, but only by a small section. But it's 100 years of Maserati. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders there.
I guess it is. We'll see. We have a few more runs.
That's what we like, fighting talk. Best of luck. See how you get on this afternoon. I think this weather might clear, actually.
It might. You never know. You never know.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam. This is ludicrous. Sofa ref. He's off. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Wonderful sight down there in front of Goodwood House as we wait for the sports cars, endurance races and Le Mans legends to make their way back down to the paddock. If you haven't had a chance to get down to Goodwood House yet to see that remarkable structure, celebrating 120 years of Mercedes, then do so. Let's talk to our rally boys. We have a separate commentary team up there, the expert hands of Tony Jardine and Xavier McCarton. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Henry?
Very well. I'm fully fevered up, and I guess you guys are as well.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had the rain this morning. The dust has gone down a little bit, but in terms of fantastic machinery, we just had Steve Perez go past in the Lancia Stratos. We had a visit from legend, the winner of the inaugural World Rally Championship in 1979, Bjorn Voldegaard. And I think, Henry, what's interesting for you in terms of watching Kenny Brack when he's coming up the hill, he's just been eulogizing about Kenny Brack's performance in the Midnight Sun Rally in Sweden and saying, I don't want to talk about him because he was that fast, he was that good.
Yeah, he's fantastic, isn't he, at all disciplines. But you guys have got a cross-section of cars like I've never seen. The V4 Saab, the Fiat 131, the little Mini Cooper, right up to the all-singing, all-dancing World Rally cars. There is something from every generation of rallying history, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we're very, very spoiled up here this weekend, and we have some more guests arriving today, obviously Saturday and Sunday. We have a great cross-section. 80+ cars up here, and we've just been explaining that people can go up and see them in the paddock, talk to the drivers. We just get a clip of Steve Perez there. It is a great, great history of rallying, which people can come up and enjoy as we look at the famous DKP 191T Rothmans Escorts. Everyone knows about those. And a real sort of atmosphere here today. We've had a little shower of rain. It's cleaned up the stage for us. Henry, it's very good up here.
Oh, it's great seeing the Rothmans. David Sutton run Escort, the Harry Vatten and David Richards car. I could be 10 years old again. Staggering. Guys, you've got some bloke called Loeb coming up to play, haven't you, at some point?
Yeah, we have 9 times World Rally Champion in the Citroën DS3 WR, the WRC car. And this was the car in which he took the 8th and 9th of his titles. And he's going to be very busy shuttling the media around the Forest Rally stage. But we're really looking forward to that. Arguably the best all-round driver in the world. And he's going to be coming onto the stage today. And I think he's going to be visiting you on the hill in something from Pikes Peak.
Yes, we hope so. The 208 T16, extraordinary machine. I had a brief glimpse there, guys, of the Lancia Delta S4, the car that won the RAC in '85 on its debut. That's quite something, isn't it?
And as you speak, we were just joined by Alistair McRae, so we're going to have a chat with him shortly. But yeah, the Lancia Delta S4, the Nissan Sunny, as you see here, it's a great history of rallying, but who are more familiar with the modern machinery come and see it, the S2000, the R5s, but then we can look back at history such as the Rover and take part. And we've had a great start to Saturday up here, I must admit.
And of course, when the cars aren't running on the course, they're parked in an open paddock, and you can go up and take photos, get close and absorb yourself in a wonderful history lesson of rallying.
Well, that's the thing. You can come up and, you know, if you approach the drivers, you can sit in the car, have your photograph taken. You've got something to take away from your trip to Goodwood. You have a memory, and that's what it's all about up here. Everywhere you look, there are memories, cars from 1950 to 2014, and that's the beauty of it.
Just had a studio moment up here as I've seen that Audi Quattro. I think I might have to go and have a lie down. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. We'll let you chat with 1995 British Rally champion Alistair McRae and talk to you later again. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Xavier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Plenty of action still to come on the Forest Rally stage, designed by 1983 world champion Hannu Mikkola, who's here this weekend. And our intrepid duo, Jenny Gow and Ben Constanduros, are around and about. And Ben is down there talking supercars.
The Koenigsegg 1-1, a spectacular-looking machine here in the Michelin Supercar paddock. It's called 1 because it has a power-to-weight ratio of 1. That means the car weighs 1,360 kilos, but from the 5-litre V8 twin-turbo engine, it produces 1,360 PS of power. That is a huge amount of power, and this car not only looks amazing, but sounds and goes at some warp speed. And here at Goodwood, you can get as close as we are right now, study all of its fantastic lines, and hear it as it goes up the hill at the Festival of Speed. Most cars in the Michelin Supercar run are on the hill and running, but some do stay in the paddock, and this Spiker B6 Ventador actually is one of those cars. It's a concept car. In terms of its character, it doesn't have a particularly amazing specs in terms of its engine, but it is a fantastic car to look at. Just look at the interior. Beautiful detailing from Spiker. Their motto is Nulla Venci in via est via, which means...
For the tenacious, no road is impassable.
Thank you very much. And it is a wonderful car. Of course, it has the DNA of the crazy Dutch, and it is wonderful to look at. So many cars going fast up the hill at 2:05 from the Supercar run, but make sure you come down to the paddock because there are cars that aren't running but are great to look at. Many a wondrous machine in the Michelin Supercar paddock with huge horsepower and massive engines, but this is the future from BMW, the i8. At just under £100,000, it is also incredibly affordable. The electric motor producing 131 brake horsepower, but with a 1.5-litre petrol engine as well, it produces 362 brake horsepower. Those figures don't sound amazing, but what is amazing is, number one, the torque and acceleration, and of course up the hill here at Goodwood, setting a time that is vitally important. Though miles to the gallon, the fuel economy, 135 miles to the gallon. With the tank that they have in this car, that means 500 kilometers per tank, and therefore this surely is the way that the hypercar and supercar paddock needs to go in the next 10 years. I just love it. To many here at Goodwood, if you say supercar, then you think Italy. And if you think Italian supercar, then surely Ferrari is the most prolific make. And this is the La Ferrari, or the Ferrari in Italian, a beautiful hypercar, and with hybrid technology to rival Porsche and rival McLaren. This has a 6.3-litre V12 engine producing 789 brake horsepower and has a KERS unit attached to it. In fact, you can see it being charged up here, and that produces an extra 161 horsepower. So it rivals the power output then of the McLaren and the Porsche. But up this Goodwood hill, each one is going to be racing each other. The P1, the Porsche, and JK from Jamiroquai's bright green LaFerrari that he only took delivery of a couple of weeks ago. If you want one of these, you must have already bought a couple of Ferraris and be on their special list, and also have 1.2 million euros to spend as well.
Ben Constanduros out there among the supercar paddock. We will see some of those supercars coming onto the hill in just a moment. Batch 6 The Michelin Supercar Run, which is going to be timed this weekend. There are some very quick cars with some very quick drivers. We'll also get a chance to see some of our first glance machines, prototypes from manufacturers, all of whom are represented here this weekend, bringing to the Festival of Speed some amazing, weird, wonderful and wacky bits of kit that you simply will not have seen anywhere before. This is their global public debut. The first machine away looks suspiciously like one of the latest McLarens. And is that 2009 World Champion Jenson Button sitting in that?
It is indeed. Jenson Button will be leading off.
How marvellous.
The Michelin Supercar Run in the 650S McLaren from McLaren Special Operations. And he's quite a way away down in the paddock at the moment, but he's getting ready to find his way up. He will be followed by a host of multi-million-pound machinery.
I can see the P1 behind, so it's a McLaren 1-2 before we've even got going.
Absolutely.
Great to see.
Derek Bell in the canary yellow Bentley behind, you can see in the background, and Porsches and Spikers and Mercedes and BMW i8, a real multitude of multi-million-pound machinery, if not nearly £1 billion, who knows, if we got our calculator out, because Henry, I certainly have run out of fingers and toes to try and keep count. Beautiful day here at Goodwood. Good morning and welcome to you if you're just coming in. It's great to have you here today at the 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed. We have had a couple of batches already, including some pre-war cars and Le Mans cars. We are now looking forward to the Michelin Supercar Run with a whole host of professional drivers at the wheel of the multi-million-pound cars. Jenson Button will be driving the next car up the 1.1 mile Goodwood hill climb. The 2009 Formula One World Championship is on the line now with the McLaren 650S.
Give him a big round of applause, a cheer, a clap and a wave, and a real special Festival of Speed welcome when you see him. Jenson Button, 2009 World Champion with Brawn. A winner for Honda, a winner for Brawn, and a winner, of course, now for McLaren.
A very lucky prize winner sitting alongside Jenson as he leaves the line, and as the front dips as he's hard on the brakes for the first corner, he comes out of the shadows and makes his way up towards the front of the Goodwood house. McLaren working night and day on their new cars, a brand new 650S GT3 car launched only a couple of days ago, yesterday in fact, here at Goodwood. It looks absolutely stunning, as does this car, the P1 McLaren, ladies and gentlemen. 903 horsepower. This is a hell of a piece of kit.
Jenson Button, super smooth, straight arm, marketed in the McLaren round the penultimate right-hander, popping out into the daylight one final time around the long left-hander and across the finish line to the top paddock, where he will receive a very, very big welcome, I have no doubt. The extraordinary yellow P1, the rear wing in full downforce spec. Did you manage to see who was pedalling, Toby?
Phil Quaife is at the wheel of this P1.
Okay, GT racer and McLaren development driver.
And using all of those 903 horses all the way towards the top of the hill. P100U, the other registration they've got is the works car P100V, as the two McLarens have now made it to the top of this Goodwood hill, and a whole array of supercars now on the line. Henry, we've got the V12 Panigale next up.
Superb. All the world's manufacturers of supercars are here. This, the latest creation from Horatio Pagani's extraordinary imagination. I can see the sin behind it we saw for the first time yesterday. Chevrolet powered supercar.
Well, it's Panigale. Are you going to go for it? Huayra?
It's something to do with wind.
It is indeed. It's along the lines of a Mistral, isn't it? Well, we are now riding on board with the Sin that Henry was talking about. This gives you a driver's eye view of what Goodwood is like. You've got to turn in early for that first corner. It opens out, it's quite sort of parabolic, and then it's a seemingly never-ending series of right-handers. Yes, it's a straight, you can really wind it up, but it's not really a straight, is it?
And if we stay on board, you'll see what I mean about, look, the blind approach to Molecombe through the right-hand. Where do you brake when the car is light? Do you brake after the brow when it could be too late? Into the Molecombe left-hander, tuck it in, keeping it as neat and tidy as possible. You have grass at the apex, grass on the exit, and then the darkness of the Flint Wall S's. Turn it right by the bail, miss the wall, howling back out into a brief respite of daylight through a blind right-hander. When you're sitting that low in a supercar, these bails are enormous. Out into the daylight once more, and then the final long left-hander. One-dimensional, narrow, tunnel-like as you howl over the crest under the finish line and down along the finish straight into the top paddock.
JK, Jamiroquai, is used to singing songs like 7 Days in Sunny June. It's a sunny day in June here today.
A little bit of canned heat in that car, mate. See what I did there?
Absolutely, absolutely. He's had this days, this LaFerrari, not even a week, I believe.
And he's had it painted in a unique colour. Here's one of my absolute all-time super cool mega bloke ace heroes, Derek Bell, 5-time Le Mans winner, double world sports car champion. I suggested he was wearing a banana-coloured trousers yesterday. He tweeted me and said, pistachio green, thank you.
I found out as a 14-year-old lad that Derek Bell went to my school. So I wrote him a letter in those days. They didn't have anything like email. I wrote him a letter, and Derek Bell hand-wrote a letter back from Florida because he was racing in the IMSA series in those days. Thank you very much for your letter. I haven't been to Worcester for a while. I'll come back. So he turned up in a 928 Porsche and gave us a load of posters. 14-year-old lads, we thought it was Christmas as a Le Mans winner rocked up into the playground. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and you've loved him ever since. A couple of his Rothmans Porsche 956s are here. The Rolls-Royce Wraith is very, very quick indeed. Don't often see a Rolls-Royce squealing its tyres.
Porsche 918 now on the hill. Porsche versus McLaren versus Ferrari with their current machinery, and the Martini colour scheme on this matte black Porsche 918 giving it a bit of retro feel as it speeds past you.
It's like one of the Just 936s, isn't it, that they ran in a dark colour with the Martini stripes. Wonderful.
Mark Webber having the envious job of delivering Maria Sharapova to a pre-Wimbledon party in London during the week. Tough jobs that these mud racing drivers have to do for their manufacturers, isn't it?
Yes. So if you're just arriving trackside, we are underway with the first of our 2 Michelin Supercar runs. The later session this afternoon will be timed, and that's going to be quite something. On board we go with one of the Nissan GTRs. This is the Nismo, an even more hairy version of an already particularly hairy supercar, the Total Traction Nissan GTR turbo machine.
Jan Mardenborough at the wheel of the camouflage car that's going through Molecombe, winner of the PlayStation GT Academy competition, driving at Le Mans in recent years. That is a very, very quick car from a standing start. He's followed up the hill by another Nissan GTR without the camouflage livery on it. Still a Nismo spec car, and that is driven by multi-Olympic gold medalist and all-round hero Chris Hoy.
Yes, Chris Hoy, who's recently taken up motorsport, hasn't he? Racing in British GT in the Nissan.
As he started racing some radicals, didn't he? And was very quick. He's had some excellent instruction. And Chris Hoy making his way towards the top of the hill.
Yes, towards top of the sport as well. Yes, started that Radical SR1 challenge last season. Morgan Speedster just passed us, looking very svelte.
Yeah, there's Jensen and JK, pop superstar and Formula One superstar, chatting about his unique green Ferrari, LaFerrari, registration 22 Jet.
Do they go to the same facial hair groomers?
Very possibly. The expensive ones. Simon Dickinson on the line in the Aston Martin Vanquish Volante. Already through the first series of right-handers in front of the house and under the bridge. Plenty of different configurations of Aston Martin. We have the Vanquish drop tops, we have the V12S, we have the V8 Vantage. Les Goebel at the wheel of the V12S in that sort of French blue colour.
The V12 engine howling its way off the line, a little bit of a kiss on the inside of that second right-hander, throwing up a little bit of dust, but then using all of the road. Quite a crown in this Goodwood hill climb, and some of the drivers of some very lowly slung cars saying that it really does make the car track around a little, but these professional drivers having no problem at all. And as we ride on board, coming up to the flint wall, you can't see anything until you're right on top of it. You've got to flick right, then left, and then back into the sunshine. You're climbing. It's steeper than it looks, and then the tunnel through those big straw bales, and that was where we saw Kenny Brack doing 129 miles an hour over the line with the McLaren GTR a couple of batches ago. Andy Wallace is now on the hill with the Jaguar F-Type. Andy Wallace in a Jaguar, how fitting.
Yeah, 88 Le Mans winning hero. He was a winner at Daytona as well, of course, and a two-time Sebring 12-hour winner. He's got all the major international long-distance sports car races on his CV. And he's a really down-to-earth, charming chap. Loves talking about his Group C exploits, thundering down Mulsanne at 240 miles an hour in the wet in the middle of the night, as though it was a trip to Tesco.
Nothing on the clock but the maker's name. So still we have a Ginetta lining up, we have a Lotus Exige, a Maserati, we have the Mercedes SLS GT3, and a whole host of other cars being lined up. Stuart Lynn at the wheel of this little Ginetta.
Yes, multiple Ginetta champion, Stuart Lynn, who works for the company. Lawrence Tomlinson running it these days from Leeds, hence the LT number plate on the car, G60 LT.
Lawrence has given Ginetta a real shot in the arm, hasn't he?
It needed it.
Yes, it did. It was sort of dormant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Produced a nice little sports car in the 1960s, but
Martin Pfaff had tried really hard on thin air for about 20 years, and then Lawrence Tomlinson picked up the baton and went racing at the same time, and really got the mark back engaged in sports car racing.
Remember them taking a famous GT win at Le Mans, Lawrence, with Richard Dean and Tom Kimber-Smith 7 or 8 years ago. And now, of course, Ginetta, the mainstay of two one-make series that support the British Touring Car Championship, the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup and the Ginetta Juniors, spawning the next generation of British Touring Car Championship stars. Sadly not with us this weekend as they're racing at Croft, but some of them will be racing in the Revival, which doesn't clash in September, which will be fun.
This is the Maserati Gran Cabrio, is it not?
It is indeed. It's followed up by the Gran Turismo Stradale Maserati, a beautiful, beautiful car. Leaves the line, hints of tyre smoke pouring off the rears, and already away down through the avenue of trees. Maserati.
That's lovely, isn't it? Well, there's no more cooler way to transport 4 people plus luggage across the continent. Wonderful soundtrack. Ross Kaiser, experienced racer.
That's right, the predecessor of the Gran Cabrio in the hands of Spam Sports' Steve Mills.
And what better way to go skiing for the weekend in San Moritz. Now then, next up, it's the Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3.
Subtle, isn't it, Toby?
Yes, just a bit. Don't think it would get over the speed bumps in Weybridge, Henry.
No. Do you see it or do you hear it first?
Oh, you would hear it first without
Both
shadow of doubt. Look at the exhaust. They emanate just behind the front wheels.
Yeah, Elliot Cole at the wheel, a winner in Brit Car in a Mosler some years ago. All these Michelin Supercar machines entrusted with proper drivers. Mercedes, he's just slowed up to do a bit of a burnout on the run out of Molecombe up towards the wall. The little Alfa Romeo giving chase. Saw one of those getting hurt yesterday, didn't we, at the Bales?
Orange crash helmet of Rupert Keegan behind the wheel, 1976 British Formula 3 champion, went on to Grand Prix racing.
Aurora AFX champion in '79. Making a series of documentaries, made it out alive about his exploits as a Grand Prix driver and bon viveur in 1970s F1.
Next up on the line, we have the Koenigsegg, the 1-1, apparently able to reach a speed of 273 miles an hour.
Yes, not today.
Let's hope not. we like speed here at Goodwood, but maybe not quite 273 miles an hour. What a stunning piece of kit. I think it's got carbon fibre wheels.
It's a cross between sort of some out of Jules Verne and maybe Joe 90.
See the rear flap on the wing working under braking to
active wing.
Yeah, generate some extra downforce and create drag to slow the car down. Extraordinary thing. Swedish built Koenigsegg.
The guy who developed the very first Koenigsegg was a chap who built a thing called the Spider for Formula V back in 1960s. Did a Formula Junior car, I think, before that. It's moved on from that. Clever Swedish engineer behind the first one.
Ferrari F12 Berlinetta now on the line. This really does sound beautiful. You could just drop it down a couple of gears as you're going through those tunnels on the way to Monte Carlo and listen to the 12-cylinder really light up, as it does here off the line at Goodwood. I like the way that the hazards now come on when you stand on the brakes. It gives you some indication how hard these guys are trying.
Yes. Another of the glorious front-engined rear-wheel drive Ferraris, one of the original encapsulation of the term GT, Grand Touring. We're looking forward to seeing Anthony Reid, veteran racer and festival star. Quickest a few years ago in the Chevron GT3 overall, quicker than absolutely anything else. And he's going to be in the Noble. And there he is on the start line. We're going to try and ride on board with Anthony Reid as he gets one final practice run in before this afternoon's timed Michelin Supercar event.
Okay, Anthony on the line with the mid-blue Noble. He's been given the thumbs up by the marshals. He's just started one of the recording onboard cameras inside the car. Now we are riding with Anthony, second gear already, up to third. H-pattern traditional gearbox, feeds it in once, gives it a big turn into the first corner, maybe a little bit of understeer. Now he holds it on the cam, really accelerating from third to fourth gear. Now building speed underneath the bridge, going past the paddock and coming into your view.
Very squirmy under brakes, get it turned in, kiss the apex, using all of what little road you've got there on the exit of Moulcombe, parallel with those huge draw bales through the S-bend. We saw him touch the bale on the inside in the Chevron a few years ago. Long right-hander, keeping it tucked in, and then just hard on the power, up to fourth gear, a little bit of a lift, and then hard on the gas over the finish line. He's got a passenger with him this time, of course, which might add a few tenths of a second to the time. I suspect we'll see him later on without a release for it, and the clock is ticking. Jensen Button there with Sir Chris Hoy. Are they talking bicycles or are they talking cars? Jensen, a great triathlete, of course, which involves running, swimming and cycling. Great stuff, and hopefully Bruce has had a chance to chat to one or both of those two superstars. The BMW i8, very much the future. It's very, very quiet and very, very quick.
Alexander Sims is driving here the BMW i8. The first time I've seen it in the, I can't say flesh, in the carbon fibre, in the titanium, in the electric.
Yes. Factory BMW driver Alexander Sims racing in British GT in the Barwell Motorsport run Écurie Écosse Z4, and will be rejoining that team for the Spa 24 Hours in a few weeks. The raucous shriek of the Lexus LFA come through Molecombe and on its way up to you as we look at one of the new Audi R8 sports cars.
Chris Ward drove this yesterday, recent winner of the Autosport 3 Hours Retro.
We've heard from our spies in the timing booth that Anthony Reid's time was roughly 51 seconds, so that's incredibly quick for a road-going car. We'll see later on if he can break the sub 50-second barrier. And only 2 of our competition cars have gone sub 50-second already. That gives you an indication of just how quick Anthony is up here.
Special operations, special vehicle operations car now on the line from Range Rover. Jaguar, Land Rover, Range Rover going through a golden era with their cars. Their Jaguar F-Type Coupe, for me, one of the prettiest cars that you're able to buy new at the moment. And the Land Rover, Range Rover range, they can't make enough of them. Extra factory being built on the original venue of Fort Dunlop on the side of the M6 by Jaguar Land Rover to try and quench the thirst of the market of the world.
Yeah, the famous Fort Dunlop building, now a hotel, isn't it, of course, that still towers over the M6 in Birmingham. JLR based a bit further back down the M40 at Gaydon.
All the Dunlop operations for their racing tires are going to be moving to Germany in the next year, 18 months or so, as the Range Rover powers its way to the top of the hill. A luxurious car, but still very, very swift indeed. We're now getting into our 2014 first glance cars, but first off we've got the, I was going to say it's the Vauxhall, what is it here in the UK?
The VXR.
The VXR.
You nearly called it Holden Commodore then,
I nearly
didn't you?
did, mate.
Fantastic big front-engined grunty rear-wheel drive machine. Great fun to drive.
I'm sure I saw Steve Cropley in the passenger seat yesterday. He would call it a Commodore, wouldn't he? As we've now got the Aston Martin Rapide, and the next car on the line is interesting. This is the Renault Megane Trophy, the 275 Trophy R. This recently set the lap record for its class at the Nürburgring only last month, with the driver here today, Laurent Hugon, at 7 minutes and 54 seconds around the Nordschleife, the North Loop at the Nürburgring. Sub 8 minutes in a front-wheel drive car. That's very, very quick indeed.
Yes, it is indeed, yeah.
I've been lucky enough to be driven around the Nürburgring with a very fast peddler who actually lives inside the Nürburgring Nordschleife circuit, a very quick driver, and the one thing you mustn't do after having had a quick lap with somebody is try and emulate it yourself. But hats off to these guys who set the lap. Look at the speed past the wall with the Renault Megane. Quick indeed by Laurent Hugon, the man who made the mark of 7 minutes 54 seconds around the Nürburgring in this car, a class record holder at the moment with the Megane RS. Quick and nimble, not too much weight, and that's the key to being quick.
Particularly at a hill climb.
Absolutely, absolutely. People always are in wonderment when I say the weight of the car that I've been driving in recent years. 273 kilos. They can't quite get their head around it.
That's about what I weigh. Jaguar XFR S shooting brake on the line. The ultimate Jaguar barnstormer, the estate version of the XFRS. Again, another great way to cart all your friends, family and clobber around at some pace and in some comfort.
The fastest way for Team Sky to get their bicycles delivered when the Tour de France kicks off next weekend, I believe it is, in Yorkshire. Jaguar supporting Team Sky, and another, as you say, very rapid everyday car. Now then, Tiff Needell leads the line in the second of the BMWs that are on the hill at the moment. This is the brand new M4 BMW, two-door coupe, and the first M3, M4 that has been turbocharged since the introduction of the M3 back in 1985. We've just seen go up the hill the latest M5, driven by Steve Soper, but Tiff Needell hanging the back out with this 420, 440 horsepower rear-wheel drive M4 from Munich. Lovely, very, very dark blue, almost purple shade to it, like the colour. And Tiff Needell having a real go with this modified performance edition. The Aerial Atom now next up, making its way past the house. Next time it'll be a timed run, as these guys will be battling to see what time they can do in the Supercar run. But here we are at the first glance class, the Aerial Atom 3.5R. Aerial launching a motorcycle for the very first time this week, and it will be seen in the motorcycle batch later today. It's using a Honda VFR engine in it, but it's got a very similar chassis design to the Aerial car that you can see here as it climbs towards the top of the hill. As the Porsche Cayman GTS, I won't say waft, speeds its way past you, Henry.
Absolutely sweet handling mid-engined Porsche Cayman. It's had rave reviews, hasn't it, by the motoring press. I'm a unashamed 911 purist, so I'm not sure. Give me a 911 any day.
The Seat Ibiza 30th anniversary edition makes its way towards Moulcombe through the heat haze. 30 years that the Seat Ibiza has been running. It used to have engineered by Porsche on the rear windscreen, did it not? But now under the auspices of the Volkswagen Audi group, they're going from strength to strength. As the another anniversary edition car is coming up towards you, the Peugeot GTI 30th anniversary edition, the brand new 208. That'll be a good handling car if a 1.9 205 GTI has got anything to go by.
Just a few minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, from the arrival of the staggering RAF Red Arrows. We'll be crossing over to Squadron Leader Mike Ling, who's high up on the top of Goodwood House, to bring you a 30-minute display quite unlike any. So look out for the RAF Red Arrows in a couple of minutes' time.
As the first glance cars continue here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, all 2014 cars, the Volkswagen XL1, an engineering project that, did we not hear yesterday, produces well over 300 miles per gallon if in full eco mode, which is something that this Rolls-Royce Ghost can only dream of, but the comfort level's somewhat different. Rolls-Royce now based just down the road here at Goodwood, and every single Rolls-Royce coming out of their factory totally unique.
Absolutely. Well, we have to break away from our on-track action for a half-an-hour stint by the extraordinary RAF Red Arrows, who are popular additions to the Festival of Speed every year, and we can join Squadron Leader Mike Ling. He is on the roof of Goodwood House to bring you every single moment of this stunning RAF Red Arrows display team. Please cast your glance to the sky as we welcome the RAF Red Arrows. Over to you, Mike Ling.
Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Squadron Leader Mike Ling, I'm Red 10. And here are the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows.
Coming left, now.
The team arrive in a big V shape known as Big Battle, with the jets around 20 feet apart. They're flying at 400 miles an hour. You now see the jets collapse to around 6 feet apart as they form a short diamond formation. At the front of the formation is Red 1. He's squadron leader Jim Turner. It's his third and final year as the team's leader. He's a former Jaguar pilot. He's very experienced in the display world, having displayed the Jaguar, spent 3 years previously in the Red Arrows, and spent 3 years as the official advisor to the Royal Saudi display team. Out to the left now in short diamond.
Out. Rolling. Out. Four and five. Roll.
Reds 4 and 5 pitch up to rapidly roll back into a shape known as Apollo.
Coming left. Now. Holding the bank. Now, tight. Okay. Eagle. Stop. 2, 3.
You hear Reds 2 and 3 acknowledge the move to Eagle with very metronomic cadence in their voice. The idea is that they say 2 and 3, and in 4 in their heads they extend their air brakes, and on 6 while they're counting they retract their air brakes, and that enables all 3 aircraft on each wing to drop back in unison to form a new shape. This shape is Eagle.
Out. Rolling. Out. Coming right. Now. Holding the bank. Now. Tight. Okay.
The 2014 is a very special year for the Red Arrows. This year it is our 50th display season. And in those 50 seasons, the team have performed over 4,500 times in 56 countries around the world. Primarily, our aim is to demonstrate the strengths and relevance of the Royal Air Force, but our secondary roles include defence diplomacy overseas, supporting British industry, and assisting in recruiting for the British military. We are very proud and honoured to represent the very best of British, both at home and overseas. Over to our left, the smoke has gone off. The team have formed another shape. Reds 4 and 5 have moved forward slightly to show us the planned form of the Russian fighter jet, the Su-27. The NATO code word for the Su-27 is flanker. So in from the left now, this is flanker.
Coming left. Now.
You can hear that cadence in Red 1's voice. The idea of that is that the pilots use Red 1's cadence to anticipate their control inputs. The smoke comes on now as the team form a very wide shape. Reds 8 and 9 will move to the outside of the formation, and from Red 8's right wing through to Red 9's left wing, the formation measures around 100 meters or 300 feet, which means that the outside pilots have to anticipate their inputs. So they use the cadence in Red 1's voice. But now in from the left, this is Phoenix, and with some red, white and blue. Let's have a very patriotic round of applause. On the leader's right wing is the first of our 2 first-year pilots for 2014. He is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stu Campbell. Stu is a former instructor on the Tucano aircraft, teaching basic fast jet training. He was also the Tucano display pilot. Operationally, he moved on to the Tornado GR4, flying over Iraq and Afghanistan. The smoke's on now, out to the front right. You can see the team are forming our trademark shape. They'll be rolling out back towards us and turning right to show us Diamond.
Letting it out, rolling out. Coming right, now. Holding bank, now, tight. Okay.
We fly the majority of our formations with the odd-numbered pilots on the left-hand side. The even-numbered pilots fly on the right-hand side. And in their 3-year tour with the team, the pilots will generally start at the front of the formation. And as their proficiency improves, they will move further back. On the leader's left wing is the other of our first-year pilots. He is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Joe Hurston. Joe is a former Hawk flying instructor, and he has also flown operationally on the Tornado GR4. In fact, he's the only pilot on the team to have instructed on both this version of Hawk, the Hawk T Mark 1, and the Royal Air Force's new advanced jet trainer, the Hawk T Mark 2. Out to the left now, the smoke goes off. The team have formed the iconic shape of the supersonic airliner Concorde. And what a more fitting place to present you Concorde than the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So cameras ready, in from the left, this is Concorde.
Coming left, now. Holding bank, now, tight.
The smoke comes on as the team now form feathered arrow shape. Feathered arrow is a bit of a mouthful to say on the radio, so we shorten it to Fred. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 move forward. Reds 8 and back to that feathered arrow. And in from the left, cameras ready for Fred.
Out, rolling, out. Take off, go. 630.
Well, that's the end of the first half of the Red Arrows display, ladies and gentlemen, where you've seen all 9 aircraft presenting close formation. We're now going to split down into sections of 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7 aircraft and show you some more dynamic manoeuvring. At the front of the formation are Reds 1 to 5. We call them Enid, after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And at the back, Reds 6 to 9 are known as Jippo. Out to the front, the formation is now called Dagger. They're going to roll out directly towards the site here. Get your cameras ready as they start the second half of the display with the detonator. Enid splits. Now keep your eyes on Jippo underneath. With his smoke on to the left-hand side is Red 6 and leader of the synchro pair, Flight Lieutenant James McMillan. It's McZee's 3rd and final year with the team. He actually grew up in New Zealand and was a member of the Royal New Zealand Air Force, but he transferred to the Royal Air Force in 2002, became a Hawk flying instructor and Harrier pilot. On the left, he's chased down by Red 8. Looking right, Red 7 with the smoke chased down by Red 9. Now these 4 aircraft now descend to just treetop height. They're closing at 850 miles an hour. Get your cameras ready for the Jippo pass. The Synchro pair now leave their smoke on. They're turning away from us at 6G, or 6 times the force of gravity, meaning everything in their bodies weighs 6 times more than normal. The pilots work hard to counter those G-forces as they fly the Cyclone. As the Synchro pair slingshot to the front, look to your left to the north to find Enid. The wings of Enid drop down to form an inverted V-shape. And if you look to your right, there's a lone jet, that is Red 9, who's now going to fly the Goose. Climbing steeply to the left is Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Mike Child. It's his 3rd and final year with the team. He's a former Hawk instructor and Typhoon pilot. He's actually a local boy. He grew up in Chichester, so a big hello to Mike's family who are here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed today. Look directly back to the front now to find Red 6, 7 and 8. Red 7 and 8 start to roll around Red 6, who has his blue smoke on, before they split. This is the Vortex. Up through the middle of the Vortex with the white smoke is Red 8 Flight Lieutenant Martin Pert. It's Pert's 3rd and final year with the team. Another former Hawk flying instructor, Hawk display pilot and Harrier GR9 pilot. Looking left and right again, the Synchro pair have their smoke back on. They're descending back to treetop height. Get ready for the opposition barrel roll. Now look to your right, you'll see Enid have been joined by Reds 8 and 9. They're back in that battle formation. Reds 1, 4 and 5 ease up slightly. They're going to put the coloured smoke on for the revolution. Each of their pilots performing an aileron roll manoeuvre, which essentially is a full left-hand control column input to roll the aircraft around its longitudinal axis. The key to that manoeuvre is to get all 7 aircraft doing it exactly the same time. Now look left and right again for the Synchro pair. This time Red 6 from our right and Red 7 from our left. They're closing at 800 miles an hour. They're going to cross 3 times in opposing 360-degree 6G turns. Get ready for the carousel. Now watch, each of the pilots will swap their smoke colour at each of these 3 crosses using the aircraft's control column and the individual colour control buttons. The smoke is produced by injecting regular diesel fuel into the aircraft's 400-degree engine exhaust. Diesel gives white, and then we add a dye for the red and blue. Now look to the right by 45 degrees to find Enid. Reds 1 to 5 form top to bottom, stacked 1 to 5.
Coming right now.
And as they come into a right-hand turn, they swing out like a pendulum to start the helix. Reds 2 to 5 will now hide behind Red 1 smoke as they form the helix. They move out into a shape called Leaders Benefits, and on the far right, the bottom as we look now, is Red 4. He is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Parr. It's Ollie's second year with the team. He is a former Tornado GR4 pilot. He's also spent a tour as a hawk flying instructor at Royal Air Force Valley on Anglesey, where we train our advanced flying students. But in from the right, some more red, white and blue as the Enid pilots finish the helix. Keep looking to the left or the north now to find Jippo. Red 6 and 7 now roll upside down in close formation. This is the corkscrew. Red 7 there working hard, flying his jet only 8 feet away from Red 6, but doing it while he's upside down. Look to your left now to find Enid. The inside pilots perform tight rolls to the outside of the formation in the rollbacks. Enid finished their rollbacks. You need to keep looking to the right to find Jippo.
Enid, smoke off, go, Jippo, smoke off, go. 6, rolling.
Once again, Red 6 and 7 roll upside down in close formation. The idea now is Reds 8 and 9 will match their formation underneath. This is the mirror pass. Red 6 giving the command to roll out as the 4 aircraft form a 4-ship square card formation. Now look to your right 45 degrees again to find Enid.
Enid, take off, go, 5, roll, go.
Reds 1 to 4 form a box formation, and here goes Red 5. He's now going to roll around Enid a dozen times in the twister.
Coming, right. Down. Hold in the bank. Down, okay.
Getting very dizzy with the red smoke on is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Steve Morris. It's Steve's second year with the team. He's a former hawk flying instructor. Operationally, he's flown both the Harrier GR9 and the Tornado GR4. Out to the front now, cameras ready to find Jippo.
8 and 9, roll, go!
Reds 8 and 9 pitch up to roll around 6 and 7 before they split in the Jip. On the right, with his smoke changing from blue to white, Red 7, synchro number 2. Flight Lieutenant Mark Lawson is Mark's second year with the team. His background is solely on the Tornado GR4, where he was a qualified weapons instructor and spent 3 tours. The synchro pair on the left and right are now descending for their final manoeuvre of the display in the double rolls. Ladies and gentlemen, the synchro. Now looking directly to the front to see Enid being joined by Reds 8 and 9 for the display's finale. They are in a 7-ship Vixen formation, and this is the Vixen break. The Royal Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. Red 1 puts his smoke on. He's going to gather all 9 aircraft now back together before they recover to Bournemouth Airport, where our team of engineers will turn the aircraft, put more fuel in, more smoke in, and then we're going to fly. I'm going to join them there. We're going to fly off to Edinburgh Airport, where we have a display in Stirling this afternoon for the National Armed Forces Day celebrations. Well, Red 1 has said they have a little bit of fuel left, so they're going to try and give us one last fly past here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. That said, we have been told that there is an intruding aircraft coming into our controlled airspace. So I'll keep you updated, but if they are going to come for a fly past, it will be from our right-hand side in just a couple of minutes' time. It's worth mentioning that the Red Arrows are a military unit. We all volunteer to join the team, and we number around 120 personnel. Red Arrows pilots wear red suits, but our support sections wear blue suits. We call them the Blues. Primarily they're made up of engineers, but we do have photographers, suppliers, administrators and drivers who help represent a spectrum of ground trades within the Royal Air Force. Some of our Blues are here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. They're in the Aviation Village among the 3 Red Arrows tents, the red and white inflatable igloo tents. So please go and say hello to the Red Arrows Blues and get a brochure to read about the team. And please give them a pat on the back for their efforts. Without their sterling hard work, our busy summer season wouldn't be a success. Well, Red 1 tells me that the intruding aircraft has been turned away, so we are going to get one last fly past from the Red Arrows, and they'll be coming in from our right-hand side in just a couple of minutes' time, in a big battle formation with some blue. So if everyone down on the lawn of Goodwood House could just look up to the balcony, so up by the Mercedes-Benz 120 years in motorsport sculpture, to give a big wave to me in the red suit up on Goodwood House. Hello, everybody. If everyone could get a picture of the sculpture and get it on Twitter at RAF Red 10, and I'll tweet back a picture of you all waving. So when the pilots come past, a big clap and cheer, lots of waving, and I'll take a picture from here, the top of Goodwood House, and put you all on Twitter this afternoon. In from the right-hand side now, for the last time in 2014, at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows.
Our thanks to Squadron Leader Mike Ling, Red 10 of the RAF Red Arrows, a wonderful British institution. We're delighted to see them every year at the Festival of Speed. We turn our attention once again to action on the track after a scintillating display in the sky. Some wonderful highlights on the screen then of our first Michelin Supercar run, the last chance for our protagonists to practice before this afternoon's timed run. And some highlights also of the RAF Red Arrows. Now we turn our attention to all things two-wheeled with a little bit of four wheels thrown in. Batch 4, our motorcycles, our classic racing bikes, our modern World Superbike and Grand Prix monsters, and our Formula 1 cars. And it looks very much as though we will be headed by Sir Sterling Moss in period helmet, goggles and overalls in the sublime Mercedes-Benz W196, in which he won the British Grand Prix at Aintree in 1955, the first of 16 World Championship Grand Prix for Mr. Motor Racing. Been supporting this event since the very beginning, as he has done at the Motor Circuit Revival since 1998. The greatest driver never to be crowned world champion. Adjusts his goggles and will be ready to make his first run. Let me introduce to you again Barry Nutley, legendary motorcycle commentator, to the commentary box to talk you through all these weird and wonderful motorcycles. Barry, good to see you. Here we are again. A feast of two-wheeled gloriousness is about to be unleashed.
Absolutely, Henry, and it gets better every year. You know, the bike content grows and grows and grows, and the wealth of variety within the bike content is also huge this year. Three essential classes, or groups, shall I say. We're celebrating 40 years of the RG 500 Suzuki, the bike on which Barry Sheene took his World Championships and won all but one of his 19 GP victories. So
yeah, one win for Yamaha at the end, didn't he?
He did, yeah. One win for Yamaha at the end. We've got classic racing motorcycles going back to the early 30s. Got lovely old BSA and some Velocets and some Nortons in there. You can see a BMW R500 of your picture there behind Sir Sterling, and we've also got modern racing motorcycles. The only event not on this weekend is World Superbike, so we've got some World Superbike riders here. We do have a clash with the Dutch Grand Prix at Assen, but some of the GP riders will be jetting over tomorrow to put their leg over motorbikes and go up the hill tomorrow. So
yeah, the 3 Grand Prix are today, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's a Saturday race traditionally in Holland. I think I'd better let you talk about these stunning motorcars.
Wow. Yes, look at that. Sir Sterling Moss in the W196 Grand Prix car, and our event host Lord March in the streamlined version of the same car that made its debut in the French Grand Prix at Reims 60 years ago next Friday. And Juan Fangio led home Carl Kling, his teammate, to a dominant 1-2. After switching from the Maserati team, he went on to win his second World Championship. Lord March leads away in the W196 Streamliner, used to improve straight line speed.
And Henry, but for the enthusiasm of that man, none of us would be here. It's
Correct.
Just amazing.
Absolutely right, yeah. It's the 22nd edition of this fabulous event. First took place in 1993. It was a low-key affair back then, with just a few stakes, a bit of rope, and 50 or 60 cars.
And an idea.
And it's grown into an absolute monster, hasn't it?
Wonderful.
Yeah, famous the world over, with an international array of stars and their cars and bikes.
And as I was just telling the 1987 500cc world champion Wayne Gardner, you know, this is streamed on the internet live all over the world. We've been having tweets from Australia, from America, and a lot of people joining us through the internet. So if you are watching from afar, good morning and welcome to the 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed, with Lord March and Sir Sterling Moss making their way towards the top of the hill. We've now got the motorcycles all lined up on the start line. I hope you can hear me clearly, Henry and Barry.
Yes, we can.
We can.
But it's a tremendous atmosphere. The hairs on the back of my neck, what little hair I have got, that is, standing up. Jim Redman is on the line at the moment as the Mercedes make their way to the top and over the finish line. So Sterling Moss with that period crash helmet with the Mercedes W196.
Toby, what's Jim Redman on? Is he on his period Honda?
Jim Redman is on his Honda, as it's going to be Leon Haslam who actually leaves the line, a current world superbike rider for the Pata Honda squad.
Indeed, round he comes. Leon Haslam sharing this bike with Johnny Ray, who's had 3 wins already this season for the Paddock Honda team in World Superbike. Johnny Ray will be taking this bike up the hill this afternoon. But Leon here, who admits freely to not having the best season, he hurt himself, broke 2 leg breaks last year, which set him back a bit. But the Paddock Honda squad running out of Holland, 10 car to have a little bit to do with that. And Paddock, of course, a Spanish chip company.
10 Carter, of course, who took James Toseland to one of his 2 World Superbike Championships.
Absolutely did. Legendary Dutch tuners. They know how to put a racing Honda together. But young Leon here having a great time, no pressure. But he's now looking forward to the second half of the season. We're halfway through the World Superbike season at the moment, and hopefully his fortunes will improve. He's been getting sort of top 6 finishes, 6th, 7th, thereabouts. Not good enough by his standards, by his own admission. Leon, of course, son of Ron Haslam, started racing at a very, very early age, known as the Pocket Rocket. Won the British Scooter Championship before he put his leg over a 125cc Honda. Pretty much Honda in his DNA. A couple of defections to Ducati and a flirtation with Suzuki, but pretty much it's been Honda through and through with the Haslam family. Number 36, an MT500 Cami Velo. Ivan Rhodes on board. The interesting thing about the pre-war Velosets is that they retained girder forks but had rear suspension, swinging arm suspension, as early as 1935. And this one is an example of that. Look at the iron girder forks and the sprung rear. So a real mixture of technology there.
Well, we've just seen Stuart Graham leave the line on the Honda RC 164, the 250cc 4-cylinder. Meanwhile, Alan Cathcart coming to the line, Steve Parrish coming to the line, Freddie Spencer, Wayne Gardner, Matt Oxley, Alex Lowe, Chaz Davis, Charlie Borman. It's complete and utter overload.
That's 500 Suzuki Twin, the R500 Twin, and this, the Ariel. Look at the Ariel with that great big V1200 Honda engine.
It does look a bit like the Ariel Atom car, just cut in half.
It's wonderful. They've been very faithful to the chassis styling, have they not, with the motorcycle as well. So good to see the British industry coming back, albeit in name alone, but under new ownership. Ariel looking very strong, as indeed our Hesketh here as well this weekend.
It's exactly the same
Stavros
chassis
on board.
It's exactly the same chassis designer that has worked for Ariel doing the car and the bike that Steve Parrish is now riding. They launched it only a couple of days ago. It's made its public appearance for the very first time here at Goodwood. Here is Freddie Spencer leaving the line, the only man probably ever in the history from now on in of motorcycle racing to win 2 50 and 500cc World Championships in the same year, 1985.
3 titles then to his name, 3 times world champion, and as you quite rightly said, Toby, 250 and 500 in the same year. That will never, ever be equalled.
I can imagine Marquez doing something like stepping back for fun and doing both again. I think the calendar and timetable and commercial pressures perhaps wouldn't allow it, but I think he could probably do it.
Freddie Spencer now making his way up the hill, the 1987 world champion. He won it with Rothman's Honda.
Wayne Gardner here. Wayne Gardner on this one.
Sorry, Wayne Gardner. Sorry.
Yeah, Wayne
did I say Freddie Spencer?
You did indeed.
Sorry, I apologise. I'm getting ahead of myself, Barry.
Wayne Gardner on his way up the hill. RS500 GP, Martin Jones. Scott Redding is due to ride this bike tomorrow. Martin Jones has got quite a collection of bikes here. He's got some Suzukas as well. I was speaking to Steve Parrish earlier, who said that he's hoping to ride one of Martin Jones' bikes this afternoon. But this RS500 GP in Rothman's livery with the owner on board. You can always tell which one is the owner because he's the careful one.
Yes.
Got you.
I think I got a brief glimpse of Matt Oxley on the line on the ex-Kevin Schwantz Suzuki.
That's correct. Matt Oxley, former TT 250cc winner, and now the esteemed journalist who wrote that magnificent book, Stealing Speed, the story about Degner and Carden and the secrets of two-stroke technology going to Japan, to Suzuki, as and Matt Oxley now working as a very esteemed journalist, great writer, great journalist, always hits the nail on the head.
This is an ex-Steve Parish Heron Suzuki RG 500. No clue as to who is on board, I'm afraid, but it's an ex-Steve Parish bike carrying the number 4, not detailed in the RG 500 list. Have a quick look at my program, because I'd really like to give you orders. An ex-Schwantz RG 500 stopped on the hill as well, which that's Oxley, is it? Stopped by the straw bales. That's a bit of a shame. Yes, the number 4 Suzuki in addition, so that's a great pity. So Oxley there out of the running on that RG, and that's one of the Steve Harris bikes. Number 94, the RGV 500, was down to have been ridden by Steve Parish because, of course, you saw him go up the hill on the aerial. And this is Potsky, Mark Potter, riding the Norton Dommy Racer, the big man who was for 9 years editor of Motorcycle News, doing a bit of a burnout there, which allowed the rider behind him to catch up.
As Charles March, Lord March himself, tries out a motorcycle on the way back down the hill after he had driven the Mercedes 196 to the top of the Goodwood Hill climb. On the line, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one of Valentino Rossi's Ducatis, MotoGP Ducatis.
Come on, this is your territory, Toby. Get us through this one.
Well, we wait for Charlie Borman to return down to the bottom of the hill because he had a red flag, but the growl of the V4 800cc Ducati is on the line. Here it is on the big screens, the familiar fluorescent yellow number 46. Valentino Rossi won in MotoGP aboard a Honda for 2 years, then he really made his home at Yamaha, but he wanted to try and be an Italian on a Ducati.
Who's on that bike? It's not Chaz Davis, is it?
No. Chaz Davis is on a Panigale, which is coming up in the next couple of bikes.
Okay.
And Valentino Rossi, he never won a Grand Prix, unfortunately, aboard a Ducati MotoGP bike. He got close. He had a third at Le Mans. He had a second at Misano, but unfortunately, try as they may, it wasn't to be. It had a revolutionary chassis, a sort of a shoebox carbon fiber chassis, not the regular frame that you see on so many motorcycles, and it just didn't work for the front end feel, unfortunately.
That bike's owned by Chris Wilson, who's brought a good number of bikes along here, and Chris said if Chaz Davis wasn't going to ride it, then he would, but I can tell you that's not Chris Wilson either, because he's far too slim.
Guys, can I just quickly interrupt and give you a slight tangent? A quick reminder that Sebastian Loeb, 9-time World Rally Champion, is signing autographs on the Citroën stand, and that is underway now. So if you want to get Citroën's superstar Sebastian Loeb to sign something and have a photograph with you, then make your way over to the Citroën stand.
Okay, well, the ex-Rossi GP11 at the top of the hill. VR2, and so aptly described by Toby Moody, it was right up his street and in his back garden for most of his MotoGP career. So you ought to know about that one, Toby.
Yes, I only did the 18 years, you know. So what do I know?
Yeah, absolutely. I know. It sort of creeps up on you, doesn't it?
Yeah, but where I was lucky doing MotoGP commentary is that I went through 125, 250, 500. That then changed in the big class to MotoGP 990s.
Yeah.
Then it went to 800, and then it went to 1000s. The 125s changed from 125 to Moto 3. The 250s changed to Moto 2.
And on and on.
I had the complete range of motorcycles to be able to commentate on.
Right.
Chaz Davis on the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side, on the Ducati. Alongside him, Michael Neves, Motorcycle News chief road tester. Behind them, Charlie Borman on his 10-year-old long way round BMW, riding number 15 with his Goodwood number. And Chaz Davis on the Panigale Superleggere. Is that good enough?
Yes, a lightweight Ducati Panigale. Chaz Davis, 2011 World Supersport 600 champion.
Indeed.
Lives in Herefordshire, not far from me. humble beginnings and went on to win a world championship. An absolute fairy tale.
Well, and I tell you what, he is a very modest young man even to this day. He's unaffected by his success. He's doing a good job in World Superbike as we speak. Charlie Boorman told me he was not going to go on the grass today because he almost threw it away yesterday, and he almost threw it away again. But fully kitted up on this thing, and look at that for a wheelie. Here's a man who's made a very nice living and a great lifestyle out of doing something he absolutely loves. In fact, isn't that true of all of us?
Yes, it is. You're not wrong.
I don't know about a nice living, but certainly doing something I love. There's an ex-Schwantz.
There's a Barry Sheen livery RG 500 there.
Yeah, indeed.
Giacomo Agostini makes his way past you aboard the MV.
Look at this, what a man. He was just so dominant, and he's riding the machine on which he won some of his world titles. Agostini, a regular here at Goodwood, but unfortunately last year he crashed and was hobbling around with his arm in plaster for the second half of the weekend. He does not want to be doing that again. The ironic thing is, it was on the return lap that he got it wrong on the way down the hill.
He won't do that again
last year. He won't do that again, but a real regular, and what a... Well, he's an evergreen. He really is an evergreen.
His son down here at the start line looks just like him. Looks just like him.
That's scary.
Proper scary.
Lock up your daughters.
Yeah, must be so exhausting being that cool.
James Hillier now on the line with the Kawasaki. Yeah, and a real star for today and the future.
Yes, indeed. A man who's making his mark in the Isle of Man TT, out of the world of British Supersport and British Superbike, and has taken to the roads with a fair amount of ability and an awful lot of confidence. And I spoke to him earlier over the weekend, and he said, I'm not going to go out and do anything silly. On the roads, I want to learn to go fast slowly. I don't call this going fast slowly, I'll call that really quite spectacular. On the ZX-10R, which has proved to be a mighty weapon. I would have thought the ZX-10R would need a bit of setting up to get it around the Isle of Man, because it's a little bit nimble and a little bit twitchy. But a handful of a motorbike indeed. So James Hillier doing well.
Couple of electric bikes now coming up your way, Barry, up the Goodwood Hill climb. The electric TT, recognised by the FIM, and a real push behind electric motorcycles, just as there is a push behind electric cars at the moment.
Oh yeah, yeah, and lapping the Isle of Man at 116 miles an hour. This year's race in the Isle of Man won by John McGuinness, his only victory on an electric motorcycle. You can see the huge battery pack there, but just as their four-wheel cousins, and talking of McGuinness, here we have him, McGuinness on the CBR 1000RR Fireblade. One win this year in the Isle of Man, 21 TT victories in total to his credit. The Morecambe Missile he was described as yesterday by Henry Hope Frost sitting next to me. And what a nice guy he is, the Morecambe Missile.
Still that motorcycle fresh from the Isle of Man, still got the flies splatted on the front, and indeed the stone that went through the screen. You can still just see it.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? McGuinness says he reckons he's got some more TTs still in him, but quite a long way to go to match the Joey Dunlop all-time record. Nonetheless, he's going to be there trying. He'll be back next year for more, but the talent and the competition is getting hotter and hotter. Isle of Man TT newcomers are proving their worth.
Alex Lowe's ascending the hill just before McGuinness, the reigning British Superbike champion, now riding in World Superbike. Here's a glimpse of the very first MotoGP Ducati back from 2003. This was ridden in its day by Troy Bayliss, former British and World Superbike champion, went on to win just one MotoGP race back in 2006.
Yeah, but wasn't that incredible? You know, couldn't cut it in his first effort in MotoGP, went back to World Superbike, dominated, came back and won the race at Valencia. I mean, how do you get your head around that?
It was, and here is a 2006 bike. This, the number 15, that was in its day ridden by the Spaniard, Sete Gibernau, who was the most successful MotoGP racer in the first 5 years after Valentino Rossi. He moved to Ducati, he had pole positions at Mugello, but unfortunately didn't quite transpire itself to a victory.
And that bike owned now by Andy Paddock, but down the BMW F800R, of Matty Griffin doing his stuff. I spoke to him earlier. We've got a lovely interview with Matty Griffin, who did us a cockpit tour around that bike, explaining all the trick controls and how he manages to do what he does. And I've got an answer for Henry Hope Frost's question of how does he control the revs, and I'll talk to you later about that because I found out for you. But Matty Griffin, all the way from Galway, doesn't have time to go home after the festival. He's straight off to Germany to do a big show for BMW, and he really ranks among one of the top big bike stunt riders in the world. It's a big motorbike, 800cc twin cylinder, and if you get it wrong, it would hurt.
Yes, absolutely right. Yeah, I did wonder how he keeps it going, because he takes his right hand off.
He does. He has it speeded up to a tick over of about 2,500 revs, and then controls that with his brake. So he just damps it down when he wants to and lets it off. So it's fixed at 2,500.
Crikey.
I know.
Yeah.
It's stunning the way that modern trick motorcycle riders can do what they can do, and they're literally wearing a pair of jeans and a jacket and thin sort of mechanics gloves and normal motor race car driving shoes. He's dancing on the back of that BMW. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Just look how he is defying gravity.
Wonderful. These pirouettes get tighter and tighter and tighter, and that's all about the balance, but he stepped off and threw it away, and he knew he'd thrown it away, but he's carrying a helmet cam there because he films and records all of his own shows, publishes a regular newsletter. If you go online and look at mattygriffin.com, sign on, he'll send you a newsletter.
He's sitting on the bars.
I know. Now watch the wheelie, watch this. Up it goes.
The weight difference, that's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, a wheelie from the top of the tank. Brilliant stuff. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming up towards the bridge. Matty Griffin all the way from Galway. And a very full calendar of events. Triple caliper on the back. Look at that. Triple brakes. 3 big brakes and an enlarged disc.
The rear bodywork, the back of the seat cowl touched the ground then.
It does. And that is, he calls that a 1 o'clock wheelie because he's past the vertical. I thought it meant he could only do it after lunch, but it's a 1 o'clock wheelie. And now the trick. The prop stands down. Matty Griffin, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic stuff for the young Irishman. Very likeable, very affable, and a true professional. There you have it. This is with his 2,500 revs. Throttle just stuck at that very fast tick over. But of course, there's a big rear sprocket there as well, which gears it down significantly. He's probably pulling about second gear at that point, I would have thought. Making his way, is he coming all, doesn't come all the way up the hill, or does he? I think he is. He's certainly coming up towards our commentary point now.
I think he goes into the paddock there, doesn't he?
He's a showman. Matty Griffin, ladies and gentlemen. F800 BMW, terrific stuff.
Brilliant, like all these uber skilled people, makes it look really easy.
Well, I was hoping to see the Bike Safe police bike go up because they were due to do that, and I'm sure it did and we missed it, but maybe we'll get a chance to talk about them. A great initiative by the police to work with motorcyclists, and they call their concept bridging the gap, and I think that's a very apt term. As we know, motorcyclists are apt to divide the law from time to time.
Bridging the gap between what's legal and what isn't.
And bridging the gap between the uniform and the guys who ride the bikes. But hopefully we'll see that this afternoon. I really enjoyed that, Toby. As always, thank you for your help down there. You've been a great asset. Cheers.
No, not at all, Barry. A pleasure to help. I wish we could have more time to talk about it, but we're going to move straight on here at Goodwood. For 2014, we have got on the line Pedro de la Rosa with the V8 2.4 litre Ferrari. He's been lined up on the line and he's about to get underway. Just listen to this.
Fantastic. Pedro de la Rosa in the F2007. I beg your pardon, he's in the F60, isn't he? The 2009 car. He's down to drive both at various points of the weekend. This is the 2.4 litre V8 F60, 2009, winner of the Belgian Grand Prix in Kimi Raikkonen's hands back in 2009, the year in which Jenson Button won the World Championship for Brawn, of course. Spaniard who raced in Formula 1 for Jaguar and for McLaren and briefly for Sauber. For many years a McLaren development driver, now on the books at Ferrari. Personable Spaniard, loves this event, been coming for a number of years. Back in the hot seat in the commentary box. Barry Nutley having a quick rest after that biking bonanza. Marcus, these contemporary Formula One cars, they're so visceral, aren't they? They're raw and pure. And
they are. They're fantastic. And say it's a great shame, as we said over the weekend and previous festivals, we can't see the current ones running, much as the teams would love to bring them and show them off for you, ladies and gentlemen. But that's the way the rules go. But it's great to be able to see cars of recent Formula One eras building that history, which goes right back to the dawn of motorsport here at the Festival of Speed.
Anthony Davidson in the 2011 Mercedes-AMG Formula One car, again with a 2.4-litre V8, screaming his way up the hill. Davidson, a driver with Minardi and with the Super Aguri Formula One teams, and now still on the books of Mercedes-AMG, as well as driving for Toyota at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship. As he gets to the top of the hill, a safe and sound run. Meanwhile, here at the bottom of the hill, Sebastian Buemi with full slick tyres leaves the line in the Red Bull.
Yeah, it's the RB7, isn't it? The car in which Sebastian Vettel took the second of his 4 straight titles. And just going back to Anthony Davidson, Toby, he's leading the World Endurance Championship, of course, after wins in the first 2 rounds at Silverstone and Spa, and then that podium finish in the Le Mans 24 Hours. So Britain flying the flag.
Buemi having a go, Henry.
Absolutely, yeah, he's fully on it in the 2011 Red Bull.
He's having a real go. As you said earlier, they're not timed, Marcus, but that is a good run by Sebastian Buemi and a teammate of Anthony Davidson, who we saw go up the hill a moment ago. Great run by the championship-winning Red Bull.
Certainly was. He set off building up for this yesterday and looked really strong on that run.
Next up, it's the 2009 Formula One World Champion. It's Jenson Button in the McLaren Mercedes.
This is the 2011 McLaren, isn't it? Painted in 2014 livery. This is the car in which Jenson won that extraordinary Canadian Grand Prix after the 2 or 3 hour long delay for rain.
I leapt off my sofa when he passed to take the lead. I yelped. It was such an exciting Grand Prix and a great winner.
I heard it on the radio coming back from a race meeting, and I wouldn't have heard it but for the fact it was delayed.
Yeah, I watched it on French television in the town of Le Mans at the end of the 24 hours that Sunday evening. It was fantastic, and Sebastian Vettel made a mistake at the end, didn't he? And Jenson, after pressurising the German, came through to win.
That's a fantastic aerial shot of Emerson Fittipaldi leaving the line in the McLaren M23, his 1974 World Championship winning car.
That's surreal. That's absolutely surreal. It could be 1974 all over again, couldn't it?
Certainly could. And I just remember him in that first World Championship year, 72, battling with Jackie Stewart in the Tyrrell and with Jackie Eakes in the Ferrari at Brands Hatch.
And it's the car that took Emerson to his second world title, first for McLaren, of course, by which time Jackie Stewart had retired.
Yes, his previous one had come in the JPS Lotus 72.
Yeah. There's the Gordon Coppock designed M23, which had a long and successful life in Formula One. First winning in 1973 in the hands of Denny Hulme and Peter Revson, and was still winning in 76 and 77 with James Hunt.
You probably still have the big Corgi one with the wheels you can take off.
I do. I have the large-scale Tamiya kit as well. Wonderful.
I still have that model. Next on the line, it's the Niki Lauda McLaren Tag Porsche engined 1.5-litre V6 twin turbocharged McLaren from 1984. He won the World Championship, did Lauda, by just half a point that year ahead of Alain Prost. Stefan van Doorn at the wheel.
Yeah, the young Belgian, who's a McLaren protege, racing in GP2 this year. He was out in the 2011 Formula One car yesterday, wasn't he? And here he is in a car 30 years old. Lovely whooshing wail from the V6 turbo Porsche-built tag badged engine in the back of the McLaren. Lauda eclipsing Prost by half a point at the end of 1984.
Big power coming from these engines in qualifying spec. 1300 horsepower or so. sometimes you heard the stories that the engine broke and they couldn't get the gearbox off the back because there was that much detonation involved. But it's all safe and sound, and as Marcus said yesterday, what lovely lines on that car. Lovely, lovely lines indeed. So as he finishes his run, this is Paul Knapfield, who was very quick in the lower reaches of the hill yesterday with the Penske.
Paul Knapfield howling up towards the Flint wall in the Cosworth DFV powered Penske. Car that took the American Roger Penske and his eponymous team to one Grand Prix victory in Austria in 1976, courtesy of John Watson.
He's not hanging about, Nappy, is he?
No, he's not, is he? Watty had a bet, didn't he? He said, I'll shave my beard off when I win a Grand Prix. Oh, the Surtees has gone straight on at Molecombe.
Oh dear.
Ran a little bit wide on the right-hand part of the entry.
Max Smith Hilliard in TS 9B.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? So we'll have that. He scrubbed off a lot of speed, actually. He came across the grass, wasn't locked up, got some speed off on the tarmac when it gripped again, and he's just clonked the bales on the exit of Molecombe there.
He was going well yesterday. He was just outside the top 20 in that car, 58.13. Car looked after by WDK Motorsport in Hampshire.
So we'll hold things for a moment at the start line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speeds, and good news to see that Max Smith Hilliard is out of the car and out of the Surtees. That was a nasty off in front of you, Henry. I could hear the fright in your voice. But good to see that he's up and okay and out and being tended to by the ever-efficient medical crews and marshals here at Goodwood.
Yeah, here's a replay on the screens if you missed it. Ran a little bit wide over the approach to Molecombe, got it on the grass on the left-hand side. Yes, it was locked up, in fact. And there you see it just took the first row of barriers, gently nudging the second. So not a huge impact, but will have damaged the front of the Surtees, no doubt.
That was on treaded tyres as well, interesting.
Yeah, it was, which probably helped a little bit on the grass.
A perfect view of the Mercedes sculpture that goes from the front to the back of Goodwood House. A 1934 Mercedes going on one way, that's from the back of the house, and a 2013 Mercedes AMG Formula One car making its way up from the front of the house, and the two different cars meeting in the middle.
Okay, let's, while we wait for this to be cleared up at Molecombe, and we saw the lovely T70 Spider on the line waiting. Yeah, there's Dale Wells sorting out the recovery of the Surtees. Let's go up to the top paddock and grab a few interviews up there with Bruce Jones.
Lord March, Saturday morning at the Festival of Speed, and one of the many celebrations, 120 years of Mercedes-Benz, and rather neatly you're in a car made from halfway through 1954, the Streamliner W196. Just an amazing machine.
I know, I mean, I've dreamt about this car as a boy. It's just one of the most beautiful cars, I think, ever conceived. So to find myself in it now is a pretty extraordinary thing.
But for the fans to have you coming up in tandem with the non-streamlined W196 with Sir Sterling Moss on board just will evoke so many memories, but also the most perfect history lesson.
It is, and of course Mercedes have got so many of their great cars here. All the the 1914 cars, obviously the Grand Prix cars. It's a fantastic display, and I think everything here, including the central display across the house, all the other stuff that's going on around the mark, it's a really wonderful way of celebrating 120 years of one of the greatest car companies in the world.
How much do you find that once you get away from everybody else, you can get in the car and drive up the hill? Is that a rare moment of respite for you during the festival, or do you already start thinking about what you're doing when you go back down again?
Well, that wasn't a respite, I can tell you. I was just thinking about trying to keep it on the road. Obviously, big responsibility. I've never driven it before. I just sat in it for the first time 10 minutes ago. So, your feet are very far apart. The brakes don't really exist. It's the gears are all the other way around, so you've got first, second, third. It's a weeny bit complicated in front of all those people, and I certainly, I think it's better to go slow than, be silly.
Well, it looks serene. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Steve Parrish, great to see you as always. Now, very interesting motorbike next to us, a prototype from Ariel. Tell us about it.
Well, when I go down the bottom, it's like a pick and mix sweet shop for me. I get given all sorts of strange motorcycles, but I have to say, this is very impressive. As a kid, I actually owned an Ariel Arrow, and Sammy will know about them. They used to rust away, but this is a concept, as you can see from the bike. It's a bit like the Ariel car that they make, the Atom, which I've driven, and it's different, and I think that's what people are looking for now. It is very odd. It's got a peculiar front suspension system on it. They actually use a Honda engine, but I think it's, something that people will buy. I think it's quite expensive, though.
Now, Sammy Miller, you were just mentioning that you were part of the demise of Ariel. Please explain, 50 years ago, what did you do to the company?
Well, I worked at Ariel's 59. I joined Ariel's in the competition and development shop, and we had all sorts of experimental bikes, but nothing like this. And I used to ride an Ariel Square 4 back and forward to my digs in Birmingham at Hall Green. And then, of course, I raced and trialled Ariel Arrows and the HT5 at Ariel's. And unfortunately, the company went down like many British manufacturers, but Simon Saunders, who's designed and developed this, is probably going to put Ariel back on the map. And as Steve says, a lovely concept, very futuristic and great suspension. Girder forks are great, and I'm sure it's going to be a big success, very different.
And good for burnouts, I gather, Steve.
Yeah, I must admit, it's really nice for burnouts. It's not good for the environment, but it's a lot of fun for me. It puts a smile on my face, and I think the crowd love it as well.
Every second. Thanks, gentlemen. Michael Nevis, I thought it was bad news a month ago when they talked about police now running Ariel Atoms, but now I see they've got some rather special Ducatis. Tell us.
Absolutely. Well, I'm normally chased by these things instead of riding them, but yeah, it's a collaboration between Ducati UK and Bike Track, and it's very weird riding a police bike, chasing Chaz Davies up the hill just now, but probably the fastest police bike they've ever made, I reckon.
Did you catch him?
Just about.
Tell us about your year at the moment. What's going on?
Well, I'm full-time with Motorcycle News as a road tester, and that's been keeping me busy all year. I also race a BMW HP4, and it's a dream job, just riding bikes every day. It's perfect.
And obviously at the Festival of Speed, you're suddenly in this massive mixing pot of every sort of bike ever made, and some that are being made for the future.
Exactly. I mean, I rode the Ariel Ace up here yesterday, and that's by the Car Guys, and that bike's fantastic out of the box. And just an amazing collection of bikes and riders. I mean, you've heard it all before, but it's just what Lord March does to create this event is incredible.
Michael, enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks very much.
John McGuinness, you're part of the furniture here now at the Festival of Speed. We haven't missed you for years. Enjoying your time?
Oh, every time, I don't need my arm twisting that far up my back when I get the invite to come to Goodwood. And yeah, I've got the wife, the kids, and some more family members, and we're in the camper. We're parked up on the bottom on the grass. Barbecue last night, riding bikes today. Every type of, petrol engine in the world is here. So yeah, great time. I wouldn't miss it for anything.
Tell us about the bike you came up the hill on just now.
Yeah, it's a Honda Fireblade SP. It's a new bike for this year. It's the bike I competed in this year's Northwest 200 and TT. So it's a race winning package. Unfortunately, the rider wasn't a race winning package this year. Just suffering from a little wrist injury that I've had for a few weeks. But we got the electric bike win, so we came away from the TT with something. But yeah, it's my Honda Racing Fireblade that I adore and love. I've had a lot of success on that bike since 2008. It hasn't changed, but it's still a great competitive package.
John, always great to see you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I will do.
I'm David Coulthard and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. as we go across the start. We cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Heidfeld, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref.
He's off.
The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Okay, all is well at Molecombe again after Max Smith-Hilliard smoked the bales in the Surtees TS9B. Cars will make their way, cars and bikes in fact. There are some lovely shots from up in the top paddock. Look at the camaraderie and the banter there. Sebastian Buemi, Pedro de la Rosa, Stoffel Van Dorn in the background, Jenson Button with John McGuinness, Chaz Davies and Stuart Graham chewing the fat about bikes and cars. From different worlds, aren't they? Formula One World Championship and Isle of Man TT and British Superbike Championship.
It's Alex Lowe is on the right-hand side, the reigning British Superbike champion.
Brother Sam was a star of Supersports, World Supersport Championship, wasn't he, last year too?
Yes, Brother Sam won the World Super Sport Championship, and Sam has gone into the Grand Prix Series with Moto 2. He's racing today at Assen, and Alex on the Suzuki, run by the local team, run by Paul Denning down near Bournemouth. He's riding in World Superbike on the Suzuki GSXR 1000.
Now, if you've seen that wonderful Jerry Judah sculpture over the house, it's a tradition, isn't it, at the Festival of Speed that we celebrate something important in the life of a big manufacturer. And we're going to play you now on the screens an incredible video of how this stunning structure that goes over the top of the house was put together.
Our motorsport heritage goes back right to the 19th century, so we wanted the central feature to really represent that incredible span of 120 years. And Jerry Judah's breathtaking design will really bring something that's never been seen before to Goodwood.
The design for 2014 was to engage with the house. We're putting a sculpture that vaults over the house. It's a massive arch, and the concept is very, very simple. It's one line, and that line is split up between two different roads. So they are sort of passing each other. It's a sort of a nod to each other. It's a nod to history, and the house supports it in the fact that it's underneath it. It engages with it. So there is an involvement between the history of Mercedes, the history of Goodwood, and I think that's very important. The initial Mercedes idea was very, very strong in this very simple shape, and that's what I've tried to do this year as well, but a little bit more dangerous.
Every year Jerry creates something special, and we wanted another first for Mercedes-Benz. The first time we saw his design, it blew us away. The cars are literally soaring over the top of Goodwood House. It's stunning.
Something that reflects that greatness and that sense of power and history, and no better way than to approach it from completely left field. We've seen the design on paper and on screen, but being here today a little earlier, seeing the sculpture being put into place, it was a magical moment. The focal point of this year's centrepiece at Goodwood are our two Silver Arrows races. Last year's car from the Hungarian Grand Prix where Lewis Hamilton won, and a model of the 1934 Silver Arrows, the very first silver racing Mercedes. I often do, actually. I often, in the background, just watch people looking at this and being amazed by it. But that's what it's about. It's showbiz. That's the whole point.
I had high hopes for the central feature this year, and it's absolutely blown them away.
Wonderful to see how the extraordinary Mercedes 120-year celebration structure was put up over the top of Goodwood House in the past few weeks or so. We're back with live action on the hill, ladies and gentlemen, and a wonderful Surtees celebration car, the Lola T70 Spider, the car in which Big John took the inaugural Can-Am title, the incredible North American Sports Car Championship for the Group 7 Monsters. And here's a contemporary GT racer, Jamie Campbell-Walter, World Endurance Champion in the GTE AM class in a pro-drive Aston Martin last year. Here he is entrusted with the raucous V8 T70 Spider.
Yes, super machine, isn't it? Very broadly designed car, monocoque chassis. So it's a unitary chassis rather than a tubular one. And it's got that big Chevrolet engine, a Hewland gearbox in the back of it. Lots and lots of torque, plenty of get up and go.
One of those machines, I can't make up my mind whether I prefer the way it goes, the way it looks, or the way it sounds. It's a triumvirate of fabulousness, isn't it?
They're all pretty good. And the good thing about the Spider, you can actually see out of it pretty well in all directions when you're driving it. With the coupe, it's much more difficult.
Yeah. So the Surtees racers coming thick and fast. Celebration of the half-century since John won the world title for Ferrari in 1964, having won 7 world championships in motorcycles. There is the great man himself, John Surtees. Give him a wave, a cheer, a round of applause. Fantastic in the familiar pale blue and white helmet colours aboard the Ferrari from 1964. It's come all the way from the Barber Motorsport Museum in America. Talking to Lee Clark this morning about they're just enthralled by this event. They're great supporters of it. They've been bringing cars for a number of years, and what a surreal sight. John Surtees reunited with the 1964 Ferrari Grand Prix car.
And we said yesterday, and still no likelihood. There's one big chance for redemption, isn't there, from the powers that be at the end of this year. It is.
Yes,
utterly.
Absolutely scandalous. In this day and age where people get knighthoods for being on the front of the Daily Mail 5 times in a row, it's a big shame. But, John's pretty relaxed about it, isn't he? When you talk to him about it.
It's the TS19. I remember seeing Alan Jones debut TS19 model at the Race of Champions at Brands Hatch. The very distinctive triangular monocoque, a little redolent to the Brabham BT42 that Gordon Murray designed, of course.
Yeah, which morphed into the 44.
And it had controversial backing, didn't it, the TS19?
Yes.
Durex, the small family car, as the logos went.
Safely in the top paddock, and there's John behind, pulling up, waving to the crowd, and I'm sure Bruce is going to have a word with John. So that's the end of the batch then. 3 Surtees-inspired machines, the Lola T70 Spider, the TS19 single-seater, and the Ferrari 158 of 1964. We'll have some highlights now on the screen of that last batch comprising motorcycles and Grand Prix machines.
David Coulthard, and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series, and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Highfield, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Okay, various crossings around the course are open for you to make your way from one side to the other. It's a vast site and you really do need to get around and see all of it, particularly the paddocks where the cars go back to after each of their runs. They're very much open house and you can get in there and see them up close, talk to drivers, take pictures. Don't forget the Goodwood Action Sports Arena, some death-defying stunts from our motorcycles and our BMXs down on the Goodwood Action Sports lawn. The Forest Rally stage, of course, is well underway on a purpose-built stage in the woods at the top of the hill. And Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan are the commentators up there. Every important rally car is there this weekend. Bikes are coming back down the screen, on the screen, coming back down to the paddock. So we've been encouraging you to send in your tweets and make use of Goodwood's social media facility. Let's have a quick look on the screen And now, using the hashtag FOS, and to be part of the story, get in touch at FOS Goodwood, the official Twitter feed of the 22nd Goodwood Festival of Speed. At Toby Moody, you've seen the running order, no doubt. What's getting you giddy this today from Dylan Jones? I'll ask Toby in a moment what's making him giddy. Got a few ideas of my own about that, but I'll get him to corroborate.
I think seeing so where to start and where to choose, that's the answer to that one, I think, Henry.
Absolutely cracking day at hashtag FOS. Never lets you down. Great event every year at FOS Goodwood. From Lawrence Moore. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you at FOS Goodwood for the HD live stream. Amazing event, amazing coverage. Hashtag not getting any work done. From John Paul-Hammas. Wonderful sight as the bikes make their way back round in a huge gaggle. Toby Moody, why do all four marshals keep their hands on at the start? Get out there, Tobes, and ask them. Martin Evans tweets.
That's so that the car doesn't break the beam before it actually starts the run. And they also don't want the car to roll back too much and therefore have a flying start.
Cars in the next batch making their way down to the start line, and that is batch 2. Our classic saloons, our modern saloons, our rally cars and our NASCAR stockers. I mentioned the rally stage up there at the top of the hill that was designed by 1983 world champion Hannu Mikkola. Let's talk to Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan up there, who are commentating on a wonderful array of rally cars around this tricky forest stage, including the iconic Martini liveried Lancia Delta S4. Guys, wow.
About the variety. We've talked about the clubmen that are up here, the national champions. We've had David Llewellyn in here this morning with his son. We've had Bjorn Valdegaard in here, but most impressive was Sebastian Loeb, 9 times World Rally champion, who came out in the DS3 WRC, and he just went round and set the fastest time, just as if he'd never stepped out of a rally car and into WTCC.
You've got all sorts of weird and wonderful machines. I've seen little Mini Coopers from the 1960s right up to the latest WRC monsters, the Hyundai WRC, spanning, I don't know, 40, 50 years of rallying history. Every important car is here.
We have everything. We have Chevette HSRs, the iconic Mark II Escorts that raced us 1979 down to 80, 81, up to the current R5 cars as we start to run through the Group B Mazda RX-7. Henry, there is so much up here as we see Sebastian up, but there's so much up here to come and look at and take photographs of and ask the questions and get more history on. It's just a cornucopia of the history of rallying. Really good.
Lovely shots of the Andrews Heat for Hire Russell Books Chevette. Guys, your personal highlights? Your best car, your best person?
Well, the highlights of the morning so far for me are Xavier's recollection of the registration numbers and his collection of chassis numbers, which he's put into his little spotter's book. It's phenomenal.
He's a lunatic, Tony, isn't he?
Not off.
But we love him.
No, for me, it's the fact that, you know, the weather has, the rain is more or less set away. We've got some great action. Sebastian Loeb turning up this morning, one sighting run and then a 2 minutes, 40 seconds dead. It's just a privilege to watch it and commentate on it, and it's, I mean, spectators are really having a lot of fun.
I would just say my highlight, Henry, very quickly, had to be Alistair McRae, because he's been in the Toyota Hilux, you know, the Dakar car, which was the ex-Janelle de Villiers car, and he's hurling that around, and he said when it's fully fueled and all the tires, it's like about 2.5 tons. He said very difficult to stop, but once he got the art of it, and some of the passengers who've been in it with him, absolutely great. And well, it's throaty actually, because it's that Toyota V8, isn't it? 5 litre. It's fantastic.
There's some shots of Sebastian Loeb in the Citroën DS3 WRC. He's absolutely flying by the look of it, and he's got a lucky passenger with him as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did. His first passenger was Rob Gill, the motoring editor of The Sun. It was his wife, who does a lot of work online with the newspaper as well, so she got the thrill of that run. But there are journalists lined up again this afternoon who are going to get a thrilling ride alongside the 9-time world champion and along this 1.9 mile stage, which is quite rough now, Henry. 24 bends, it's really testing people, and you hit the little bump in the wrong place and it's putting you into the bales, which, as you know, are unyielding.
Yeah, and it's a particularly slippery, chalky surface, isn't it? And if we have any more rain, it becomes really treacherous.
Yeah, slick is the word.
Yeah, Bjorn Waldegaard said that this morning. It's like being on ice. And I was explaining that, having been here before, standing on the grass, it's great, but if you cross that at the Marshall's crossing, it's very tricky. So not even do you need to concentrate, you need to do it actually a lot harder, because it's very easy to have a spin or go off. It's very challenging. But I mean, listen, best cars in the world, best drivers in the world, we're very lucky.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to leave you to do your stuff up there on the Forest Rally stage. We're going to hear from 9-time world champion Sebastian Loeb in a few seconds. Guys, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day. We'll catch up with you later on. Xavier and Tony on the live Forest Rally stage. Let's join Bruce in the top paddock, who is with 9-time world rally champion Sebastian Loeb.
So Sebastian Loeb is here, as said, 9 times World Rally champion and currently in the World Touring Car Championship. Sebastian, great to have you here at Goodwood, and I hear you've just come down from the rally stage. How was that?
It was okay. It was really fun for me to go back in a rally car since it's more than 6 months I didn't get in a rally car. So to drive on gravel was a nice feeling and some good memories.
A little rusty?
No, I'm okay. I just enjoy what I do at the moment with the WTCC. It's a new challenge, new excitement. So no, I'm happy with my new life.
Loads of people. There's a queue as far as the eye can see, going all the way down, of people waiting to meet you and see you. Goodwood's a really good event for you to be able to do that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great event. So I'm happy to be here. I will drive in the 2 cars, in the Peugeot for Pikes Peak, which is a great memory for me too. So it will be a nice weekend.
A little birdie tells me you're going to try and go for the record. Is that right?
I don't know. I don't think it's possible. I just have no idea of the times that we should do. So I will just drive, have fun, and we will see.
Nice to be here in England, meeting lots of people.
Yeah, for sure. It's great to see so many people around motorsport, around the cars, and a lot of passion here. So it's a great event, yeah.
Well, there's lots of people who have been in touch to try and ask you questions. We know how popular you are. So these are the ones coming through on Twitter. The first one is from @Yavor, and he says, what do you find most difficult about driving in world touring cars?
What is the most difficult for me is that all the approach of the driving is very different. You need to do a perfect lap to optimize always your driving, to fight with the other car, and that's something which is really new for me. In the rally I was just more driving with my natural feeling. Here I have to work more about the driving, and it's quite complicated.
@David Humpston says, what advice would you give to a young rally driver?
To push hard and try not to break too many cars, because then it starts to be more difficult. But young rally driver, it's good to go in some promotion formula where you can show your real speed, and with Citroën you have a DS3 challenge, which is quite good to improve and to show what you are able to do.
And last question coming from @Ostri Kiesel, who says, what race in your career is the most memorable for you?
I have a few really good races. For sure, the first time I won the world title in Rally France was a great moment, because I was in front of all my friends and my family. That was a great memory. Pikes Peak is also a great memory. So I have a few very good memories.
Yeah, you're looking forward to being reunited with your Pikes Peak car?
Yeah, for sure. It's always really fun to drive this car. It's very powerful, very extreme, and so I enjoy a lot.
Well, we know you've got lots of autographs to sign. We're just going to bring someone in to come and get their first autograph for you. Thank you very much to Sebastian Loeb for taking some time out to meet the fans and come here to Goodwood.
Superstar Sebastian Loeb there talking to Jenny Gow. There's his Citroën down on the start line, the DS3 WRC. Expecting to see a spectacular performance.
Well, the Sebastian Loeb Citroën lining up on the start line, a whole host of other cars including the NASCARs, the touring cars, and the DTM cars, with Dario Franchitti at the wheel of the Mercedes DTM car, have come down here to the start line of this world-famous now, intergalactically famous Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb at 1.1 miles, but never seemingly ever going in a straight line for long up here.
Yes, if you like your competition cars with roofs, then don't go away. We've got rally cars, we've got classic saloons, modern tin tops, rally cars, and the NASCAR stockers, which leave acrid, thick, choking smoke in the air as they paint giant number 11s on the road on the way up. Patrick Friasaka particularly spectacular in the Red Bull Toyota Camry, as is Mike Skinner in the Toyota Tundra Craftsman truck.
And you heard the mention of the Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak car that took Sebastian Loeb to an absolute outright hill record at Pikes Peak in Colorado last year, smashing the record by 90 seconds, taking it away from Rhys Millen. There is also another Pikes Peak record-holding car here today, the Toyota electric car. That also took a record at the Nürburgring for electric cars at 7 minutes 22. An electric car, Henry, only 1 minute slower than Stefan Bellof in a Rothmans Porsche. Bellof wouldn't have believed you if you told him then that an electric car would do a 7:22 around the Nordschleife.
Absolutely. Had a fascinating conversation with Jochen Maas recently about that occasion in 1983, the last 1,000-kilometre World Sports Car race on the legendary Nordschleife, when Stefan Bellof had a huge accident and the car was airborne so much, and the team and Jochen, who was the sort of senior statesman of the team, said, listen, don't be jumping it so much because you're wearing away some of the aerodynamic underbody. And he kept doing it, and he came over one jump too many, and the car flew off the road and smashed itself up in the trees. Amazing times.
And he was quite lucky because the car actually wasn't too badly damaged per se, and he, as you say, he got away with it at that time.
Yes, that's right.
That time, yes. There were heady days. Did I read somewhere the other day that the World Touring Car Championship is looking to have a round on the Nordschleife?
You did. You'd have read that in Autosport, of course.
What a tome that is.
Yes, quite. Yes, that's the plan for the World Touring Car Championship to race on the Nordschleife, and it'll be the first FIA World Championship motor race on the Nordschleife since that 1,000-kilometre race in '83.
Yes, the DTM then continued to race there into the early 90s with the 2.3 and the 2.5 litre formula.
Yeah.
As we prepare here on the start line, we're going to be a few more minutes yet.
Yes, indeed. Before we get our next batch underway, our touring cars, our rally weapons and our NASCAR monsters, let's go down and catch up with Jenny Gow. She's been having fun down at the Goodwood Action Sports Arena.
Well, we've come down here to the Gas Arena and I've met somebody who has one of these to play with, Peter Billard from the Czech Republic. Lovely to have you here, and you guys are a little bit crazy, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know, I'm not sure. Yeah, actually, that's the extreme sport, you know, but that's my life, my everything, and if you practice a lot, you don't feel it's like too much extreme.
So you're competing in the World Championship at the moment. Freestyle motocross is the sport, and you're doing some demos and examples here this weekend.
Yeah, Goodwood, it's one of the best show ever, I think, for me, for sure, because there is the huge setup. Usually it looks amazing here now, crowd. So here, this year I'm third time here, and every time I enjoy it a lot, so that's perfect for me.
What are the tricks that you can show people when they come down here? Because I think your first show is at 1:15 today.
Every time I try to do my best, like always, because crowd love it if I can do big tricks. And yeah, I think
The Red Arrows just flying past us. Only pause for a moment.
Don't worry. Actually, if I say the name Backflip Tsunami, I'm not sure if you know what is it. Like crazy trick, and people love it. So I think if you can wait for my best trick, you will see what is it.
So there we go, giving you a little clue of what's to come. And if I just point our cameraman Jason in that direction, past the very large speakers. So you've got a run-up track, and then that's the large sort of mountain-like thing that you use to actually demonstrate what you're going to do.
Exactly, you can see there's the super kicker takeoff. There's the gap around 75 feet, one dirt landing, which is necessary for us. And the height's almost like 10, 11 meters. I'm not sure how much is in feet.
And just like the Red Arrows, you get a fair bit of air, don't you, when you're on one of these bikes?
Of course.
Well, we wish you the best of luck with your day. Hope it goes really well, and I know the crowds will come down here and want to see you all in action.
Thank you very much, appreciate it, and see you.
Jenny Gow down there earlier on having fun with the Goodwood Action Sports guys. Here is the first of our touring car rally and NASCAR batch. It's the extraordinary electric Toyota. This is indecently quick, Marcus.
It certainly is. It's already towards the top of the hill, which is looking Krumback driving it. Cunningly disguised as a Radical SR3, but running very, very hard. It went to the Pikes Peak hill climb. And part of the reason for that amazing record that Sebastian Loeb did, taking just 90 seconds off the course, is it's been metalled, it's been surfaced, rather than being a loose run all the way.
That was a very quick time by Jochen Krumback. 50 seconds, that puts him top 3, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, only a second or so slower than the Maserati and the McLaren that we saw earlier, and only, what, 4 miles an hour slower over the line than the McLaren yesterday. That's epically fast.
This is Michael Malik, isn't it? Rob Huff's World Touring Car Chevrolet Cruze. He went very quickly yesterday. He was up in the leading runners.
Yeah,
he
good
was
driver,
13th quickest yesterday.
Yeah, son of legendary Ray Malik, boss of RML that built these cars.
Michael Malik makes his way up towards the top of the hill as he gets to the top of the 1.1 mile hill climb. The rest of our touring cars are on their way, including the Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500 that is just going past the house at the moment. Meanwhile, here on the start line, we've got one of the Ford Falcon Supercar V8. One of the stars of the Australian Touring Car Championships. Meanwhile, Druitt is going to join us and tell us about something up in the skies.
In a few minutes' time, in exactly 1 minute, you're going to be deafened by 4 Olympus engines and dazzled by the sight of a great big delta in the sky. I'm joined by Sean Maffitt, Vulcan to the Sky, and our annual treat of seeing this wonderful aircraft. Sean, it's a treat, and the good news is that this may not be the last time we see Vulcan.
Absolutely, Chris. Actually, you probably won't be deafened straight away. She'll probably tiptoe up quite quietly. For a very big aeroplane, she can be very quiet when she wants to be. You will hear her making a lot of noise later when they put almost full power onto those 4 big Bristol Olympus engines.
Do we know who's flying Vulcan today?
Yes, we do. It's Phil O'Dell, who is the...
Rolls-Royce test pilot.
The very same.
And Phil pilots the blue Spitfire that belongs to Rolls-Royce, so jumping out of Spitfire into Vulcan is quite a change. The amazing thing, Sean, about Vulcan is that the design was launched in 1947. Roy Chadwick, who designed the Lancaster, and sadly died that year, initiated the design. It's hard to believe, nearly 70 years ago.
Well, it is quite extraordinary. I mean, there is still in existence a scruffy piece of paper that he drew at that period, which is recognisably Vulcan. And considering that he designed the Lancaster, if you look at these 2 aircraft, they're only 11 years apart in their first flight, and yet they look as if they might as well come from different centuries.
And Avro, we just saw a glimpse of the Vulcan on the screen. We can hear, there we are, that wonderful shape. The B2 Vulcan with the modified leading edge of the wing.
Well, actually, the modification took place over the winter. We thought that we weren't going to be able to get through the winter because that extra modification cost a couple of £100,000. But people just put their hands in their pockets in order to get the old girl flying again.
But also, Sean, the first Vulcan had a straight leading edge, which was still slightly worrying because at one point it led to an uncontrollable dive. So the B2 has this modified shape of the leading edge of the Delta. And Avro produced couple of small Delta Wing aircraft to test the concept.
If you can see it on the screen at the moment, you can see those big air brakes out on the top and bottom of the wing, keeping it slowed down so they can use a bit of power.
So his current speed is, what, 160 knots or so?
No, but somewhere around about 200. He appeared at about 345 miles an hour. Now I think we shall hear the power coming on.
And that's without reheat, so that is quite a noise.
Yes, no reheat in those. 4 Rolls-Royce Bristol Olympus 202 engines, about 16,500 pounds of static thrust each, 65,000 altogether. They were, of course, the same engines that were eventually developed into Concorde. And, of course, this is the airframe that developed into Concorde as well. You see she's got the wheels down now. All 18 wheels, 16 on the main undercarriage and 2 on the nose there, as if she were doing an approach, but we rather hope she isn't going to land.
This, of course, is XH558, which took part in that amazing bombing run to the Falkland Islands.
Not quite true. This was the last one that flew in the Air Force, and our Chief pilot Martin Withers is the man who flew Vulcan 607 down to the Falkland Islands with 21,000 pounds of bombs and dropped them on the runway. 2 of them hit, which was about par for the course. These are Second World War dumb bombs, and put the thing out of use.
Wonderful Vulcan howl.
Yes, the Vulcan howl is unique, I think.
First ones were painted white because their job was to fly nuclear weapons. When that role was taken over by the Navy, of course, Vulcan was reconfigured as a low-level bombing aircraft, which is why it's in this painted camouflage.
Absolutely, yes. It became a conventional bomber at low level. And people have asked why we can't have her painted white so she looked like she did originally, but it's just too expensive. And this colour scheme is pretty good, actually. And the guys keep her in such wonderful nick. That's Taff Stone, the crew chief, and his team. She really does look absolutely in splendid condition for a 54-year-old lady.
And XH588 kept in the sky entirely by private contributors. There's no government involvement whatsoever. It's an amazing story about the Vulcan to the Sky team.
It is indeed. It is, of course, an amazing engineering story, the most complex restoration to flight of a military aircraft there's ever been, probably. But even more amazing, I think, is the fundraising. It's cost £20 million so far to get this aircraft to this stage. It still costs £2 million a year. A bit of it came from the Heritage Lottery, a bit from industry, but the vast majority came from ordinary people putting their hands in their pockets. And it just shows she is the most popular aeroplane in the country. We feel we're holding her in trust for the nation.
Absolutely. Now, talking performance, Vulcan wasn't supersonic in cruise, no. Supersonic in a dive.
I'm not sure she ever actually went supersonic. Maximum speed was about 640 miles an hour at height, Mach 0.97, so 97% of the speed of sound. But no, not really supersonic. I'd hate to try it, actually.
But there's a lovely story John Farley told in his book, because he trained Concorde pilots to get used to Delta Wing flying, and he took a rather sophisticated and arrogant Concorde pilot in the Vulcan, and he had the trick of coming in very slow with very high angle of attack and popping the drag chute at about 100 feet and stopping in about 100 yards, which he did, and the guy was white and quivering, but demonstrated the incredible low-speed handling and ability of the Vulcan.
Well, she is an amazing performer. she is an amazing performer, of course. Within a very short time of her arriving on the scene, her test pilots were doing complete barrel rolls in her at the Farnborough Air Show. And she could easily still do that today, but sad to say we're not allowed to do it.
So we've got incredible drama on the track and incredible drama in the air. It's difficult to know where to look. But where is Vulcan? I can hear the aircraft. There she is. Brilliant. And based where? Now up at Doncaster.
She now lives at what used to be Royal Air Force Finningley, where she was stationed for quite a while. It's now snappily known as Robin Hood Airport, Doncaster, Sheffield. But she's got a wonderful accommodation there, a big hangar. If you're ever in that area, do please go and visit. But you have to go to the website first to book in a visit, because you get wonderful treatment up there. It's vulcantothesky.org, vulcantothesky.org. Please go to the website, find out what you can do, see if you can maybe help.
Sean, is the team training any new pilots, or have you got your complement of pilots for Vulcan?
We have enough for the time being. She doesn't do that many shows, not much more than about 20 in a year. It's, I think we have enough to be going on with. We just got a new AEO on board. That's the third member of the...
We can't spoil that wonderful noise by talking over it.
Well, you don't have much chance, really. I suspect that may be about it for Vulcan. But as sitting where I am, I can't really see her. I can see her on a screen, and I think she's probably heading away now.
Well, we've had a wonderful nearly 8-minute display from Vulcan. The good news is we hope she'll be back next year.
Yes, we plan that she should be still on the display circuit this time next year. Certainly to the end of 2015, unless of course she goes broke in the meantime. It's a really a serious, perennial, continual risk. You know, £38,500 has to be raised every week to keep her going, and that is a big problem. If you wanted to help, get your mobile out and text the letters. Text VULC for Vulcan, VULC 145 to the number 70070. So VULC 145 to the number 70070. It'll cost you a £5. All of that will go to the Vulcan to the Sky Trust. Obviously you have to have the permission of the person who pays the mobile bill. The Trust will acknowledge your gift and ask you if you want to gift aid it.
So thanks, Sean, very much indeed. Useful information. See you next year, we hope. Action on the track, the wonderful Clone Capri up on the hill. Henry and Marcus will be taking over the commentary very shortly. So more aircraft activity at 4:30. We've got the mid-air Hunter and Canberra coming back. So back to Henry and Marcus.
Chris, thanks very much.
To Chris and to Sean, our aviation experts, during that wonderful display by the Avro Vulcan. Mike Skinner absolutely on it in the Toyota Tundra. Craftsman truck, very, very squirmy under brakes, tucks it into the apex at Moulcombe and thunders towards the wall. Fantastic tin tops and NASCARs have been thundering along underneath us as we've been watching the extraordinary Vulcan in the sky.
Having a good go, isn't he? Mike Skinner towards the top of the hill, and about to break the beam in a 53.9, 115 miles an hour as he crossed the line. And as one piece of NASCAR history gets to the top of the hill, we've got another one. This is a car from last year, the Toyota Camry, 5.9 litre V8. Toyota entering the NASCAR Championship in recent years, but they've now made quite a few different models. Everett Laumann at the wheel of this one, as the Earnhardt car has left the line here. Wow. This has got Kerry Earnhardt at the wheel, son of the Intimidator.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt, 7-time NASCAR top-class champion, sadly lost his life in the Daytona 500 in 2001. Son Dale Jr. flying the flag, of course, in America. A winner this year. Winner of the Daytona 500 again this year. That's absolutely superb. Give him a round of applause, a cheer and a wave, ladies and gentlemen. He might not be able to see you, of course, as he's shrouded you in filthy tyre smoke, but it'd be a nice gesture. There he goes under the bridge. I assume he's gone under the bridge. I can't actually see. Oh yes, here he comes on the way up to Moulcombe. Coughing and spluttering aloud, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. Kerry Earnhardt in the Richard Childress Racing Chevy Monte Carlo. Number 3. That's one of the most iconic associations, isn't it, in motorsport, with Dale Earnhardt. Similar sort of lines as number 7 with Sterling Moss and Barry Sheene, number 46 with Valentino Rossi, number 43 with Richard Petty, number 27 with Gilles Villeneuve, and so on. There'd be lots of people fanning their faces from the smoke. The smell must be wonderful out there as well.
I've actually got bits of rubber after the burnout from Patrick Freisacker left on my paperwork.
Excellent.
Trackside here.
Don't wipe those off.
No.
Excellent aftershave too. Eau de pneu.
Eau de pneu.
Okay, well, as the Earnhardt car gets to the top of the hill, Kerry Earnhardt driving his father's car. We've got Max Papis raising the rest here on the start line at Goodwood, driving the Chevrolet Impala from a couple of seasons ago, entered by Richard Childress Racing.
Now, this car's been tweaked specially for this event, Toby. You won't see any stoppies and starties and smoky burnouts from Italian Max Papis, ex-Grand Prix driver, sports car star. He's going to be setting a time set up more usual for the road courses, of course. The NASCAR boys race at Watkins Glen and Sears Point on their mammoth schedule, their 36-race schedule during the NASCAR Sprint Cup season. So sometimes these cars turn right, as Max is doing now. The final long left-hander he'll be much more accustomed to.
Be a good time this. He's not too far off with the intermediate split. 53.
126 miles an hour across the line.
That's a sort of 53. That puts him easily top 8, if not top.
You'd say so, Toby. 54.54 he did yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good time. Meanwhile,
is Diaz the king, or is it Kenny Brack having another go?
It looks like the crash helmet, in fact, from the certain Formula One world champion, Mr. Emerson Fittipaldi.
Oh, wow, totally cool. How totally cool. Emerson Fittipaldi in Richard Petty's Plymouth Belvedere. Wow. We mentioned number 43 being associated with Richard Petty. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Emerson Fittipaldi in original McLaren ovals and his trademark dark blue and red Café do Brasil helmet. Caption says Richard Petty. It's not, it's Emerson Fittipaldi. There's a funny smell in the commentary box. It's caught up with us, hasn't it, from our NASCAR thugs. That's lovely.
Well, it's great to see that Emerson Fittipaldi is trying out one of the early NASCARs, 66, 67, this car that Petty drove in its day. But then in latter years, Fittipaldi still being victorious at the Indianapolis 500, 89, 93. He was still winning in those days. Fantastic.
Remember when he retired from Formula One after a few years of not much success in his eponymous Fittipaldi team, sponsored by the sugar giant Copersucar. He took up sports car racing, didn't he? His friend Ralph Sanchez got him into a sports car on the Miami streets, and he only stuck it on pole position. Incredible. What an incredible guy.
The Plymouth Belvedere GTX getting to the top of the hill with Emo at the wheel.
I think his March lives in Lincolnshire these days.
Yeah, that's right.
It's over here somewhere, 83G or whatever.
Max Papis alights from the NASCAR.
Just going quickly, Simon Garrett in the Laguna. Yeah, it's got that a bit wrong.
Yeah, very lucky there. Playing with brake and throttle to get that car back in a straight line. He keeps it on the black stuff.
He's a former HSCC historic saloon car champion, now competing in the Super Touring. Had an RS 500 Sierra before this one, but he did a very good escape job through Molecombe. Missed the apex, ran wide, just to clip the grass on the exit.
Ex-Jean-Christophe Bouillon BTCC touring car from 1999, last of the breed, the penultimate year of Super Touring.
And a 56-second run. That's a quick run, that.
It was very neat on the way in. A little bit of oversteer there, look.
Would have been 54s without this.
Yeah. Carried.
Toby, if you watch the screen.
Carried a bit too much speed, but kept it off the grass and out of the bales.
Meanwhile, from Indianapolis winning Emerson Fittipaldi, we've got Dario Franchitti just reaching the top of the hill with the Mercedes DTM car, the 4-litre V8 that Mika Hakkinen drove in its day.
Fantastic machine. A high-powered single-seater with a bodywork, with a lightweight body on the top.
Yes, I opened the door and had a quick chat with him when he was down here at the bottom of the hill. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there at all. Great to see Franchitti enjoying Goodwood once more. He loves it here.
Yeah, great sight back in September at the Revival when he drove the Jim Clark Indy 500 winning Lotus, complete with its staggered suspension.
Early rally car on course now. This is the Renault Nerva Sport from 1935. Now the glorious Calberson liveried Alpine Renault A310 V6 engine in the rear.
Provost in this car, 2.7 litre V6, 1977 machine. And it was a winner in the French Rally Championship in 1977. Another iconic French rally car, the Renault 5 Maxi Turbo. Julien Piguet, rear-engined machine.
Ex-Chatriot car.
Francois Chatriot initially driving this car. He was a dentist in France before he launched his rally career. He then won the French Rally Championship twice with a BMW M3. And I believe he then went on to tread the boards and be an actor, if I remember well. Now here is Hannu Mikkola in the last of the Group B Quattros, the short wheelbase Quattro, the 1983 World Rally Champion. Spent his time with Audi from 81 through to the end of the 1987 season before going on to Mazda. And Hannu Mikkola, one of the names that the world will know from rallying.
It's the sort of thing you'd know, Toby, but because Tom Hammonds used to have one of these little short Quattros on the hills at Shelsley. But can you remember what the wheelbase is of a short one?
Short
Quattro. No, short, what it is physically in inches.
I know lots of stuff, Marcus, but I leave the wheelbase of a Quattro to yourself.
I thought that was the kind of Anaraki stuff you knew.
No. Jolly well going to find out now, though.
We are.
We've been used.
I wonder whether how it compared to the 88 inches of a short Land Rover.
Which I have, yes. Yes, Tom Hammonds had a Quattro, an ex-Pike Peak replica Quattro that he used to race on the British Hill Climb Championship scene. But even cooler than actually driving a Pikes Peak Quattro, he used to tow it to the venue with a short wheelbase Quattro.
As one does.
Yes. Fantastic. Look at the sight of that, the Martini liveried Lancia Delta S4, a car that won on its World Championship debut in '85 with Henry Toivonen and Neil Wilson, Englishman. And it was a 1-2, wasn't it? Because his teammate Marco Allen was second, Henry Toivonen third in the 6R4. The heady days of Group B rallying, the sports nirvana in the mid-80s.
Mazda's next up, the RX-7 Evo. And that is the car of Dave Pavely.
As we now see the car that Ari Vatanen took up Pikes Peak 26 years ago to clinch the record, the original 405 T16. and people such as Kankkunen drove it, Vatanen, Michel Mouton. Didn't Unser have a go in one as well? Or was that a quad? Robbie.
Yep.
And the iconic climb dance video that we have seen on YouTube with Ari Vatanen. One hand on the wheel, one hand shielding his eyes from the morning sunshine, and a drop down to the left-hand side that would take you forever to reach the valley floor. 55.1, good time by the 405.
Yes, Endergavi improving from 56.50 yesterday.
It broke, didn't it, yesterday on the way back
on
down
the hill,
and was parked.
Didier Auriol now on the hill in the Toyota Corolla WRC, debuted at the Thousand Lakes in 1997, and a great driver to interview when he got out of the car with those early WRC championship days, with those regulations. 97 was the first year, and always a character, Didier Auriol, a former World Rally champion. But if you want to talk about Monte Carlo Rally, there's only one car, there's only one driver, Henry.
33 EJB, the most iconic of the Super Coopers, and that, by all accounts, is the great man himself. Paddy Hopkirk at the wheel, soaring at the way of the diminutive little Cooper. And when he won that Monte Carlo Rally in 1964, he found himself appearing on all sorts of major Saturday night TV shows in the days pre-internet, and when there was no satellite TV, and you either watched BBC One, BBC Two or ITV, and Paddy became a household name after that epic scrap on the 1964 Monte. And here he is, reunited with the actual car at the Festival of Speed. What a sight.
No TV in our household till 67, Hank, so I missed that.
Sadly, I wasn't around.
We didn't miss it then.
No, quite. What you didn't know couldn't hurt you.
Exactly.
Well, the early Mini Cooper S that we're seeing with Paddy Hopkirk go up the hill. We had on the hill yesterday the a completely different Mini, the one that won the Dakar Rally earlier this year in the hands of Spaniard Nani Roma. He's not here today. He's gone testing in Morocco as Danny Sordo hangs it out. Hangs it out. You can laugh all you like when you see things like that.
Oh, just a quick flick on the lever of fever, approaching Morecambe, and round it went. Fully sideways, nose tucked into the apex. That's superb.
I wasn't travelling quite as quickly as Mike Widdett in the Mazda RX-7's drift car as the Vulcan was up.
I don't think it's got quite as lazy a steering rack either as Mad Mike Widdett's Mazda.
Great to see a current 2014 WRC car, but here is Terry Grant with the Mitsubishi getting inches away from the bales. He knows exactly how long and how wide this car is, and the passenger, I believe, is doing the show for ITV, her head being thrown around in the passenger seat. That is one hell of a ride in the Mitsubishi. Wow. She's laughing her head off. She comes around the first corner. He throws this car around. It's Nikki Shields in the passenger seat. Nikki having a rather different ride up the hill here at Goodwood. And Nikki smiling away, laughing away as Terry handbrakes it round. And Scream, yes, the lever of Scream.
Anyone for ice cream?
She won't know which way she's going. It'll just be all a horrible blur.
10, 11, 12, oh, stops.
Time to bail out.
Terry Grant now travelling the world with his show of stunts and slides. And
rumours that the passenger seats in that Mitsubishi are made of a wipe clean material are unfounded, but you never know. There he goes again, look. He's a great show. And we've seen him, haven't we, over the years? We've seen him going up in reverse very quickly. We've seen him going up on two wheels in the Nissan Juke. He's got a number of records on the hill, hasn't he? Two-wheel record. He's got the reversing record. He always comes up with something new and challenging. Yeah, type Terry Grant into YouTube. It's good way to waste an hour or two.
As he gets towards the top of the hill, he will find some time to do some more donuts and slips and slides in the top paddock.
Yeah, he'll probably do some in the top, won't he? And fill it with smoke and interrupt Bruce's interviews. There he is, flashes across the line.
Just going to remind the NASCAR boys of the amount of smoke that they left behind, maybe. That's what Terry Grant is going to do. Well, Nicky Shields has certainly got some footage in there for the ITV show about this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed.
And that's the end of the batch, the end of our touring cars, classic saloons, NASCARs and rally machines. And the rally stage will shut for lunch. We'll go back and talk to Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan after they reopen following the lunch break. About 40 minutes time to the Supercar shootout. John Commentary Box by Ben Cosmos has been out and about talking to many of the stars of our show and doing pieces about some of the great cars here this weekend. He'll be coming up into the commentary box to help us with our Michelin Supercar shootout, where some of the world's fastest production cars will go head-to-head against the clock on the 1.1 mile hill climb course. How does Nicky look? Oh, not too bad, actually.
Nicky, can you talk?
I mean, the hand's going, it's a little bit shaky, but that was definitely the alternative way to get up the Goodwood Hill climb. I loved it.
It's a good look, those flecks of tyre on your face.
Oh, really? Oh, good, excellent, just what I was hoping for.
No, I think it's the way to go. That's what... now Terry. It's a Saturday drive.
Yeah, I love this event. I love coming up and talking to you guys up here. And the best thing about this is now we have a grandstand up the top paddock, which we didn't used to have years ago. There's just enough tarmac to do crazy, silly things. As you notice, all the guys here, they seem to go further and further down. They're like fighting to be down the front because they're scared I'm going to hit them.
But you haven't yet, have you?
I haven't yet. I'm not going to. I know exactly where the car's going. It looks crazy. It looks mad. It's my job. It's very, very safe, really.
But Nicky...
It looked crazy. It felt crazy as well.
Where was the scariest part for you? Just the moment you got strapped in?
Oh, yeah, just from the word go. As soon as I met Terry, to be honest.
Fair comment.
Exactly that. And she's been seeing a few people. We bumped into Dario, and Dario said, "Oh, what are you going up in?" And she went, "Oh, I'm going with Terry." And she's like, "I'm getting really scared now. I don't." Everybody's expressions are the same. So I'm going in with Terry, though, bro.
It's all right, Nicky. He's getting his medications later. Hope you have some as well.
Later? I thought he took his medication this morning.
Too many blue Smarties. I can't help it.
Never help it, Terry. Best of luck. Thank you, you two.
Well done, Bruce, jumping in with Terry Grant and Nicky Shields after her terrifying run up the hill in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Let's have some highlights on the big screens of that exciting last batch. Okay, we're waiting for the highly exciting Michelin Supercar run, the second appearance of the cars today, but they will be timed. That's going to be very exciting indeed. Great shots from around the site, high up on the hill there, on the big screens showing the off-road course, and a lot of you making your way up and down from the Forest Rally stage. Also based at the top of the hill is the top paddock, where cars and drivers wait to come back down. And Bruce Jones is always up there, armed with a microphone.
Man, Mike Whitted, what an amazing performance coming up the hill. Are you allergic to going straight?
Still shaking, actually. Bloody losing my voice from all the smoke. But no, that hill was absolutely amazing. It's so fast coming up there, so tight. I'm actually more worried about catching the hay bales on fire because of the backfires. So trying to drift as much as I can, but always keeping left at the same time. So it's quite tricky. But oh man, adrenaline's pumping after that.
But when you came up to the top paddock, you did, I couldn't count how many times you went round. How can you see? We couldn't see from outside, and it was all billowing in the cockpit, all the smoke. I can't, just kind of feel it, I guess. Yeah, kind of gauge how much room you've got and then just let it have it. But, you know, when you got a crowd like this, and for us to showcase professional drifting and how far it's come, it's just awesome to be able to give them this opportunity, so it all kind of comes natural. Now, just tell us about the car. It's not exactly a stock RX-7 Mazda, is it? No, so I mean the factory is 1996 Mazda RX-7 FD chassis, and we've hand-built a crank at PPRE down in Auckland, in New Zealand. Yeah, it runs 538 horsepower, naturally aspirated rotor engine, and what really inspired us to build this engine was the 767 and 787B Mazda Le Mans car, which is here this weekend as well. So to have those two side by side is awesome, and yeah, it's just, you know, with drifting, it's 50% performance and 50% show, and you know, it's awesome to be able to bring this car up here from New Zealand and put on a display for these guys. And 100% madness. Don't lose that madness, Mike Whitted. Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much. Still much more to come. Max Papis, the NASCAR's drivers, when they come here, put on a big show, but you're doing something different. You're trying to go for a quick time up the hill. Very different driving style.
Absolutely. First of all, let me say, you know, it's a pleasure to be here at Goodwood. You know, I love to be here with representing NASCAR, representing everything I've done over there in the United States. Thanks for all the spectators to be part of this. It's awesome. What we're trying to do here is trying to go pretty fast. You know, we prepared a really good Dow RCR Chevrolet. We want to go, you know, basically, we want to showcase the horsepower that we have. We want to showcase the speed and the agility of a 3,200 pounds car. And I think that I had pretty much a lot of fun in the last run, and we're going to get a little faster, you know, again. So we brought basically everything tricked up to be able to go up the hill in the best way and safest way possible. Don't tell me you were sitting in a simulator beforehand. I'm an old-style guy. I don't have a simulator. You know, my simulator is my hands and my feet, and talking to Emerson, talking to people who have done these things before. So you just did 53.19 seconds. Is that better than yesterday? Actually, that's a great news. You know, it's about a second and a half faster or two than what we did yesterday. And I think they were thinking we were going to run about 57 seconds up here. So I guess that maybe what you so-called is simulation stuff ain't very accurate. Let's stay in the real world. Max, always a delight to see you. Enjoy the rest of your time, which clearly will be faster. I'm so happy to be here. I love to be part of this Goodwood show. And it's an honor, you know, to come back and feel all the love all the people put into the sport. And Lord March has done an amazing job to put together, you know, so many different heroes of so many different eras. And for a kid like me that dreamt about, you know, Emerson Fittipaldi, Giacomo Agostini, you know, John Surtees, being able to go and shake their hands is unreal. Exactly. Thanks, Max. Kerry Earnhardt, second day of the Festival of Speed. You're getting the hang of the hill now, aren't you? The show gets better and better.
Yeah, I try to add a little more to it for the fans. You know, it's the first time at the top of the hill, so I figured why not? It was heading that way anyhow.
However you look at it, these are big cars going up a narrow hill. How much does that sort of make you sort of think about a little bit of caution along with the fun?
A lot, you know, with all the curves up through the hill, and you know, it's narrow, like you said, and you know, we try to do a big burnout show for the fans and show them, you know, what we do in victory lanes and stuff like that, and then also do donuts. Unfortunately, the road course, I mean, the track up here is not wide enough to do a donut. But to get up top here, we got plenty of room, so do it for the fans up here.
Now, obviously, the Festival of Speed is also quite a good social event too. Who have you met so far that you've never met before? You just thought, wow, that's a cool person to meet.
You know, I met Don Felden last year with the Eagles, and ZZ Top guys, they've been here. I met them. So many people, it's hard to remember. You know, Emerson Filippati and Emmanuel and a bunch of guys. A guy named Mike that just he invented the Rotex engines, and just I keep going on, but there's so many. I mean, it's just amazing. And to be amongst this group's a privilege and an honor to be here and see such an array of cars from way past to present, and see very different styles of bodies and stuff like that.
Well, I think it's safe to say there's pretty much one of every type of motorsports formula ever been created, from the Pikes Peak car, one just coming in behind you. But NASCAR is now very much past the Festival of Speed. So, Kerry, it's great having you here, and long may you return.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having us, and thanks to Lord March for doing all this. Biggest motorsports event I've ever seen, and it's amazing.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Another opportunity for you to see cars in that last batch as they came back down again. If you've just arrived trackside, we're waiting for our timed run, our Michelin Supercar run, timed for the first time this year. You will see some truly exotic supercars, all of them production based, charging up the hill against the clock, and there have been some mighty quick times already in practice. Anthony Reid knocking on the door of 50 seconds in the Noble M600. Plenty of other star drivers in some of these extraordinary supercars going to be giving it their all against the clock in about half an hour's time. Interesting shots on the screen there of some of the trickiest bits of this 1.16 mile hill climb course. If you've been before, you'll know which bits are the best bits to spectate at, particularly here at the left-handed Molecombe left-hander Marcus Pye. It's caught out many a great over the years.
Well, it has indeed. Yes, we'll spare the past, those in the past. But it was it's caught a couple of people out this weekend already. It's always going to. It's very deceptive when you come over a little brow towards it, going very quickly. You've got this left-hander, and there's not a lot of room on the exit, so you've got to get the car turning late essentially, unless it's an understeer and you sort of pitched it in.
Yeah.
It's so easy to run out of road. It's a great hill. It's a great test. It's a great test of mental acuity as well as driving ability, just to get to the top. We've seen some great assaults on the hill. Some quick assaults in single-seaters. The NASCARs are brilliant through here, and the guy in the Kiwi lad in the RX-7 bonkers through here.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely on the lock stops, and his right foot was nailed to the floor.
Yeah, it's a real skill, isn't it?
It is.
They do it all day, though, don't they? They're just they're sort of plugged in to go sideways.
Practice makes perfect, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Of course, the event started back in 1993. It was pretty low-key, wasn't it? There was a handful of cars, and
you called to your neighbour in the crowd with a loudhailer.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was probably sort of 2 or 3 deep around the course, but it's grown into, I mean, the biggest event of its kind.
It is. You heard Kerry Earnhardt say there was the biggest motorsport event I've ever seen, which I think is a fair indictment.
Especially from an American, yeah, absolutely right. It wasn't the first hill climb, though, in '93. It was used many years ago, wasn't it?
In the 30s, yes. Lord March's grandfather, Racer Freddie March, put on an event here with the Lancia Motor Club. Probably about 28 people came to watch. And 14 people came to drive. But at the end of the day, it set a precedent, and it was brilliant that the current Lord March, who's a petrol head from his early days, as you've heard when he drove the Mercedes Streamliner up, this one W196, in the company of Sir Stirling Moss. He's just a man of such vision, and he's been our genial host here now for what's the 22nd event at the Hill. And we've been 5 years later. We started at the race meeting, the Revival. The Revival started in '98, 50 years after the motor circuit was opened. And
50 years to the day, wasn't it?
Yeah,
September
absolutely.
18.
And we've got a situation now where we're 10 weeks ahead of the 2014 event. It's already sold out on the Saturday, the first proper race day of the 3-day Revival. So you can still buy tickets for the Friday and for the Sunday, but I'm afraid you've missed the boat if you're looking to be here on Saturday.
Wonderful. And,
okay.
Great book came out last year celebrating the 20th anniversary of the festival. Lord March signing copies of that today at 4:45 in the Goodwood shop next to the Porsche Cafe, also doing it at 11:20 tomorrow. John Surtees signing copies of his book at 4 o'clock on stand 100, the Porter Press stand. Here we go then, Toby, down there, one of the utter WRC greats, Sebastian Loeb and the Citroën DS3 WRC. Wowzers.
Here he is, a 9-time world champion, ladies and gentlemen. He leaves the line with the Citroën WRC car. Now a winner in the World Touring Car Championship. He was on the podium at Le Mans a few years back. He's won Porsche Carrera Cup races. Is there anything that Sebastian Loeb cannot do on 4 wheels?
Yeah, finished second at Le Mans as well, didn't he? In Pescarolo. I think he's got motoring journalist Dan Prosser, who tweeted earlier that he was going up the hill with 9-time World Rally Champion Sebastian Loeb in a Citroën.
And he turned up to the X Games in Los Angeles in 2012 in a specialist WRC car for the GRC. And he just turned up into Los Angeles and he wiped the floor and took a gold medal. He took a gold medal, and then last year he went on to take the absolute hill record at Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Stunning. I was on San Remo Rally in 2000, and the Citroën team had gifted him a WRC Toyota for his first 4-wheel drive after winning the Super 1600 Championship. And even when he came through the stages then, we all stood back and went, my goodness me, that kid is quick. We didn't know he would be 9 World Championships quick.
No, absolutely. That was a French Federation car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then, went on to taking his first win in 2002 and didn't stop winning for the next 11, 12 years. Sports cars on the course. The Audi R18 e-tron Quattro high downforce superb LMP1 machine. Glue the road round the left-hander at Moulcombe.
The car that won the Le Mans 24-hour race only a couple of weeks ago, with Benoit Treluet, Marcel Fassler, Andre Lotterer driving it here this weekend. And some history. It's still got the bugs, it's still got the rubber, it's still got the stickers being peeled off it after the speeds that it was doing down to Indianapolis, down to the Mulsanne. Now here is Anthony Davidson, who chased home the 1-2 of Audi at Le Mans. He's in the Toyota, nearly 1,000 horsepower when the hybrid electric motor kicks in to drive the front wheels, a V8 petrol-powered engine driving the rear wheels, and an immense car that Anthony is driving here, the TS040 Toyota Hybrid. It had a problem, did the number 8 car, in the first hour and a half or so after there was a tremendous downpour. It clipped the side of Marco Bononomi's Audi, but Nicolas Lapierre managed to get it back to the pits, and they were down in 43rd position and still clambered up the order to finish in 3rd place.
Yeah, the other car, driven by Alex Wurz and pole sitter Kazuki Nakajima, led all through Saturday evening and during the night, and then had a gut-wrenching retirement with an electrical problem on Sunday morning. So it was again heartache for Toyota at Le Mans, and it all came good for Audi.
And it all came good for the Jota Sport LMP2 car that's approaching the top of the Goodwood Hill. Harry Ticknell, Oliver Jarvis and Simon Dolan, the British trio of drivers taking class victory at Le Mans. Fantastic. Talking about British cars, here's the Bentley GT3, David Brabham driving here today.
Brabs, of course, who was part of the Bentley Le Mans lineup in 2003, finished second in the race to the sister car in a historic 1-2. First win for Bentley at Le Mans since the 1930s. This is the GT3 car, built and run by Malcolm Wilson's M Sport concern up in Cumbria. And it's already a winner against Ferrari, McLaren, Porsche and Chevrolet, who've been doing GT3 racing for many years.
It's amazing. It looks like you're not comparing like with like. When you see a Bentley run more past, it's brilliant. Sauber Mercedes, absolutely gorgeous. Silver fire.
So stunning. That is just gorgeous.
Carl Wendlinger, due to be driving this car. The run yesterday.
5-litre V8 monster that won Le Mans in 1989. Cars finished first, second and fifth. Jochen Maas was on the driving strength with Manuel Reuter and Stanley Dickens. Jochen here all weekend in a number of different cars.
Stanley Dickens, who did quite a lot of Sports 2000 in Sweden.
That's right, yeah.
Point. Dicklin Sports.
Bringing the long-distance story more up to date with the GT3 Mercedes SLS AMG, the car that's won the Nürburgring 24 hours and is very successful in GT racing and in the Blancpain Endurance Series.
And the growl of one of my favourite cars just leaves the line, the 1995 McLaren F1 GTR, the Harrods McLaren. And that was the car, the Harrods car, that got a 3rd position at Le Mans in that year with Justin Bell and Derek Bell at the wheel. A great family combination. Derek Bell was driving the Porsche GT1, the 1998 Le Mans winning car that you saw go up the hill a few moments ago. David Clark now owns this car. It's road registered. How cool is that?
Yeah, David Clark of Taylor and Crawley. It's a great livery, isn't it? Harrods. F1 GTR, 6-litre V12, BMW powered. Of course, originally McLaren didn't intend to turn the F1 into a competition car. They only built about 100 in total, roughly 70 of which are road cars and 30 of which were racing cars. But pressure from customers made them build a race car, and it went on to win Le Mans on its debut in 1995, a very wet race, and the nimble GT car got the better of the prototypes.
JJ Leto doing a wonderful stint during the night time, during wet conditions. He was spinning the wheels in 6th gear down the Mulsanne straight. Now here is a car of Aston Martin Le Mans heritage, finishing 4th back in 2008, 2009, Henry?
Yes,
the V12.
Yeah. One of the most successful privateer LMP1 cars, ProDrive built, using a Lola chassis. Oh, round of applause and a big cheering away for a colossal legend, Brian Redman, with period open face, lid and goggles in the 917 PA.
The world's greatest living Lancastrian.
Yeah, wow. The car built by Porsche for Can-Am. Brian Redman, a great Grand Prix driver, sports car ace. Followed by the...
Drove the big Ferrari 712 in Can-Am as well.
Yes, he did with Chris Amon, yeah. And he's followed up the hill by the iconic Golf livery Porsche 917K. K for Kurtz, the short-tail Porsche 917.
Oh, here's a serious power sledge.
Yeah, yet another derivative of the 917.
Yeah, 91730. And it's got Jackie Oliver, 1974 Can-Am champion, when he was driving the Shadow at the wheel of it.
Distinctive chocolate brown helmet with the white peak. Jackie O still racing historics and still competitive, isn't he?
Started out in Marcos and Lotus Elan, things like that, back in the 1960s. Soon rose through the ranks.
That's Stefano Macaluso's gorgeous little Martini liveried Lancia Beta Monte Carlo.
Can you imagine the turbo lag that car had in the day? Just a 1.4 litre engine. Amazing. This is historic Porsche 910, 910, winner of the Targa Florio and the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres in 1967.
Yep, there's Rainer Becker driving it. He runs a rather fabulous restaurant in London, I'm told.
As we now have another class winner of this year's Le Mans. Of the 4 classes at Le Mans, we've got 3 of the winning cars here in this very batch. That is the Aston Martin, the GT car, the Dane train, the number 95 car that Alan Simonson was driving the year before, but 12 months later went on to win the class at the Circuit de l'Assas.
Yeah, the only Le Mans winner we haven't got is the AF Corsa Ferrari from GTE Pro. The Jimmy Bruni, Giancarlo Fisichella, Tony Verlander car. But yeah, as you say, 3 of the 4 class winners are here. Fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. And a fitting tribute with all of the Danes being part of that car. Oh, it's just Le Mans heaven here. Endurance racing manner. The Codalunga Ferrari 512S now leaves the line. 1970 car, 5-litre V12 engined Ferrari. And now we've got Andy Wallace on the grid in the 1988 Le Mans Silk Touch Jaguar. 7 litres mounted behind Andy Wallace.
Yeah, fresh out of single-seaters. British Formula 3 champion, raced in Formula 3000 with privateer teams, fitting himself very well. Got the call from Tom Walkinshaw Racing to go and do sports car racing and won the Le Mans 24 Hours. Jackie was first there for over 30 years, and he won on his debut with Jan Lammers and Johnny Dumfries.
Just seen the Ferrari 512S Codalunga go up, absolutely gorgeous, and now the very short Alfa Romeo of Marco Caggiani, Scuderia del Portello. That's the mic.
Well, that's the end of that batch. And as the Alfa Romeo Type 33 gets to the top of the hill, we will have some more beautiful cars here at Goodwood very soon.
our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Live pictures of the wonderful Jerry Judah sculpture down on the lawn in front of Goodwood House, and for the first time it goes all the way over the house, featuring two of the most iconic Mercedes Grand Prix cars, the very first Silver Arrow from the 1930s, and last year's Lewis Hamilton Hungarian Grand Prix winning machine in Formula One. A wonderful, wonderful sculpture. Marcus Pye up here with me, Henry Hope Frost, in the commentary box, and we're joined by Ben Constanduros as we look ahead to the timed supercar run. Guys, this is going to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing the supercars being pushed to their limits, and we have some very high limits to be pushed as well. The supercars are incredibly fast vehicles. I had a chance to go and nosy around them this morning. We've got 900 horsepower cars doing battle on the hill, a narrow hill, of course.
And for the first time, this element of the Festival of Speed is timed. And we've got some proper drivers in some proper cars, haven't we?
Absolutely. We've always had a few real ace drivers in there and a few people from the manufacturers themselves, a few guests. But this time it's been ratcheted up a great deal with this timed element.
We've got all the great names represented: Porsche, Ferrari, Bentley, Mercedes, Maserati, Alfa Romeo. A wonderful showcase of exotic metal.
And a wild card in Anthony Reid and the Noble.
Yes, indeed, the British-built Noble. Anthony Reid, a star, a veteran racer. He is going to be one of the ones to look out for in the forthcoming Michelin Supercar Shootout. Welcome back to the 22nd Festival of Speed here at Goodwood, and a warm welcome also to viewers on Motors TV. We're live as we build up to the Michelin Supercar Runoff. Timed supercars with some star drivers coming to do battle on the course in a few moments. Here are some highlights from yesterday, Festival Friday, and a mouth-watering selection of single-seaters, sports cars, touring cars, rally cars and motorcycles, and of course the RAF Red Arrows. Glorious Jaguar and Porsche Le Mans winners from the past. Fantastic supercars as well doing battle during practice for what will be a wonderful timed shootout in a few minutes' time. I'm Henry Hope Frost in the main commentary box, joined by Marcus Pye and Ben Constanduros. Toby Moody is down on the start line, and Bruce Jones up on the start line. Guys, welcome.
Very excited to be here and call the Supercar Challenge. It's one of the first times we've seen supercars, road-going spec cars with professional racing drivers in them pushing for a time up the hill. The target time at the moment is some 45 seconds. That was, of course, set by a Maserati race car. Can any of these supercars get anywhere near that?
Well, we know that Anthony Reid was nudging 50 seconds in the Noble this morning in practice, so he could be under the 50-second mark.
We're going to have a quick look before we get into the competition runs of some of the demonstration runs we've had here at Goodwood so far. Our broadcast going onto the big screens around the whole of Goodwood, and of course here live on Motors TV as well. And we had an opportunity to have a look at some of the past and present sports cars going up the hill. Some amazing cars and amazing drivers, an amazing collection. Group C, LMP1, but it started with Sebastian Loeb in a Citroën DS rally car.
Yeah, the 9-time World Rally Champion doing donuts down there in front of the house with a lucky passenger. Sebastian, of course, will also be reunited with the Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak Monster, in which he shaved many minutes from the hill record last year in Colorado. There he goes, underway.
That's Brendan Hartley in the Porsche RS Spider Le Mans car. Is he fantastic? The Audi as well.
Yeah, the R18
fresh from winning at Le Mans.
Yeah, interesting story about that car. That's branded as the number 2 machine, but in fact is the number 1 chassis that completed Le Mans. Just a slight rebranding due to the fact that the one car, the winning car, had to be scrutineered and therefore taken apart.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and we saw briefly, didn't we, Porsche's 911 GT1 that gave the German mark its 16th and most recent win back in 1998. They came close again with the new 919 Spider and Mark Webber, but it wasn't to be. Audi winning again. The GT3 SLS AMG Mercedes, one of the stars of the modern sports car game in the production class. And there's the car that Mark Webber last raced at Le Mans, the CLK GTR Mercedes, winner of the FIA GT Championship back in the late 90s.
And if you want to see his 919 here at Goodwood, it is a model of the car is on the Porsche Le Mans restaurant area just outside the main house. It's not any of the actual road-going cars, race-winning cars. It's a model, but still a really good opportunity to see that car in the flesh and enjoy the contours. One of my favourite cars here at Le Mans, the Harrods branded McLaren F1.
Yeah, it's incredible. David Clark drives it on the road very sparingly, but he sells most beautiful top-end sports and racing cars from his base in central London. And this is that Harrods car. Wonderful livery.
Driven by father and son combo Derek and Justin Bell, of course. Derek, the 5-time Le Mans winner, double World Sports Car Champion, here in force this weekend in a number of cars. The gorgeous Gulf liveried, Lola-built, pro-drive run Aston Martin LMP1 car. One of the best of the privateer LMP1 cars, taking the fight to Audi and Peugeot in Le Mans a few years ago.
And that car is based about half an hour from here at Goodwood, just north of the Downs, owned by a guy called Rupert Cleveley, and he's actually looking to sell it. So anyone who's got a few £1 million that you can have a Lola Aston Martin for.
Excellent. I'm sure you'll be very pleased to hear your offers over the weekend. There's the Porsche 917 30 going up. It was following the gorgeous 917 of Brian Redman. This is Jackie Oliver driving the Sunoco Porsche 917 30, the ultimate Porsche Turbo Panzer, as they were known.
1,000 bhp back
and
in
more.
1973. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Jackie Oliver, a Grand Prix driver, a Can-Am champion. All the most important races, all the different rules set and disciplines and generations are here, including the little Group 5 Lancia Beta Monte Carlo. Stefano Macaluso in Martini livery. Everything looks good in Martini livery, doesn't it?
Even Martini. Perfect.
Yes.
Where is it? We need some. Aston Martin snaking out of the stage, class winner at Le Mans a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, that's the GTE AMC winning car, isn't it? Of Nicky Tim, David Heinemeier Hansen.
Lovely red Alpine V6. Michel Leclerc driving it in that shot. And we've also seen René Arnoux drive it.
The Aston Martin, the 95 machine, expected really to be the class of field with 3 incredibly good drivers at Le Mans in the GT AM category. The GT Pro car should have also won its class, but had a few maladies right at the end of the race, just like in 2013. Darren Turner itching to get back on that podium.
Look at that. For me, one of the sights of this entire event has been the Ferrari 512S Codalunga, the long-tail car. Emanuele Pirro has been driving it for Franco Miners. Scuderia Filippinetti, a legendary name in sports car entrance.
Harking back to the great Steve McQueen Le Mans films, of course, with the Ferrari and Porsche Porsche battles. The Jaguar leaves the line. Andy Wallace in the number 2 XJR 9LM, winner at Le Mans in 1988, finally ending Porsche's run of 6 wins. Toby Moody down on the start line. You must not know which way to look.
Absolutely, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. It was great to see the Silk Cut Jaguar, the 1988 Le Mans winner. It was great to see Derek Bell driving the 1998 Porsche GT1 as well. We will see Derek Bell coming up the hill in a few moments' time. And one of my favourite cars from the early 1970s, the Alfa Romeo T33. You could just imagine that Alfa barking through the villages on the Targa Florio in 1971. Absolutely fantastic to see them all here at Goodwood, at the Festival of Speed, here today in 2014. There's an enormous amount of history that we've had in the latest batch, including the very latest technology with the Audi, the Toyotas, fresh from Le Mans, that only finished only a fortnight ago. In fact, out of the 4 classes at Le Mans, we've got 3 of the class-winning cars here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
That was the last of the competition batch. Batch 5 are endurance racers and sports car legends. Marco Caggiani, the Scuderia del Portello Alfa Romeo, safely across the line. Live pictures there, huge crowd in anticipation of the timed Michelin Supercar run. Ben, we've got millions of pounds, many tens of thousands of horsepower. It's going to be very, very exciting, isn't it?
Remarkable to see some of the greatest supercars from over the last couple of years have been built, and the latest technology with the LaFerrari, the McLaren P1, and of course the Porsche 918 in the Martini livery that it had when it set a 6:57 lap around the Nordschleife. That exact car set the time. It's still got some of its telemetry and GPS systems on board, and that's why it doesn't look quite as tidy as some of the other cars down in the supercar paddock. The first car lining up, getting ready for us, is an Audi R8 by the looks of things.
It is indeed, Ben. It's the Audi R8. It's the V10, I believe. 4-wheel drive technology. Multi-million-pound car park I can see just down the avenue of trees here at the start line at Goodwood as we await the start of this Michelin Supercar run. Just to remind you, it's a 1.1-mile hill climb. We have a measurement of speed off the line. We've got a speed trap before the very difficult Molecombe corner. We saw a speed of over 100 miles an hour this morning with one of the racing cars. It'll be interesting to see how the very powerful supercars compare with the McLaren GTR Longtail that was driven by Kenny Brack this morning. We've then got another intermediate split a little bit further up the hill, and then of course the all-important time at the top of the hill. That is exactly what hill climbing is all about. Standing start and then go as fast as you can up this 1.1 mile now world famous hill climb here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The car is being lined up on a yard of Indianapolis Motor Speedway bricks, and the first car is underway. The Audi R8 V10 shoots down the avenue of trees, a flash of brake light, it tips it into the first corner. It's a tight entry to that first right-hander, and then it opens out. The Audi is on its way.
Keep an eye on the clock as well on your big screens. Charlie Hollings, single-seater racer at the wheel of the Audi R8 V10, comes over the brow through the kink, hard on the brakes and into the Molecombe left-hander.
Sounded like he was really on the limit going through Molecombe, the wheels scrabbling for grip through certainly the most important corner on the circuit through Molecombe. It's a very tricky corner indeed, and then you have the Flint wall as well, which is the second of the 2 challenges up the hill. Slightly widens out through here, and Charlie Hollings still with his foot buried to the floor.
Yeah, through the long last left-hander, and thunders across the line. Charlie Hollings, the first of our runners in the Michelin Supercar run. The second car is ready on the line.
And that looks like the Lexus LFA.
Yeah, with a very distinctive bark to its engine. We saw it here at the Festival of Speed a couple of years ago. Very, very rapid indeed.
Okay, now second car on the hill, the Lexus LFA, entered by the Toyota Motor Company, driven by Chris Ward, a very rare car in its day. and they've stopped the production, but it's still a car that stands out. The clock is ticking away as we speak, as it races its way up towards Molecombe Corner and up towards you two guys.
Yeah, the rear end switching through the first two right-handers and now through Molecombe. Looks a little bit more tidy there. No rear end sliding around. The tyres now with plenty of grip as he heads towards the flint wall. Throws it through there.
Yeah, he certainly got the power down really early out of Molecombe, Ben, and he's up through the final turns.
It's Chris Ward, isn't it?
It is Chris Ward with that red and yellow helmet, chief instructor at Silverstone.
And top historic peddler. Entrusted with the LFA. Stops the clock at 53.43, 116 miles an hour between the bales in this narrow tunnel at the top of the hill.
Next up, we've got Bruno Senna leaving the line here in the brand new Jaguar F-Type Coupe. It growls its way down the avenue of trees. Bruno Senna, nephew of Ayrton Senna, going through the first corner, leaning on those tyres, leaning on the Jaguar, 550 horsepower. He's up on the first split by the looks of things with our data and timing as he's hoving into your view.
Yeah, comes through the kink over the brow, hard on the brakes in this very, very sporty Jaguar. Tucks it into the Molecombe apex, back on the gas, little bit of a twitch as he gets back on the power. The Brazilian, who's of course racing in the World Endurance Championship with Aston Martin. Here he is in another iconic British name. The Jaguar F-Type comes through the penultimate corner, the right-hander. Birdless Grove into the top on left-hander, and he will flash across the line to stop the clock.
Not a lot of opportunity for Bruno Senna to have a chance to drive the Jaguar F-Type before that run, so a little bit cautious through some of the turns. The car looking a little bit ragged through the first two right-handers, and now it's the Porsche, the 918.
The 918 sits on the line. It's the first time that many of you will have seen this tremendously technologically advanced car, as it's lining up on those yard of bricks from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The hybrid-powered Porsche 918 sits in near silence. In fact, it leaves the line in absolute silence, and we wait for the engine to kick in, and it still hasn't kicked in, and it's already at the first corner. Incredible! It just whisked away like a ghost.
Doesn't that look superb in its Martini livery? Harking back to the days of the great Porsche Martini Association Le Mans winners in 76 and 77. Wonder if he's using electric power or the traditional combustion engine in this.
Gordon Robertson from Porsche Cars Great Britain.
Yeah, and you can't hear the engine at all, can you? So it's certainly relying on those 200-odd horsepower from the electric motors that power both the front and the rear wheels on this car. Not the 900 horsepower that you would expect with both engines working, but still a technological process going up through the hill here. It's not going to be a fast time, but it's certainly one for the history books.
Yeah, P1 at the moment, Chris Ward in the Lexus LFA, 53.43. And Gordon Robertson stops the clock at 66.09.
That was a completely electric run here at Goodwood, so a little bit of history being made once more. Next up, it's another Porsche. This time it's the 911 Turbo S. This is a beautiful car, and it is been driven very quickly indeed in the bottom reaches of this hill. Let's have a look at the split. 25.4 is the first split as he comes up towards you.
Yeah, one of the fastest of the breed, the new 991 shape 911. It's been in production for over 60 years.
And faster as well, faster through the first split by 1.2 seconds. Can he keep the momentum up now through the flint wall here?
39.96 to beat.
And the time ticks away. He's lost nearly 2 seconds in that middle sector. And see, Chris Ward was incredibly fast in the second half of his climb. Now just one final turn and over the line. It is going to be slower, but a good commitment into that first part of the run.
Next up, we've got on the line the little Lotus Exige V6 Cup. The time to beat at the moment is still the 53.43 set by the Lexus LFA. We've just seen Simon Simpson go up with the Porsche 911 Turbo S in a 55.11. You can see the splits that we've got on the hill. He's been given the green light, and as the Lotus Exige V6 shudders under acceleration as the clutch is let in, he goes up to second and third gear before he gets to the first corner, tips it through the right-hander. It's a tight first part of that corner, and then it opens out, kisses the inside of the second right-hander, flashes past the front of Goodwood House. The first intermediate split is a 25.42. He's coming through the timing beam now, and he's up on the split by 4/10.
Fantastic. Matt Becker, who's one of the Lotus development drivers, he's really hustling this Lotus Exige S. And how does he compare to the 39.96 split? No, he's lost nearly half a second there. 0.45 adrift.
The car looks so nimble, though, through all these turns. Of course, Lotus built as a track car. It is a road-going machine, but built with racing in mind. Over the line, it's pretty close, but not close enough. 0.6 down, and he falls into second position. Top speed of 110 over the line.
Yeah, 54.03.
So still the time to beat, a 53.4 of Chris Ward in the Lexus LFA. Next up on the hill here at Goodwood, we've got the Panigale Huara, if I pronounced that correctly. You have a go, Henry.
No, you were pretty good there, mate.
Was I?
Yeah, John Morrison in Horatio Pagani's extraordinary machine. John Morrison, who was a very quick racer in his day, raced up to Formula 2 level. And here he is entrusted with one of these £1 million supercars, the Pagani.
And just remarkable to see one of these cars being driven at such speed. Yes, he's not anywhere near the split time of Chris Ward, who set that provisional fastest time, but still at great speed, threading through the bales. Over the line of 57.8, so 4.4 seconds slower, but still a speed of 107 miles an hour over the line. Remarkable. And in fact, he's clipped the wing mirror on the left-hand side, look. Here's a replay, great pickup from our director. Through the final turn, and he's just clipped the apex and rubbed that wing mirror.
How close would you dare to get to the bales with that Panigale? Next car is on the line. This is the Ginetta G60. The Ginettas being brought forward here into the mid-2010s by Lawrence Tomlinson, supplying a couple of support races alongside the British Touring Car Championship. And this little G60, pretty little car and very quick as well, as it starts its way up towards the front of Goodwood House.
Stuart Lynn at the wheel of the Ginetta G60, a Ginetta racing champion, knows his way around these Yorkshire-built sports cars very well indeed. Nice and tidy through Molecombe, back on the gas as he goes uphill towards the Flint wall. It's a very quick S-bend, right on the way in, left on the way out.
An LT on the number plate for Lawrence Tomlinson, who is the now the owner of the Ginetta brand, and very much racing in the DNA of this category as well. In fact, they've got two classes racing this weekend up at Croft.
Yeah, he's not going to be troubling Chris Ward's fastest time of a 53.43, is he? That stops the clock at 63.36, almost 10 seconds adrift.
So still the best time of days in this supercar run, held by the Lexus LFA in the 53. Now here is the 5-time Le Mans winner, Derek Bell, at the wheel of this Bentley. And you've never heard tyres squeal on a Bentley nor a Rolls-Royce, but you are in this run, and indeed the next run.
Carrying huge pace for its weight, Derek tucks the nose in, tyres howling as he gets onto the gas, only 6/10 down at the split. Let's see how he compares with the 39.96 at the Flint wall. He's lost a bit of time through the technical bits there, exactly 3 seconds adrift.
But a little nimble Lotus Exige compared to this Bentley is just worlds apart, and he's making that car do things that you wouldn't expect it to do. Looks so nimble in the hands of Derek Bell. 4.66 seconds down. A good speed though, 101 mile an hour over the line. Next car on the hill.
The next car on the hill is a Rolls-Royce Wraith. I never thought in all my years I would be commentating on a Rolls-Royce that is racing against the clock. I only heard the tyres squeal underneath this brand new Rolls-Royce Wraith as it was coming to the line. It's got Justin Law at the wheel. Rolls-Royce building their cars just a mile and a half away from this very Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb. And only 1.7 seconds down at the split in this enormous 6-litre V12 twin-turbo Rolls-Royce. What an epic piece of engineering.
Yeah, Justin Law used to threading big cars up the hill climb, isn't he? He's in the top 5 of the fastest ever up here in the Silk Cut Jaguar, the Group C car. Here he is in the Rolls-Royce Wraith.
Plenty of power from that car, but also plenty of weight to carry up the hill as well. He comes through the final turn and under the start and finishing line. Of course, just the finishing line at the end of this hill. 5.9 seconds down, but still over 100 miles an hour as he finished the run.
The same terminal velocity as Derek Bell's Bentley, 101 miles an hour. Still stopping the clock at under a minute. Impressive stuff.
I wonder if Justin Law and Derek Bell had the air conditioning and Classic FM on at the same time. There's a thought. Next up, we've got the Maserati screaming up the hill, and a Maserati that looks slower and sleek and a real Gran Turismo car, but this is a very, very quick run.
Is there a more elegant way to carry 4 people and luggage across continents? With that lovely V12 sand track at the front, Ross Kaiser, experienced racer, is charged with driving this car this afternoon.
And there is a racing series for the Maserati Gran Turismo as well. They race across the world in a World Series. In fact, we've got one of the cars here at Goodwood celebrating 100 years of Maserati. He crosses the line 5.33 seconds down.
58.76, so the last 2 cars getting to the top of the hill under a minute. Next up, we've got another Maserati. This time it's the Maserati Gran Cabrio. Steve Mills at the wheel.
So effectively the same shape then, but the roof taken off for sun tanning as you're cruising down Saint-Tropez.
Yes, you've got the previous car you could go to St. Moritz in the winter, and then this drophead you could go to Saint-Tropez in.
2.71 seconds down as he goes through Moulcombe, but safely through there. Not quite on the same limit as Ross Kaiser was in the car just before. But a great opportunity to have a look at the beautiful engineering that Maserati are continuing to produce. Still scrabbling with the wheel. You can see the work that he's doing. The open top allowing us to see the driver. And coming towards the line, it's going to be just over a minute, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Stops the clock at 62.46, 9 seconds adrift of our fastest man so far. It was the second car to go, the Lexus LFA of Chris Ward, 53.43. There's confirmation of the classification thus far. Chris Ward is quickest at the moment with a 53.43. Matthew Becker in the Lotus of 54.03. Third quickest Simon Simpson in the Porsche 911 Turbo S. Charlie Hollings is 4th. Bruno Senna is 5th. John Morrison heads Derek Bell in 6th and 7th place. 8th is Ross Kaiser. 9th, Justin Law. We wait for the next car to go through. Building up, of course, to some of the fastest cars in this class. And I think it will be a real showdown, Ben, in the latter stages of this Michelin Supercar run.
Well, we've already seen the Porsche that went up the hill, and now that looks like a Noble to me.
It is indeed, Ben, as it is not just the Noble, but it is Anthony Reid at the wheel, former Le Mans driver, former British touring car driver, and a former best time of day man here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and he has been doing exactly what you need to do as a hill climber. Get heat into the tyres. He was coming to the line, and then there was a bit of a delay, so he went back towards the tyre warming area to try and get some more heat into the tyres. The time to beat at the moment is a 53.43, and we are riding on board with Anthony Reid. This is fantastic. Oh, massive opposite lock. He's on the grass, but he managed to hold it. Brilliant stuff from Anthony Reid. Commitment, if ever there was some. 3rd to 4th gear underneath the bridge. This is a committed run here at Goodwood. Great to see.
Yeah, over the brow and through the kink into Malcolm. Get it stopped, turned in. He's very, very ragged through there, but he holds it together. Riding on board as we go up towards the Flint Wall. Watch for the bale on the right, mind the wall on the left, and back out into the sunshine towards Birdless Grove and that tricky right-hander. And then all he has to do is get the noble M600 around the long last left-hander, blind on entry, and thunder across the line. And what time has Anthony Reid done?
Anthony Reid crosses the line with the noble. Next up, we've got Jan Mardenborough. Anthony Reid, quickest, a 50.1. He shatters the previous best time from Chris Ward. Anthony Reid leads in the noble. Next up, we've got Jan Mardenborough now in the Nissan GTR Nismo Special Edition, Time Attack Edition. It's still in its Nürburgring livery, and Jan Mardenborough is already 0.8 of a second underneath at that split.
Very, very sideways on the way out of there, carrying so much speed into the left-hander. And we go on board with Jan as he goes past the wall and back out into the sunshine. He was knocking on the door of a 50-second run as well yesterday.
And at the moment, Anthony Reid by some 0.8 of a second through the second sector, now through the final turn, coming towards the line. Has Jan Mardenborough got P1?
Yes, he has. 49.27, 127 miles an hour. Wow.
And 3 years ago, he wasn't even racing a car. He hadn't even sat in a race car. Amazing stuff from Jan Mardenborough.
Next up, we've got Andrew Frankel at the wheel of this McLaren 650S Spider from McLaren Special Operations, built just up the road in Woking. Andrew Frankel, who has just arrived at Goodwood after driving from Africa to Goodwood on one tank of diesel. Amazing. So as Andrew makes his way up the hill in one of the latest McLarens, he's coming up to the very difficult Malcolm corner. You can't see it until you're right on top of it.
Absolutely right, and he's going quickly, but not taking any undue risks. And he stopped. Andrew Frankel has stopped on the way out of Malcolm, halfway up the run towards.
It looks like a red flag has been shown to him. Not entirely sure why. We've got red flags flying at Malcolm.
I wonder if there was a pheasant on the racetrack. We had something similar yesterday. And I think they are indeed chasing some of the local wildlife back into the forests. Well, there is, opposite your commentary box, a grandstand called Pheasant Tree.
Yes, indeed. So Andrew Frankel has to thread the McLaren 650S back up to the top paddock. He may well be allowed another go, of course, as his run was spoiled.
You certainly wouldn't want to have pheasant contact with carbon fibre.
No, certainly not. So gently round the last corner and under the finish gantry.
It's one of the quirks of British hill climb courses, the fact that they are in the countryside and usually on estates where there are shoots in the winter. So in the summertime, the pheasants are just going for an amble on a Saturday afternoon sometimes, and they sometimes get in the way. So the marshal's quite rightly putting the red flags out and just calling a stop for things. But we will be back in action here with the Michelin Supercar run in a few moments' time as the Sin R1 gets wheeled back from the start line, as it's going to put some more heat into the tyres when it gets the green flag.
Yeah, distinctive looking machine powered by a Chevrolet engine, and it's been making some quick climbs during the festival so far. 2 runs yesterday and a run this morning in practice.
Well, one of the stories of the launches here at Goodwood, plenty of launches, but one of the most significant was McLaren's launch of the 650 GT3 car, a new generation of GT3 cars for your gentleman drivers, and a great stepping stone for McLaren. They obviously had the NC12 GT3 car, been racing, for nearly 2 years now, I guess, but the 650, a progression of that. And if you are on site, you can go and have a look at some of the Gran Turismo concept cars that are either down in the Supercar paddock with Aston Martin, or indeed Nissan launching one on Thursday. All of these cars can be driven on the Gran Turismo game, but won't be driven here because they can't move, but look beautiful. And certainly Nissan very bullish about their Concept 2020 being used in the future of some of their road and their race cars.
Okay, let's go up to the top paddock and catch a word with our fastest man so far, Jan Mardenborough.
Jan Mardenborough, first driver under 50 seconds in the Supercar shootout, 49.27 seconds. How close to the edge were you?
It was pretty close to the edge, you know. Anthony was really pushing really hard, and yeah, it was good fun. That big rush, and wall comes up very fast at Morecambe corner, and at the wall corner as well. But yeah, it was really good fun. Really enjoyed it.
Now, what's the power delivery like in this? Anthony was talking about the Noble spooling up and then suddenly pouring the power out. Is yours a bit more controlled?
It's very similar. It's we have it's twin turbocharged 3.8 litre V6, and different to the Noble in terms of the way it's delivered. It's four-wheel drive, obviously, so it's a bit easier to get off the line. But similar power delivery. Not a lot of power until 3,500–4,000 RPM, and then you're like a rocket ship. You're away, and the gearbox again is again really good and helps us out. But yeah, fantastic event. It's faster than GT3 car, so yeah, it's mega.
Just one look at your face, Jan. It's clearly fun, but you couldn't get a more contrasting event to the Le Mans 24 hours, could you? You've got to pace yourself, go as hard as you can, but 24 hours. This is over in under a minute.
You know, it's quite very similar to the Le Mans 24 hours, because people think that Le Mans you have to look after the car, take it easy, but in reality nowadays it's flat out. We take care of some curbs sometimes, but it's flat out, especially this year. Pace is so fast, and there is thinking about looking after the car in the final 3 hours or so, but other than that, to stay on the lead lap and to stay up front, you have to push so hard. So, and this, again, it's a different event, a hill climb, and you get one chance at it, and nothing's really warm. The tyres are cold, the brakes are cold, and the driver's cold because we're waiting around. So it's a different kind of event. You really have to psych yourself up for this.
Jan, glad you enjoyed it. Thanks very much.
And Jan Mardenborough, a real star of motorsport over the last few years. Massive support from Nissan. He's racing as a Red Bull driver in GP3. And is this a replay, I think, of Andrew?
No, but this is live. This is live. This is Andrew Frankel already off the line. They've returned the car to the base of the hill after the pheasant incident. And Andrew Frankel now battling against the clock in this McLaren 650S, making his way up towards Morecambe, and he's got a little bit of an advantage because he's got the tyres warm and he's got his eye in.
Yeah, there'll be a little bit of nerves though, won't there, as he had his run interrupted and he had to get back into his rhythm. Let's keep an eye on the clock as he takes the very latest McLaren supercar towards the top of the hill. Fantastically high-tech electronic trickery aboard these new breed of hypercars, we should call them really. Jan Mardenborough, 49.27. Fantastic. Look at the air brake on that McLaren. Andrew Frankel stops the clock at 55.73, 115 miles an hour. A very respectable climb indeed.
Next up, we have the Sin R1 with the Chevrolet engine leaving the line, as we are riding on board underneath the first of the bridges here at Goodwood, through the first right-hander. It opens out, but you can't get on the throttle too much. Got to just steady yourself, and now, although it's not a straight, you can give back power underneath the other bridge, and as we hove into Morecambe corner, towards that white banner, towards the grandstand, you can't see the corner until you're right on top of it.
Yeah, fantastic onboard shots with Rosson Daskaloff in the Chevy-powered Sin R1. You can hear that big American Chevrolet grunting away behind his head, and it all goes dark for a moment as he threads it through the right-left S's at the flint wall and through Birdless Grove, the right-hander, towards the final long left-hander. Patience required to pick up the throttle again, otherwise you run out of road on the outside there with those huge, daunting bales, and he thumps across the line, 59.84, 102 miles an hour.
59.84 for the Sin. Next car on the line is another Nissan GTR. It's the Nismo specification, but ladies and gentlemen, a hero of Great Britain, a hero of the Olympics. It's Sir Chris Hoy driving. He's now moved away from two wheels, has a bit of a moment into the first corner, my goodness me. But it's all gathered with all arms and elbows, the electronic trickery on these cars, control abilities, four-wheel drive with the Nissan GTR, as Hoy comes up towards the tremendously difficult Morecambe.
And he's gone straight on at Morecambe.
Oh, that was fast in there.
Yeah, that was never going to slow down in time. It was partly on the grass, partly on the track, carrying way too much speed. He's out of the car, round of applause and a cheer. He's absolutely fine. So Chris Hoy takes a bow. He'll be mortified, of course, underneath that helmet. He'll be embarrassed. It's full marks for trying hard. It's such a tricky corner, this one.
Those were my last words as I threw it to you, Henry.
Yeah,
a commentator's curse, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was just carrying so much speed through the kink and over the brow, and I've been sitting up here many years talking about cars coming up to Molecombe, and it didn't look right, to be honest, but he's fine. The car will be pulled out and we'll be back underway once again. Course cars are on the course.
And Chris Hoy seems to have got his hat and his sunglasses in the car. Will be led away by the doctors for a quick checkup, but plenty of hay bales to slow his progress before he hit the solid retaining wall at the very exterior of that.
Here's a replay look in slow-mo as he comes over the brow there into the right-hand kink. The car changing direction at high speed, and you've got to get on the brakes early as you come over the brow. And he's got the right lock on, but of course it was never going to get round, and he goes through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of bales, and they are very, very solid, those bales. And the airbags did their job, didn't they?
I believe that's only one of 2 of those cars in the UK at the moment. So there's now one of one.
There's only one left, and that's somewhere else.
Well, Chris Hoy was having a go through the first corner. When he went out of my direct vision, the car was slewing sideways. It was having a right go, but at least Chris Hoy was protected by the airbag before he had that little moment, rather than falling onto the wood on a velodrome. So Jan Mardenborough is fastest at the moment on a 49.27 in the sister Nissan GTR to that of Hoy. Anthony Reid in the Noble, he is second on a 50.1, and Chris Ward is next up on a 53.4.
Yeah, so it's a Nissan 1-2 at the moment, isn't it, from the Lexus. Fourth, Matthew Becker in the Lotus. Fifth, Simon Simpson in the Porsche 911. Andrew Frankel, sixth quickest in the McLaren 650. Charlie Hollings, who we saw come up first in the Audi R8 V10, 55.99. He's seventh quickest at the moment. Bruno Senna, nephew of the great Ayrton Senna, 57.22, puts him eighth quickest. John Morrison, Ani Hawaiara is a 57.87, and that puts him ninth overall. Derek Bell, sports car legend, 58.09, rounds out the top 10. Lots of sub-minute climbs there, but it's Jan Mardenborough, the star of the show so far. He stops the clock at 49.27, under 50 seconds in a road car. Ben, that's a stonking time, isn't it?
And it's worth also saying that that car has four-wheel drive as well. It's an incredibly powerful engine, lots of electrics, trying to sort out the various different wheels and traction control systems. That's
Jean Todt, FIA
Jean
president.
Todt, yes.
The most powerful man in world motorsport, has come to the Festival of Speed to, I've no doubt, marvel at the wonderful sights, sounds and smells of this unique event. Our FIA president, Jean Todt, former Ferrari boss, former Peugeot sports car boss, and of course a great co-driver in the 1970s in the World Rally Championship.
Well, as Jean Todt, a welcome visitor here today to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. I've got the next driver who is about to go up the hill, Alexander Sims, who's sitting on the start line. The thing about hill climbing, it's everything right from the word go.
Yeah, it's a very unique experience up here, very different to the racetracks which I'm used to. And yeah, it all happens within 50 seconds, and you've got a very short period of time to try and make an impact. So yeah, unfortunately things haven't gone so well for Chris now, but it's a tough track out there.
Well, as we're seeing pictures of Matty Griffin doing wondrous things on his BMW, you're going to be driving the all-new BMW i8. Tell us about the electronics and the engine configuration.
Yeah, so it's got a 1.5 three-cylinder engine in the back, petrol engine, and then an electric motor in the front with a battery running along the middle of the car. So it gives you the fantastic, the 2 different drivetrains, so you can drive electric around the city and stuff, and then if you want some performance, you got the petrol engine to kick in.
And it handles as well as it looks?
Fantastic. I've been very, very impressed through the corners. It's very stable, very calm, but then if you want to kick off the line or something, then it's got that as well, so it's a great car.
Chris Hoy had an unfortunate moment at Molecombe a moment ago. He's perfectly okay. You're racing alongside him in the British GT Championship. How are you viewing the progress of Hoy on the circuits?
He's done a superb job so far this year. For his relative lack of experience in racing cars, he's come on a long way, and already he's really in quite a competitive position with the amateurs in the championship, which in racing he's on a similar level to those guys, and yeah, he's coming on every weekend and starting to really challenge the front amateurs.
Okay, that's Alexander Sims, ladies and gentlemen, who will be driving the BMW i8 up in this Michelin Supercar run, as we're seeing Matty Griffin throw his BMW motorcycle around with such aplomb.
Yes, we also have Terry Grant, who's under the bridge at the moment, a little bit further up the hill, doing his stunts in the four-wheeled Legend car. And I think he's about to join. So we're going to have both of them doing their stunts. Matty Griffin chatted with him a little bit earlier today, and he's a very understated Irishman, a lovely fellow, and really, really great to see him doing his thing. You'd expect a crazy Irishman, but he was very, very restrained. Terry Grant, though, is just simply crazy.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Insane, but a brilliant bloke. He goes all the way around the world doing this stunt show. And don't you find, Ben, you watch Matty Griffin and it's very disarming. You think, you just know you couldn't do that.
And moreover, that is a pretty much road spec machine. He's got a couple of extra places to put his feet, and he's got an engine protector, but other than the extra brakes on the rear of the bike, it's pretty much bog standard as you would buy out of the factory. Terry Grant's car's got all sorts of fiddle brakes as well to be able to do this. And he's put a brick on the throttle and he's climbed out. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please do not try this on the way home in the car park this evening. He's got out of the car and walked away. He's had enough. Incredible scenes. And the little Legend is going round and round. It's going round so quickly, I'm always surprised it doesn't move away and head towards the bales. But and he climbs onto the front, stands on the front tyre, pivoting around its own length. That is absolutely incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. Terry Grant, stunt superstar. Terry Grant, I think, holds the world record for the most amount of donuts done in sequence, and he did set that at the Race of Champions a couple of years ago, out in Thailand.
He's got numerous records. So he's got a couple here. He's been up the hill climb course in reverse, faster than anyone before. He's been up here on 2 wheels in the Nissan Juke, faster than anyone else before. Had Amanda Stretton in the car with him, didn't he, a couple of years ago? And she won't forget that in a hurry. And still he goes round in the little Legend. Front of the car absolutely perfectly still. Just waiting for the Chris Hoy Nissan to be retrieved from the bales at Molecombe Corner after a little bit of over-exuberance halfway through our Michelin Supercar run. Live here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed and on Motors TV. Very warm welcome to you if you've just tuned in. Henry Hope Frost and Ben Constanduris in the commentary box, with Toby Moody down there on the start line. With a fantastic bird's eye view of what we can expect to see down on the start line. Matty Griffin still doing his stuff beyond the bridge across the track.
Hang on, Terry Grant seems to have completely left the car on the track whilst he's gone off to take a photo of himself.
Brilliant. We've been encouraging selfies, haven't we? Hashtag FOS selfie. So if you've got any good ones, then by all means keep in touch with us using the hashtag FOS or FOS selfie. Follow all the action at FOS Goodwood, the 22nd Goodwood Festival of Speed, the ultimate motorsport garden party. We are halfway through our Michelin Supercar run, a small delay to repair some trackside bales, and we'll be underway again. Fastest at the moment, if you haven't been watching so far, Jan Mardenborough, the young GP3 and sports car racer. He stopped the clocks at 49.27 seconds in the Nissan GTR. Second quickest at the moment, Anthony Reid in the Noble M600, the British-built supercar. He did a 50.10.
Terry Grant now filming himself doing these stunts. He's got his arm out the window holding a phone, taking a video whilst he's doing the rest of these stunts as well. And I think someone in the crowd is going to get their phone back soon with an incredible video memento of their day here at Goodwood.
Fantastic. Take a bow, Terry Grant. And he's going to retrieve the phone.
So we're still waiting for the hill action to commence again after Chris Hoy ended up in the barriers at Morecambe. We're waiting for the i8 of Alexander Sims, the new BMW electric car, to come up the hill, but we also have to repair the barriers down here at Morecambe, and so we're going to have a quick recap of what's been going up on the hill, on the screens here at Goodwood and on Motors TV Live.
So Max Papis now coming to the line here, car number 116 in Class 8, the NASCAR class of the 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Good afternoon to you, everybody. This is what a NASCAR sounds like as Max Papis leaves the line in this two-seater car that he was explaining to Ben earlier. He was using to teach other American drivers who are more used to oval tracks about racing on regular tracks such as Sonoma and Watkins Glen and the like.
Yeah, he was instructing the grandsons, wasn't he, of the team owner, the Dillon boys.
Absolutely, yeah. This car's been modified, especially for the weekend, by Richard Childress Racing. It's had tweaks to its tyres, the suspension, the ratios, and the V8 engines pushing out more power. Very good round Morecambe, but then you'd expect a NASCAR to be good in a left-hander, wouldn't you?
Certainly would. Max Papis, big motorsport fan. Two wheels, four wheel, he loves everything. He was here in the early 90s at the Goodwood Festival of Speed and has been lapping it up ever since. Now this was a quick look back at what we have seen at Goodwood. This is Kerry Earnhardt, the son of the late Dale Earnhardt, who unfortunately lost his life at the Daytona race in 2001, and it's great to see the Goodwrench number 3 NASCAR here at Goodwood in 2014. Also we had Drift King up the hill, Mike Widditz in the rotary engined Mazda RX-7. Just listen to Mad Mike and his rotary engine as he drifts it all the way round all of the corners, and in fact never keeps it even in a straight line. Henry, he's always pulling the lever of fever.
Absolutely, he's yanking on the happy stick wherever he goes, isn't he? He's completely disappeared from view. Absolutely wonderful. That's car control, isn't it?
The car very much set up to be able to do this all the time. You can see that the car is never ever catching grip, never ever staying completely straight. He's managing to whip it from left to right to left to right, locking the inside wheel, the outside wheel to make sure that it can drift to the maximum ability possible. And that car is a heavily modified Mazda RX-7. It's not really that stock at all now.
No, drifting has a huge following, doesn't it? It requires a different skill set, and some of the leading exponents of drifting are really remarkable to watch.
What's most remarkable is that this is an incredibly narrow hill, and yet he's still found an opportunity to get the car completely sideways, even through this last corner. And look at those beautiful lines that he left, the number 11s, as Toby's been calling them, over the line, spitting flames. And he said he was worried that he might catch the bales alight with the overrun.
Yeah, in places the course is barely wider than the car is long, and he's completely sideways on the lock stops. That is some skill.
Well, he left some rubber on the road. He was leaving some number 11s. I rather fancy he was leaving some bananas.
Yes, those number
around
11s.
that,
they
the
go
long left-hander.
the corner.
Yes, the longest banana at Goodwood as it goes over the top of the hill. We also had up the hill earlier today some Group B rally machinery. This is the Renault 5 Turbo, as Mike Widditz was continuing to do some donuts at the top of the hill, and so much smoke was coming from those rear tyres, it got into the cabin. He could not see where he was going. In fact, he told us earlier that he was losing his voice. He was choking because he was inhaling so much tyre smoke.
Yeah, left a lovely stench of burnt rubber all the way up the 1.1 mile hill climb course. Yeah, Toby, you were talking about those wonderful Group B cars. Here's the ex-François Chatrier Renault 5 Maxi Turbo, and a similar car in the hands of the French legend Jean Ragnotti. Won the Tour de Corse back in 1985. The mid-engine rear-wheel drive Renault Supercar, turbocharged.
A very chuckable car, a very handleable car. They produced these cars also for a one-make race series that travelled all around Europe, accompanying the Formula 2 Championship in the early 80s. And a glimpse to the early days of Group B with the Renault.
Yeah, Julien Piguet driving the Renault 5 Maxi Turbo. Highlights from yesterday. And the wonderful 5-cylinder rasping noise from Hannu Mikkola, one of the original flying Finns in the short wheelbase Audi Sport Quattro S1. Car that only took one World Championship Rally victory in period with Walter Röhrl in the 1985 San Remo Rally. Hannu Mikkola here again. He's a great supporter of Goodwood. He designed the Forest Rally stage, didn't he, up at the top of the hill, which is a real test for our fleet of historic rally cars.
Hannu Mikkola joined Audi at the beginning of the 1981 season. He drove the very first Audi Quattro in a rally on the Monte Carlo that year. It was leading, but it broke. But then at the very next rally in Sweden, he made sure that he took the first ever victory for four-wheel drive in the World Rally Championship. And he stayed with Audi from 1981 all the way through to the end of the 1987 series. If there was ever a name that people not directly involved in rallying would recognise, it is Hannu Mikkola.
Absolutely.
And so wonderful to see him walking around the paddock, having a look at other cars and infusing with some of the other drivers. Very understated gentleman, but still loving his time here at Goodwood.
Yeah, and if you stood in the forests as a youngster, listening to Group B rally cars on the RAC, as I did, you always knew when a Quattro was coming, didn't you? Here's Dave Pavley in the rare Mazda RX-7 Group B machine, a car we don't see very much.
Mazda continued into the Group A era of rallying with, ironically, Hannu Mikkola, who rallied for them in the 88 and 89 season. Now here is the early Group B Lancia 037.
It's one of the Grifoni 037s, isn't it? Fantastic machine, car that won the European Championship in the hands of Mickey Biasion, and won lots of rallies, of course, with the greats Marco Alén, with Walter Röhrl. It's the last two-wheel drive car to win the World Championship for Constructors in the WRC.
And during the 1986 season, the last year of Group B, they continued to use the 037 on the Safari Rally. They didn't want to risk the endurance of the Lancia Delta S4, so it did a one-off rally in 86. Now here is a car made specifically for hill climbing. 26 years ago, Ari Vatanen drove the Peugeot 405 T16 Pikes Peak car in Colorado up the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. He took the record that day, just over 10 minutes. It was half tarmac and majority dirt towards the top of the hill. And the famous video, Henry, climb dance with Vatanen, one hand on the wheel, one hand shielding the sun from his eyes.
Yes, indeed. If you've never seen that, get yourselves onto YouTube and type in climb dance Ari Vatanen, and you won't move from your seat for 10 minutes. Absolutely wonderful, and an award-winning film as well. Highlights from Friday then, as we wait for the clear-up operation to be finished. They're nearly there, repairing the bales at Moulcombe after Sir Chris Hoy understeered off in the Nissan GTR.
And of course, to celebrate 25 years of that victory at Pikes Peak, Peugeot decided to build the 208 that Seb Loeb then took the record last year, and that car is here at Goodwood and expected to go up the hill tomorrow with Sebastian Loeb, and if it's good weather, maybe take the record here at Goodwood as well.
Yeah, he's very relaxed about that whole record thing, isn't he? He's not sure, but he's going to give it his all. He won't be holding back, that's for sure.
Former World Rally Champion Didier Auriol back in his familiar Toyota Corolla WRC, a car that debuted in the middle of the 1997 season, and he drove alongside the likes of Carlos Sainz and indeed Marcus Gronholm for some rallies before they all change seats again, and Sainz going on to Ford alongside McRae. But Didier Auriol, a real passionate rally driver. Now, if you're going to talk about Mini Coopers, you have to talk about the Mini Cooper S, the original one, with the Monte Carlo rally winner, Paddy Hopkirk.
Wow, 33 EJB. Is that the most famous Mini in the world? I'd say so.
Totally,
Incredible.
totally. And we also had the Dakar winning 2014 Mini in the hands of the Spaniard Nani Roma here yesterday. He won the Dakar Rally to Dakar itself in 2004 aboard 4 alongside the heroes of 2 wheels of desert racing. He was riding a KTM in those days. He's moved to 4 wheels and he won it on with the Mini earlier this year. The Dakar Rally now moved to South America. I've been part of that rally in both Africa and South America. A tremendous endurance event of 3 weeks.
Yeah, Nani Roma following in the footsteps of Stefan Peter Hansel, of course, a great bike Dakar winner who's gone on to win it many times in cars, notably Mitsubishi and, of course, the Mini All-4 Racing.
And some doubt as to whether he'll be driving for Mini in next year's Dakar, or perhaps he'll take aboard the new Peugeot. You can see a concept vehicle here at Goodwood on the Peugeot stand. Incredibly aggressive. It's built to 2-wheel drive regulations, and therefore it doesn't need to be as close to the production spec as this Mini 4 Countryman is. It can be garish and outlandish, and it has 38-inch tyres.
Wow, yeah, I've seen a prototype of it, and it's in the buggy class, isn't it? And Carlos Sainz, the great rally hero and former Dakar winner, he's on the driving strength with that, isn't he?
And also the 4-time champion on bikes, Cyril Desprez, retiring from 2 wheels and taking his first steps towards 4-wheel victory.
And Nani Roma, he'd never been to Goodwood before, he'd never even heard about it before. He was here yesterday, he was taking selfies with all of his heroes, and today he's had to go testing in Morocco for next year's Dakar. Now, bringing us completely up to date with the World Rally Championship here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This is the Hyundai from 2014, the i20, with Danny Sordo at the wheel. 1.6 litre turbocharged engine, well over 300 horsepower. This is soon to be a rally winner.
And look how he pitches that car, using the Scandinavian flick, turning left before he gets to the right-hander to transfer the weight over and swing the car through the corner. Trick transmission helping all the while as he has his foot hard down on the throttle. This brings the World Rally Championship story right up to date. The i20 WRC. Spaniard Danny Sordo, already a winner in the World Championship Rally category with Citroën. He won on his preferred surface of asphalt for Citroën in Germany. And here he is, inch perfect past the straw bear on the wall.
And not only can you see this going up the hill, but there's also an opportunity to see this car going round the rally stage at the top of Goodwood Hill if you are at the event.
Yeah, very tricky course, very chalky surface through the woods, designed by Hannu Mikkola, who we saw a moment ago in the fearsome Audi Sport Quattro S1. Danny Sordo safely across the line. Here's Terry Grant in the Mitsubishi. We've seen him in the Legends donut car. And here he is in the Mitsubishi Lancer, and he will do some fearsome donuts where the car spins at huge speed in its own length.
And this is very much a new purchase for Terry this year. A new car and a new challenge. It's quite long wheelbase in comparison to the Legend car, and therefore a little bit trickier to do some of the donuts and stunts that he's used to in his other vehicles.
Yeah, sometimes tricky to break traction in the four-wheel drive rally-derived car, but once it goes, it just sits there and spins all day. He had to get out of it, though, didn't he, as he got onto the grass and headed towards the bales. He may do some more at the other crossing in front of the paddock.
And talking of bales, we are getting closer and closer now to having action back on the hill as the bales are replaced at Morecambe. Just, I'd say, 2 or 3 more bales to be placed in position, and then we'll get cars back on the hill.
Yeah, quick reminder of our Michelin Supercar run, which is well underway. Fastest at the moment, Jan Mardenborough in the Nissan GTR of 49.27, and he leads the way from Anthony Reid, the veteran racer, a Scot in the Noble M600, who stopped the clocks at 50.10. Chris Ward, third quickest in the Lexus LFA with a 53.43. Terry Grant makes his way up to the top of the hill. These are some of the highlights from yesterday on the opening day of the main Festival of Speed. We had the Moving Motor Show on Thursday, a chance for all the major manufacturers to showcase their latest products to potential customers and the world's media. It's become the de facto global motor show host. Terry Grant comes under the finish line in the monster liveried Mitsubishi Lancer. We're going to show you on the screen now a map of the course, so you know exactly what happens on the way up this 1.1 mile course. Off the start into a series of right-handers, along Part Straight in front of Goodwood House and under the bridge, over the brow and the kink into the left-hander at Molecombe. Along the trees, up the hill, past the flint wall, a right-left flick, and through a series of quick rights and lefts, and then you flash over the finishing line 1.16 miles later. The record Nick Heidfeld set in a 1998 McLaren Grand Prix car back in '99, 41.6 seconds at an average speed of 100 miles.
Let's have a look then on board with Anthony Reid from a little bit earlier. This was for a few moments the fastest time up the hill in the Supercar run, but was quickly trumped by Jan Mardenborough. I think he ran just after. So Anthony Reid in the Noble, and we'll have a chance to see that in just a few seconds' time. There's that wondrous sculpture made by Jerry Judah at the front of the house. Live pictures of Alexander Sims's BMW i8, electric-powered machine, the future of supercars, BMW are telling us, and that is the next car to go live up the hill once all the barriers are placed.
Yeah, the tractor's putting the last few bales back in place at Molecombe. There's a 4 or 5 layer system. Let's go on board with Anthony Reid and watch his climb and check out his massive oversteer into the first corner. There we go then. On board the Noble M600 with Anthony Reid, Le Mans podium finisher, British Touring Car Championship race winner, and a former winner of the outright hill climb here at Goodwood.
Into third gear through the first turn, and the rear tyre, not as much grip as he was expecting. A lot of oversteer through the first turn. The second kink was much more under control. Grabs fourth gear under the bridge then, and you can see it's not really a straight park straight because it's constantly meandering. Clips the grass on the right-hand side and then through Molecombe on the left. The left wheel is ducked under the tarmac just to try and drag the car through, and now up through the gears towards the flint wall. A little bit of a dab on the brakes, stays though, I think in fourth gear, didn't see him change there. The car still squirming around underneath him, a bit of understeer through Carney's seat, and then it's so fast that it's nearly over before it's begun. Here is the finishing line, fourth gear, 127 miles an hour, and that is how to do it, although Jan Mardenborough did it fractionally better.
That's right, and I wonder how much of that 9/10 deficit to Jan Mardenborough was lost when Anthony got crossed up into the first corner.
It's very indicative, Henry, about modern hill climbing that you need the heat in the tyres right from the word go. Tyre warmers are not allowed here at Goodwood. They're not allowed in modern British hill climb championship running. There's different rubber available for the hill climb cars, which is not available for these road cars because they've got to be in MOT spec. They've got to be able to be driven on the public highway in this Michelin Supercar run. So the leap of faith by everybody to fling their car into the first corner really is quite something.
Yes, indeed. There's a reminder graphic on the screen. Jan Mardenborough quickest, 49.27 in the Nissan. Anthony Reid, 50.10 in the Noble M600. Chris Ward in the Lexus LFA, 53.43. Those are our podium finishers at the moment. Matthew Becker, 54.03 in the Lotus Exige. Simon Simpson stopped the clocks at 55.11 in the Porsche 911. Andrew Frankel in the McLaren M650, a 55.73, was 6th quickest. Charlie Hollings, our first car on the hill in the Audi R8. And the rest of our runners and their times showing up on the screen there.
I'm very interested to see how this BMW i8 gets on alongside these supercars, because the i8 is a supercar, but a new generation electric supercar. Alexander Sims, an incredibly fast GT driver, got a BMW contract for this year and drives in the British GT Championship in a Z4 GT3 car. He's also doing various other outings for BMW in that Z4 machine, but he drives on the road and is a massive advocate of electric machines. So this is really his home. You can see the perfect driving position, completely central between the two wheels, and that car producing not a huge amount of horsepower, but it can do 135 miles to the gallon.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely perfect. The bales are back in place, Ben, at Molecombe, and the course car John Felix and Dale Wells doing a superb job down there, and we will be starting in the next half minute or so. Alexander Sims straps into the BMW i8. This car is deceptively quick. You will see it before you hear it.
1.5 litre 3-cylinder internal combustion engine powered by petrol in the rear of the car, doing the rear wheels, and electric power feeding the front wheels. Is it four-wheel drive? Well, I think BMW like to call it all-wheel drive. It is deceptively fast. It's the first time I have seen a BMW i8 and that is what's great about this Michelin Supercar run, that so many cars have never ever been seen before by the vast crowds who are trackside here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So we're under starters orders. Alex Sims gets the thumbs up. He's broken the beam. The time is ticking, and the BMW i8 already has the brake lights on into the first corner, the first 100 meters being done there and timed. The next split is at 22.48 seconds. Alexander Sims up, whispering his way up towards you at Molecombe Corner.
And because there's the lack of sound, it doesn't necessarily look as fast, but it's certainly going incredibly well. And Alexander Sims pinch perfect through Molecombe, heading up towards the Flint wall now and breaking the beam at the second split. It's going to be 3 or 4 seconds off the ultimate fastest time, but that's what you would expect. This car is not producing a huge amount of horsepower, but it is incredibly fast anyway. And of course, torque from those electric motors, a very, very important part of the i8's DNA. And of course, MPG, it does 400 kilometers to a tank of fuel, and the tank is something like 30 liters. So it might not be the fastest, only 12th position up the hill, but it is a marvel in engineering.
Yep, stopping the clock at just under 100 miles an hour. And here's a great name from Formula One's past, Rupert Keegan in the Alfa Romeo 4C.
And we saw one of these in the barriers, sadly, yesterday at Morecambe. It's replaced by a different car today, and Rupert Keegan, a 70s Formula One driver, heading up towards Morecambe now.
Yeah, here he comes over the brow, through the kink and into the left-hander. Very, very tidy. Left foot braking halfway through at the apex there to keep some weight on the nose. Vastly experienced racer, former British Formula 3 champion who won the Aurora AFX British Formula 1 title in '79 and made it to Formula 1, racing for the great March team.
This car, just 50,000 euros to buy. It's got a 1.7 litre turbo-tuned engine, all carbon fibre chassis, very, very lightweight. I think it weighs less than 1,000 kilos. A very different generation of supercar to the other cars in this batch, like the GTR and like the McLaren P1. The beauty of this is it's not necessarily a comparison of car to car and time to time, but lots of different manufacturers showing off this, a McLaren.
This is the McLaren P1, ladies and gentlemen. 903 horsepower under the right foot of Chris Goodwin, who's driving this car. It'll be very interesting to see how 903 horsepower gets up the 1.1 miles of Goodwood hill climb.
I've got a feeling he's also doing it electric mode as well. It doesn't look very fast to me.
Well, what does it sound like when it comes past you?
Quiet.
Quiet, yes. Yes, very, very wafty. But still got some pace, though.
So the Porsche 918 was able to do it a full hill climb run on just electric power. So this will be a direct comparison between the two electric power machines. Now, the P1 has only got 160 odd brake horsepower from its electric engine, whereas the Porsche has some 200 horsepower. So very different configurations. Let's see what time this McLaren P1 can do. It sounds like the engine's now kicked in at the top of the hill just to boost it over the line. It goes fractionally faster than the Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche did a 66.09. In the hands of Gordon Robertson. Chris Goodwin stops the clock at 65.03 in the McLaren P1, just using electric power.
Well, I think there was a little bit of motor at the end there. I did hear the engine power up.
Just to get him up the hill and over that last crest. Here's a car that is not powered by electricity. It's Elliot Cole in the thunderous Mercedes SLS AMG GT3.
And this is an out-and-out race car. Maybe not necessarily the best car to have on the hill. Really doesn't get Malcolm very right at all. Apex way too early and then pushed to the outside, but manages to hold it away from the hay bales. Now towards the flint wall, the car meandering across the road because, of course, this is a road course and therefore there is a crown in the road. And the race cars just follow the crown and meander from left to right to left to right. Very hard to keep the cars under control. And comes towards the start and the finishing line at the top of the hill to break the beam, and we don't have a watch on this particular time by the looks of things, but a beautiful example of Mercedes engineering, a 61.94 his time.
61.94 seconds for the Mercedes. Next car on the hill is the Ferrari. This is the 458 Speciale. This is a very, very quick motor car. Alexandra Gordon-Lennox at the wheel.
Lord March's daughter, of course.
Yeah, she was taken up to show her the ropes this morning and still going incredibly fast, pushing very, very hard indeed. If it is indeed her driving, she was a passenger this morning to show the ropes and was expected to drive, but this car is flying in her hands.
I remember her going on the back of the Ducati two-seat MotoGP bike with Randy Mamela a few years ago as a 21st birthday present. Unbelievable.
And this is going to be a very close time. 49.2 to beat, crosses the line, and a 53.9. Fourth position in this supercar run. What a great run. She should know the hill, though.
Absolutely. She's been up many times on her push bike.
We think it might have been Enrico Battaglia, Italian racing driver, who's involved very much in the customer programme of the 458 Speciale. I stand corrected if Lord March's daughter has gone up in 53.92. That would be absolutely staggering, wouldn't it, based on her level of experience. But our winner, I think, is going to be that man there, Jan Mardenborough in the Nissan GTR, 49.27, the only man to go sub 50 seconds. Anthony Reid second quickest, Chris Ward third quickest. There he is with Bruno Senna. That's Chris Goodwin there. His overalls round his waist.
And this is one of the wonderful things about. And this is one of the wonderful things about Goodwood is different drivers from different eras and different forms of motorsport all conversing and sharing their love for everything 4 and 2 wheels and motorised. And hey, look, here's a car with 6.
Yes, this is something rather different to go down the shops in. This is the big Mercedes-Benz Brabus Super G 700, 6-wheel drive. There are smaller cars that have won the Dakar Rally than this.
Toby, is that going to fit under the start gantry?
Only just, Henry. They might have to let some air out of the tyres just to make sure it goes underneath. It is quite an amazing piece of engineering. I need a stepladder to get into the back to load my logs in.
It's indecently quick as well, actually.
It is indeed. The whole thing moves under the when it's been revved with the sheer amount of torque from the Brabus engine, and it leaps away, goes down towards the first corner. I believe it might be Tiffany Chittenden, in fact, driving. On the grass, doesn't matter, of course, Henry.
No, yeah, daughter of saloon exponent in the 70s, Mike Chittenden, of course, and Tiffany, a great kart racer over the past few years. One of the instructors for Mercedes-Benz at its wonderful MB World site at Brooklands in Weybridge down in Surrey.
And Tiffany's a very slight lady, very short and perfect for karting, but looks tiny in this machine. Have we established how many wheels are powered on this?
Apparently all of them.
Okay.
It's a rumour that's not been confirmed or denied, so I'm sticking with it for the time being. Yeah, Tiffany hustling the Brabus machine up through the flint wall and round the Birdless Grove right-hander, and then up towards into the sunshine for the last time and round the long last left-hander across the finish line.
She's got a couple of Mercedes behind her as well, some road cars coming up behind her, both of which making mistakes through Morecambe but keeping the cars off the hay bales. And here is a very special Land Rover as well.
Well, the Range Rover makes its way towards the top of the hill, past the flint wall, and Jaguar Land Rover having some exquisite cars at the moment. They really can't make enough of them in all over the world. They're being sold all over the world. California taking up a vast number of them. And with Bruno Senna driving the Jaguar F-Type Coupe up this Goodwood hill climb a few moments ago, Jaguar having a real purple patch at the moment. Now this looks like the little Audi e-tron, some Le Mans technology coming down to everyday road usage.
Which is why, of course, these manufacturers go racing, isn't it? To filter the technology down into their road car products.
And if you are watching on Motors TV, then and you're wondering why these cars are coming thick and fast and the times are not there, it's because this is our first glance look at some of the cars of tomorrow, the cars that you can buy in 2014, at the end of 2014 and 2015. We've seen Peugeots, we've seen Ford Fiesta being launched, Ford Focus being launched here yesterday, and here is one of those Jaguar sports brakes that are used on the Tour de France.
Yes, they are supporting Team Sky. Tour de France getting underway in Yorkshire in a week's time before it then delves all the way down through France towards the Pyrenees. Aston Martin, the Aston Martin Rapide S making its way up the hill. We've also had a Tesla come past me, the all-electric brand. I've got Steve Soper about to leave the line in the brand new BMW M5 30-year edition, and also Tiff Needell in the brand new M4 Coupe. Here is the Tesla just coming past Goodwood House. It'll be wafting its way up towards Molecombe.
Great to see so much electric technology represented here in these new look cars. Very much the future of motoring. However much we dislike the lack of noise, it is an exciting future for motoring, with electric power now being able to rival in terms of pace some of the leading petrol-powered cars. And great to see both Porsche and McLaren doing only electric runs up this Goodwood Hill.
Great to see Steve Soper back behind the wheel of a BMW, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple race winner in the BMW E30 M3 days, the early edition of the M3, four-cylinder, 2.3 then 2.5 litre car that he's now moving into classic, iconic status. Here is really, well, I wanted to call it the M3, the latest M3, but it's the M4. It's moved away from 4-litre V8 power in the M3. This new M4, turbocharged straight 6. Tiff Needell at the wheel. That's why it's sideways.
And he's been doing this all day, hasn't he?
He's
been
very
like
good,
a right
isn't he?
hooligan.
He's a real showman, yeah. Ex-Grand Prix racer, podium finisher at Le Mans, at TV Star, races a lot at the Goodwood Revival at the motor circuit nearby, and he's hustling the new M4 Coupe into Molecombe, stabbing on the throttle to keep it under control. And he's got time for a wave.
Another man who's a local to here, Derek Bell, living just south of Goodwood, and Tiff Needell used to live just north of Goodwood, in fact, in the Downs, a beautiful part of the world.
Well, the M3 being all through the next generation. Now next up, this is the Rolls-Royce. Have you ever seen a Rolls-Royce go so quickly? Nearly £250,000 worth of Rolls-Royce that is made just a mile and a half here from Goodwood. It's the Ghost that is coming towards Molecombe Corner. A Rolls-Royce squealing its wheels, my goodness me.
Fantastic to see it being driven at such a limit. And here's another of our electric powered machines.
So this is the Volkswagen XL1. Only a few models being produced by Volkswagen, and it was really an engineering process to do and achieve well over 300 miles per gallon. Just look at the tiny width of those front tires. They're only about 3 or 4 inches across. It's all about being slippery, and it's all about getting miles per gallon. Meanwhile, let's catch up with Jan Mardenborough, the quickest man up Goodwood in this supercar run.
Jan Mardenborough, the wait is over. You are the winner of the first Michelin Supercar Shootout. Job well done.
Thank you very much. It's never expected to be, you know, fighting for this, but it's been, I've had a time of my life the past 2 days, and really enjoyed coming to Goodwood.
For those who are watching for the first time, tell us about your car. It's a very special Nismo GTR.
Yeah, so this car, it's a Nissan Nismo GTR road car. This one's in looks to be some wallpaper, but basically this is the car that did the Nürburgring lap production car lap records with Michael Krum at the wheel, 7 minutes 8.6, and yeah, this is how it finished the lap record, and it's in its original trim and seats and tyres as what it left the Nürburgring, and I'm here trying to go as fast as I can up Goodwood Hill in it.
Now, a lot of people like to know the sort of facts and figures of cars. What sort of power has this got in its performance?
So it's 600 horsepower from a 3.8 litre V6 twin turbo, four-wheel drive, same flappy paddle gearbox as in the normal GT cars. We have some trick aero bits on the car on the front wing. We have some louvres and scoops. The rear wing is bigger than a normal Nismo model, and we have no rear seats, only 2+2 seats, and that's about it. And lots of carbon bits. We have a carbon rear spoiler, carbon rear boot lids, mirrors, everything. I think body pollen's carbon, and seriously quick.
But I take it you've had fun this afternoon. You'll be back for a future shootout here at Goodwood.
Yeah, I hope to be back in the future. I couldn't come last year because I was racing, but I hope to be back next year and racing another fast Nissan.
Yeah. Jan Mardenborough, bravo.
And remarkable to see Jan Mardenborough going so fast up a hill that he'd only just seen on Thursday afternoon. In fact, he did a couple of laps on the Gran Turismo game that he was so used to playing with me on Thursday morning, and he couldn't do a lap up, a run up the hill without going on the grass and crashing. So it's good to see that he's finally mastered it, and the fastest man up in the Supercar run today.
He's a revelation, isn't he? Winner of the first Nissan GT Academy, now racing in the Formula One supporting GP3 series. He's a star in the Nissan LMP2 programme as well. He was very quick there last year on his first appearance at Le Mans as well. So he's got a very bright future ahead of him as we watch the Porsche Macan Turbo come howling into Moulcombe Corner. This the fastest SUV you can get.
Of course, these cars are not going for timed run, they're just being driven to a limit that is acceptable and also a bit showy for the crowd at Goodwood here this afternoon, enjoying all of these first glances of the cars. This is a new Focus ST that was launched just yesterday on the stand, at the full stand at Goodwood, and they did a side-by-side with the Gran Turismo game and a real-life gamer driver going up the hill.
Yeah, that was great to watch, and the gamer won.
Yes, he did a little bit, didn't he? Yeah.
And then the driver of the car won the second one. We're going to have some highlights on the screen now of our first Michelin Supercar run. And first away, Charlie Hollings in the Audi R8 V10. He set a time that would soon be beaten by the second car on the hill, the Chris Ward Lexus LFA. Wonderful Jaguar, the Martini liveried Porsche 918, the Pagani Huayra. We've had some wonderful supercar, and he folded the mirror in there on the apex of the last corner in the Pagani Huayra. And the Ginetta G60 coming into Moulcombe Corner. Derek Bell in the Bentley GT V8S. An absolutely mouth-watering lineup of supercars. And the Rolls-Royce Wraith. Terry Grant entertained fans down on the start line there. McLaren P1 with Chris Goodwin at the wheel. Andrew Frankel in the 650S. That's one of the fastest cars.
But it was Jan Mardenborough who was the fastest up the hill in that fantastic special edition GTR. And it was Formula One earlier on today as well, with 2011 cars taking up the hill, not being driven to the limit, but being spectacularly driven. And great to see a number of Formula One teams bringing their 2010, 11, 12 cars here to Goodwood.
Sebastian Buemi was driving this Red Bull, and actually although he wasn't timed, he was leaving nothing to spare in the car that went on to win the Formula One World Championship with Sebastian Vettel. 4 times a world champion has Vettel been. Sebastian Buemi back in a Red Bull Formula One car, away from his Toyota World Endurance Championship activities over the last couple of seasons. Jenson Button was in this year's colour scheme, but a car from 2011.
Yeah, a similar car to the one in which Jenson won the Canadian Grand Prix back in 2011, but as Toby says, in this year's livery. The 2009 world champion. He's been coming to this event for many, many years. He loves the support he gets from the knowledgeable and passionate crowd. That 2.4-litre V8 Mercedes howling away in the back of the McLaren MP4 26 in 2011.
Car that he took to victory at the Canadian Grand Prix at Montreal. It was a race affected by rain. There was a long delay, and then Button had a tyre change. He was dead last, and yet he took the lead of the Grand Prix away from Vettel on the very last lap. I leapt from my sofa.
And there's a wonderful sight, the evocative sight of Emerson Fittipaldi, the great Brazilian, two-time world champion, reunited with his 1974 World Championship winning McLaren M23 Cosworth. Emo wearing period overalls and the distinctive dark blue and red helmet. So famous from 1970s Formula 1, the high airbox, the fat tyres on the back of the McLaren M23, Gordon Koppak designed car.
And that is what Goodwood is all about. Not only seeing legendary drivers here and legendary cars, but when they marry the two together, it is so wondrous. Emerson Fittipaldi, in fact, got into this car yesterday, drove down to the start line, did his run, came back to the paddock and didn't even know where to park it. So drove straight past his McLaren F1 garage.
He's had a big smile on his face all weekend, hasn't he? Loved this event. What a treat for us and those who remember the heady days of 1974, the first time McLaren clinched the Constructors' Championship in Formula 1.
And Emerson Fittipaldi going on to win the Indy 500, the last time of which back in 1993. Continuing on the McLaren theme, we had the 1984 McLaren 1.5-litre TAG Porsche Turbo, driven today by Stefan van Doorn. Yes, Stefan van Doorn, who was driving the V6 Turbo up the hill. Nicky Lauda took the car in 1984 to the Formula 1 World Championship, just winning the championship by that 0.5 of a point. Half a point after half points were given out at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Yeah, remember the name Stoffel van Doorn, young Belgian racer who's on the McLaren books. He's been placed in GP2 this year with the ART team. He's very much a star of the future, and he's been entrusted to run this wonderful ex-Nicky Lauda Porsche-powered tag-badged McLaren MP42.
And loving the fact that he's able to not only drive a Formula 1 car up the hill like he did yesterday, but to get involved with some of the history of McLaren, and it's such an important part of any of the drivers that are here. Jenson Button's enjoyed it over the last few years. Ollie Turvey was driving this car yesterday in his McLaren collaboration yesterday. He was also driving his Jota Sport LMP2 car.
That's right, yeah. McLaren really do this properly, don't they? They place big store by their heritage department, and they run a lot of the wonderful cars from their illustrious past. Paul Knapfield howling up the hill in the Penske Cosworth, similar to the car in which John Watson took the team's only win in Austria in 1976. Knapfield, a big collector and historic racer. And he goes out there into the afternoon sun and through the left-hander under the finish gantry to finish his run.
It's been a fantastic supercar run, and we still have plenty of action on the hill here at Goodwood. If you are watching on Motors TV, you can join us online at Goodwood /live. And the supercars now head down from the finishing line back down to the paddock area as the next batch of cars head down to the start line here.
Have you ever seen such mega metal in one place?
And the amount of money in that stream of cars.
Extraordinary. A quick reminder, or if you're just tuning in, Jan Mardenborough was our first winner of the Michelin Supercar run in his Nissan GTR. He stopped the clocks under 50 seconds, the only man to do so, a 49.27. That was impressive, wasn't it?
We did have the onboard of Jan Mardenborough's run. We saw Anthony Reid's run earlier where he made a slight mistake through the first right-hander. This is Jan Mardenborough in that time attack car. Through the right-hander, the back end stepping out, but with the four-wheel drive system sorting it all out, the car stays straight, dipping a wheel over onto the grass through the second section, under the tunnel, and then towards Moulcombe, the tricky part. And he got this absolutely nailed.
Yes, he did. It wasn't as untidy as Anthony Reid through the first part of the run, and he was braking over the brow into the kink before Moulcombe threads it through the flint wall, the quick right, the quick left, out into the sunshine, and then through Birdless Grove. Fantastic. Here we are on board with Jan. He's just got one corner to go. Around the long left-hander over the hill, and he flashes under the finishing line in 49.27 seconds. 127 miles an hour, Ben, across the finishing line.
Fantastic.
That's incredible.
So much speed carried up through the last turn, and the four-wheel drive system helping him out quite a lot. Remember, Anthony Reid, who was about 8/10 slower, only with a rear-wheel drive machine. I think the four-wheel drive and the extra power and the setup from the Nürburgring that car has really helping Jan get that amazing, amazing time.
Well, it's been incredible, hasn't it? The first Michelin supercar run. I've never seen such a fantastic array of exotic supercars, many of them driven incredibly spiritedly.
And that is one of the things, isn't it? This year, the manufacturers have really got behind the timed run element, bit of competition between manufacturer, and therefore they've got some top quality drivers to pilot these machines and do what they really should be doing. And the character of the car looks so much better when it's being driven well.
Yeah, it's set a wonderful precedent, hasn't it, for future Michelin supercar runs, with all the great manufacturers assembling here at Goodwood to showcase their latest wares. There's a reminder, Jan Mardenborough, our fastest man, 49.27 seconds, winner of the inaugural Michelin supercar run. Thanks for joining us.
A beautiful view over Goodwood House, ladies and gentlemen, with the tremendous sculpture that includes a Mercedes-Benz from 1934 and a 2013 Mercedes-Benz Formula One car. Our next batch is already assembling at the base of the hill here at Goodwood. It includes the motorbikes, the tribute to John Surtees, and the very latest Formula One cars driven by, or brought here today by Ferrari, by Red Bull, by Mercedes AMG, by McLaren. A tremendous mouth-watering collection of 2 and 4 wheels, riders and drivers, and world champions everywhere.
Yes, indeed. One of my favourite elements to the Festival of Speed, the motorcycles. I'm joined once again in the commentary box by a man, he'll be too modest to admit it, but a man who was a legend of motorcycle commentary. I grew up listening to the fabulously enthusiastic, shouty tones of Barry Nutley. Barry, good to see you again.
Well, shouting's taken on a whole new level. It's great to be here. Thank you very much, Henry, for those kind words. Look at Aggo leaning on his bike down there. Did you see that shot? How relaxed is he? Look at him.
Is he the coolest male human being in the history of male human beings?
Just look at him. There he is. Agostini, Giacomo Agostini, number 69 on the Goodwood plate, and number 1 because so many times was he used to go on holiday, you know, because he was so dominant. He won 10 Grand Prix in a row in one season and then took 2 weeks holiday to give the others a chance. I mean,
yeah. Yes, the only Grand Prix he didn't win are the ones he wasn't in. Oh, brilliant. 15 times a world motorcycle champion.
Amazing, amazing man. Isle of Man as well. That's when, of course, the Isle of Man was a very important part of the championship. And the Ulster Grand Prix was as well at different times. And
of course, there's the famous Aggo's Leap. Isn't it, as they come down Bray Hill and pop out over the top with the front wheel in the air.
Yeah.
Something that he pioneered on the MVs.
And on the old Bruno circuit, they went either side of keep left signs and road bollards because it was an old street circuit. Murray Walker in shot. Doesn't he look well?
Doesn't he? There's a man who started his career talking about motorcycles. His father, Graham Walker, a great commentator on the Isle of Man. Murray, a real enthusiast for motorcycles and, of course, for motor cars.
And a gold medalist in the International 6 Days Trial. Not many people know that.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we're waiting for our motorcycles to appear on the course. Barry will talk you through all of the different bikes and their riders coming up over the next half an hour or so. Let's go once more down to Jenny Gow. She is with Le Mans LMP2 class winner Harry Tinknell.
Well, down in the assembly area, I've managed to find myself a champion bracket in the background, but Harry Tinknell, Le Mans winner in the LMP2 category. Congratulations. Still very happy?
Yeah, absolutely. Still on cloud nine. Just been celebrating for the last week or so, to be honest, with the team, and really nice to have the car here as it came off the track in Le Mans.
I know they leave all of the dirt on it, all of the dead animals and flies and everything, so that people can really see what it's like for you guys to drive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a tradition that the winning car sort of stays as it was when it crossed the line in the morning. And yeah, we certainly had lots of comments about, oh, the mechanics had a bit of a holiday and not cleaned it or whatever, but it's nice to have it in its original state sort of thing. And obviously it's an amazing result for a team. It's such a small team as well, and an all-British win as well in terms of the team and the drivers. So amazing to be able to show it off here at Goodwood and be part of the attraction.
Now, I spoke to your #1 mechanic, Bob Friend from Jota, and he was saying that he celebrated by drinking a whole box of wine, and then you guys threw him in the swimming pool.
Yeah, and then he slept with the trophy in the evening, so passed that with it. So yeah, no, it was a fun evening. But to be honest, I was just so tired from the race that by about 10:30, you know, I was just in bed, like, finished sort of thing. You know, you had such a good result, and you want to go out and just celebrate with everyone. But you know, by the end of the race, I'd been up for like 35, 40 hours. So all I wanted to do was go to bed, to be honest.
I bet you did. Well, you're here at Goodwood, nice chance to meet everybody, meet the fans. Do you enjoy that part of it?
Yeah, it's great, and the reaction's been absolutely huge. And I mean, it's so good to be able to come to an event like this for the first time and actually be really part of it, because we won Le Mans. I mean, it's the biggest race in the world.
I can still feel you almost pinching yourself when you say it.
Yeah, like I say, it still really hasn't sunk in properly, to be honest. Yeah, it's just amazing, and it's great to go up the hill for the first time and allow the fans to come up close with the car, and you know, it's such an open and relaxed atmosphere. So you know, just come up and chat with a lot of different people, and it's all really good fun, and enjoying the driving as well.
Tremendous atmosphere down here on the start line, ladies and gentlemen. We are awaiting the motorcycles to come up the hill, and an array of motorcycles going from pre-war all the way to some very, very modern MotoGP machinery. We've got TT legends, we've got John McGuinness, we've got James Hillier, we've got Fast Freddie Spencer, we've got Wayne Gardner. From the 80s, we've got Giacomo Agostini aboard an MV Augusta.
Yeah, and if we see Wayne Gardner, Toby, on that RS 500 Honda, that's really the first bike that Honda came back into GP racing after almost a decade out of it. As you know, Yamaha pretty had it. Between Yamaha and MV, they had it all their own way through the 70s. Honda having taken time out from the 4-stroke era, they eventually came in with a 2-stroke, and we're seeing the Ariel now. There are 1 or 2 new road bikes here. Great to see the revival of the ancient name, the good name of Ariel from Small Heath. Sammy Miller was very much involved with the Ariel company.
And he's riding today.
And he's riding today. Of course, he won so many trials on Gov 132, his 500 HT Ariel trials bike, which he made so light for a big single cylinder. Agostini leaving the line. Just what does that MV sound like down there?
it would, because it is still the best sound in the world to see Agostini on an MV. Stuart Graham just leaving the line with the 4-cylinder Honda 164, the 250.
Yeah.
A tremendous cacophony that we've got.
I heard that. I heard the Honda fire up. That was for sure. Agostini, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. 15 times world champion Giacomo Agostini, who actually had a rear brake problem coming down the hill last year and threw it away and ended up with a damaged shoulder. He's not going to repeat that. Interestingly enough, it was a mechanical problem that hooked him off. So even though these machines are scrutineered before the event, scrutineering needs to be ongoing. And I had a really good, interesting chat with one of the scrutineers. The MT 500 Velocet on the big screen, number 36. Ivan Rhodes on board, and I said this morning, if you look at the technology here, Velocet carried girder forks well through into the post-war era, even though they had a fully sprung rear end. Norton's, on the other hand, tended to go for teleforks and plunger springing. MV Augusta David Bedlington, number 74. Bedlington, a regular here. He's also got a KR250 Kawasaki here, but this, the MV, which he tends to ride himself, and you would, wouldn't you? Let's face it, Toby, if you owned something of that value, you wouldn't want to lend it to too many people. Dave Bedlington away then on the MV Augusta. Everybody getting safely through here at Moulcombe in the sunshine. This the 500 4-cylinder MV that was so dominant. Freddie Spencer, ladies and gentlemen, riding the big number 4, Fast Freddy in Rothman's livery, away up the hill. That's the NSR 500, the wild Hondas that were an on-off switch, basically. They were so difficult to ride. The power was either out or it was in. Well, the Spencer, of course, mastered this beast, but the NSRs went all the way through to Wayne Gardner. Wayne Rainey was the Yamaha man, but Wayne Gardner did pretty well on the Honda, but it bit him back a few times as well. And then, of course, along came Michael Doohan and mastered the thing. We're celebrating. Oh, it's a Valentino Rossi GP. Yeah. Come on, Toby, fill us in on that.
Well, this is Valentino Rossi's, one of his MotoGP bikes. It's got Wayne Gardner riding it. He came alongside me at the start line, and he was pointing at the 46 like a little kid. I'm riding Valentino Rossi's GP11, GP12 bike. Yeah. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Rossi didn't get it together with Ducati, but he's back with Yamaha. His second season back with Yamaha at the moment. Who knows, maybe he's won the Grand Prix today.
And that number 51 bike is the 1982 RS 500 Honda that Wayne Gardner took up the hill this morning. And this is the bike I was talking about that Honda brought back when they came into Grand Prix racing with a 2-stroke after almost a decade out of it. And a year later won the championship. So in 1983, they took the World Championship. This Heron Suzuki RG500, the number 6, just briefly, that's an ex-Steve Parrish bike. We are also celebrating the return of Hesketh here. This is an all-electric motorcycle. We've got 3 electric bikes running up the hill, and the state of the future, I think, the face of motorcycling to come. And like the cars, they are uncannily quiet, but the fact that they can lap the Isle of Man TT at 116 miles an hour says something.
Charlie Borman now on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Long way round, long way down. Everywhere else across the planet, Charlie Borman went with Ewan McGregor as he takes the BMW GS off the line. This is Michael Neves going up the hill with his BMW S1000 RR that he's racing at the moment. He went up earlier on a Ducati Panigale with police livery on it.
Yeah, well, that was the Bike Safe bike, which I was hoping we might see a bit later on. That's the HP4 BMW he's on, but you're right, Toby, it's a derivative of the 1000 BMW. Now we've got Johnny Ray, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Ray, 3 wins in World Superbike on the Pata Honda for the Pata Honda team. So the Fireblade, the CBR 1000 RR in the hands of the popular, the very quiet and likeable Ulsterman, Jonathan Ray, who's pulling a marvellous wheelie for us up under the bridge. So Johnny Ray, the second half of his season, I think is going to be a lot more rosy than the first half. Watch this space for Jonathan Ray.
He's been followed up the hill by Alex Lowe's, the reigning British Superbike champion, who's now moved on to the Suzuki World Superbike Championship squad with Volcom, and Paul Denning, who's running the team nearby from Bournemouth. Johnny Ray, a real star that HRC and Honda want to keep hold of. When Casey Stoner missed a couple of Grand Prix a couple of seasons ago, they put Johnny Ray on the bike.
Yeah, and you mentioned Alex Lowe's the reigning Superbike champion. He's only in World Superbike, if you ask my opinion, because Honda decided not to defend the British Superbike Championship. They've now fielded a wildcard rider in the shape of Julian Costa for 4 of the remaining rounds, and he's already proved to be quite a force to be reckoned with. But big wheelies from these guys. There's Johnny Ray still playing very much, and there John McGuinness, big John McGuinness, the #1, until very recently the quickest man round the Isle of Man. He's now lost that crown to Bruce Anstey. And what have we got down there? And,
well, there was a little bit of miscommunication between the marshal and the rider of Troy Bayliss's 2003 GP3 Ducati 990cc machine. This was the motorbike with which Ducati entered the MotoGP Championship at Suzuka in 2003. The regulations had come in the season before in 2002, but Valentino Rossi had won the World Championship aboard the RC211V. That was really known as the Honda V5. Ducati had Troy Bayliss and Loris Capirossi. Capirossi did win the Barcelona Grand Prix in 2003, though, under immensely difficult conditions. It was a very hot motorcycle.
We're not going to see it because it's being pushed back. It obviously...
he's got a slave motor, so they'll be able to get it started, Barry. So just hold on, just 30 seconds, and you'll hear what the 990 Ducati sounded like.
Are they going to let Matty Griffin go, or are we going to get this Ducati fired up? Now in the hands, or rather owned by Patrick Morgan. Who's on board? Is that the owner on board? Can you see, Toby? Is that Patrick Morgan?
It's a generic Ducati helmet, so I can't quite tell by the colour of his eyes, if you'll forgive me that one.
No, absolutely. I suspect it is Patrick Morgan, the owner of this bike. You know, it's just so good that people around the world buy up these Grand Prix machines. First of all, it's good that the factories let them go because they preserve them for the entertainment. They preserve them for posterity and for the likes of you and me and all you wonderful people out there to witness these bikes into perpetuity, really to go on and on and on, and that is brilliant. Matty Griffin on the F800 BMW Twin, now strutting his stuff on the tarmac, ladies and gentlemen. This man from the west coast of Ireland, from Galway, very softly spoken, very modest, is one of the top stunt performers in the world, hence his BMW contract. And he does tricks on this big 800cc BMW Twin which defy belief. Under the bridge, hand in the air. Toby, you and I ought to have a go at this one day. We'll find a Tesco's car park, get a big bike, and see what we can do.
No. We need to go to Travis Pastrana's house and go into the foam pit, Barry. There's no way you think I'm going to get on the back of that.
The only foam pit I know is a pint of Guinness.
Oh, good one. Hey, I did 2 laps around Donington Park with Randy Mamola with the two-seater Ducati that you can see that is unable to actually get up the hill, unfortunately. The marshals say he's missed his slot, even though the bike was barked back into life. The brakes on these modern MotoGP bikes are just stunning. Absolutely stunning with their carbon discs. In the meantime, from the bottom of the hill, let's go to the top of the hill with Bruce Jones.
Giacomo Agostini, great to see you here again on your MV Augusta. You enjoy the Festival of Speed?
Yeah, it's a nice weekend, and Goodwood is fantastic. I have a very bad experience from last year because I crashed. It's technical problems, but always nice to come back because it's too many people and the atmosphere is fantastic.
Now, it's an exciting year this year in MotoGP. Marc Marquez, 8 races, 8 wins in a row now. That's like you in your best days.
Yeah, I win 10. He's very close. It's very, very nice. Very good riders. And today also he win fantastic. And his moment. He's great today. He's the best.
One day he'll be here with you. Giacomo, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, bye.
Now then, coming to the line, we have got the Spaniard, Pedro de la Rosa, in one of the Ferrari Formula One cars from a couple of seasons ago. Just listen to V8, 2.4-litre Italian horses.
We switch from our motorcycles to our Formula One cars. Many thanks once again to Barry Nutley, our bike expert. Just bridging the gap between bikes and cars, John Surtees, a man who was champion of the world in both disciplines, will be signing copies of his book in about 10 minutes' time on the Porter Press stand. Stand number 100. John Surtees signing copies of his book on the Porter Press stand, which is number 100 at 4 o'clock this afternoon. As the screaming 2.4-litre V8 Ferrari of Pedro de la Rosa howls to the top of the hill.
He was on the sort of wet Pirelli tyres, so he was still feeling his way around those first couple of corners, but just having left the line is Sebastian Buemi, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're trackside, although this run is not specifically timed, Buemi is having a go.
Yeah, he's in the Red Bull Renault RB7, isn't he, from 2011? Car in which Sebastian Vettel took the second of his 4 titles, carrying huge speed over the crest towards Malcolm. Just jumps on those carbon brakes and the thing practically stops. Threads it through the tricky left-hander and rolls up towards the wall. The 2011 Red Bull RB7. From the pen of great Adrian Newey, whose designs have won world championships with Williams, with McLaren, and of course with Red Bull. Sebastian Buemi, one of the Red Bull protégés. There's the familiar helmet of cheeky chappy Johnny Herbert.
Johnny Herbert in the Mercedes AMG Formula One car, 3 times a Formula One victor at Silverstone, Monza and the Nürburgring. Le Mans 24-hour winner. It's great to see him back behind the wheel of a contemporary Formula One, really contemporary, you know what I mean, Formula One car, Henry.
Yeah, and he gave it a huge burst of grunt off the in front of the house and then jumped on the brakes. He's a real showman, is Johnny. Give him a wave and a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Herbert, Sky Sports F1 pundit, stabbing the throttle. The power output of the 2.4-litre V8 Mercedes Grand Prix car. This is the W02 from 2011, driven by Michael Schumacher and Nico Rosberg. That's resulted 4th place in Canada, courtesy of the great Michael Schumacher. And of course, everybody here at Goodwood extends their warmest wishes to Michael Schumacher and his family as he recovers from that nasty skiing accident at the end of last year. Great to see one of Michael's old cars here.
Johnny Herbert getting to the top of the hill. His Le Mans winning Mazda is here as well, but it's a day for him all about Mercedes. Meanwhile, we have the McLaren coming up towards you, Henry, the 2011 specification McLaren that Jenson Button drove to victory in the Canadian Grand Prix, but it's in this year's livery, slightly confusing us yesterday.
Yeah, it's young British driver Oliver Turvey, who's one of the McLaren test and development drivers, fresh from his LMP2 win at Le Mans a few weeks ago, of course. Well, 2011 McLaren, the MP4 26, and giving chase, which I think we'll see on the screen in a moment. So Alison Fittipaldi from the McLaren M23, a car that takes McLaren's World Championship winning history right back to the very beginning, winning as they did that year in '74 with the M23 and the great Brazilian Emerson Fittipaldi. Glorious cigar-shaped Lotus 49 on the line. A Cosworth DFV powered machine. Greg Thornton, a historic Formula One champion, entrusted with the 49.
That's Greg Thornton, who won last year's FIA Masters Championship in Lotus 92, 5XLO DeAngelis and Nigel Mansell car. Now going back to an earlier era with the gold leaf liveried Team Lotus 49B. Wide winglets on the front, triple-decker rear wing. Got less downforce than he's used to. Lovely monocoque chassis car with the engine bolted to the back of it to add to its rigidity.
This is the B-spec car, isn't it, which came in for 68?
It is,
and, Graham Hill carried the weight of expectation after the death of his teammate Jimmy Clark in April that year, and he went on to win his second title, the first coming with BRM in 62. So Graham Hill emerging as champion at the end of 68.
Lovely to see historic Formula 4 2000 racer Nick Geffin driving the car in which his father won the Race of Champions, the Chevron Chevrolet B24 Formula 5000, the only time the 5000 cars ever managed to beat Formula 1 on a straight fight.
Is young British racer Sam Bird aboard the Surtees Hart TS15. Immaculate condition.
It's a Formula 2 Mike Hailwood type car, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Hailwood winning the 72 European Championship, of course, in the Matchbox liveried car. Sam Bird entrusted with demonstrating Big John's superb machine, kept down at John's base, as it always was, at Edenbridge in Kent. He's got a wonderful array of cars here, and many of them are here this weekend, celebrating 50 years since John converted his World Motorcycle Championships into success on four wheels and won the World Championship for Ferrari.
So as the Surtees gets to the top of the hill, that was a good run by Sam Bird. But here, ladies and gentlemen, is the three-time Formula One world champion from 1969, 1971 and 1973. It is Sir Jackie Stewart.
Yeah, 27 times a Grand Prix World Championship winner between 1965, and he won the Italian Grand Prix in his maiden season in Formula One with BRM. And he was still winning with Tyrrell in 73.
Just intrigued to see how the Mercedes engineers have installed a tartan seat. I wonder if it's the Caracciolo or Lang tartan seat.
Yes. It's the Germish tartan, isn't it? German-Scottish tartan.
Yes, blue tartan seat. Jackie with his red tartan band around the crash helmet. Son Paul with the green tartan band and a blue sort of neutral tartan on the seat cover.
It must be fascinating for JYS to drive a car from 30 or so years before he started in Formula One.
And a very rare car. Only two of these W165 Mercedes were built, literally for one Grand Prix, the 1939 Tripoli Grand Prix. They won.
Yeah, small capacity engine, wasn't it? It was the 1.5 litre Silver Arrow. It took a 1-2 with Herman Lang and Rudolf Caracciolo.
Yeah, Voiturett's spec going very quickly as an Aston Martin running out of its regular batch.
We've got a couple of cars, road cars, going up out of batch, and as you can maybe hear, we will have the Ducati from 2003, the ex-Troy Bayliss MotoGP Ducati coming off the line very shortly. As the Aston Martin makes its way towards the top of the hill. The very first MotoGP Ducati that made its debut at Suzuka in 2003 has just left the line. Troy Bayliss and Loris Capirossi riding the motorcycle for those first couple of seasons.
That bike, Toby, makes a noise quite out of this world.
Absolutely. I had the pleasure of going to every single 990cc MotoGP race from the beginning of 02 to the end of 06, and Bayliss didn't gel with this particular bike. He was almost overriding it, but Loris Capirossi managed to win the Catalan Grand Prix at the circuit of Montmello in June that year. The problem they had with this motorcycle was the immense amount of heat coming out of the engine and hitting the rider. Capirossi had won the race in June that year. It was a very hot Spanish afternoon, I can assure you, and he was stood on the podium, but not for long before he fell to his knees. He was absolutely exhausted after just a 40-minute MotoGP race. It was scorchingly hot to ride these motorcycles.
Quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Fred Johnson, who's become separated from his group. Please make your way to Racecourse Car Park 5 by 5 o'clock in an hour's time to meet up with his party. Fred Johnson, please make your way to Racecourse Car Park 5 for 5 o'clock.
Okay, that's the end of a batch, ladies and gentlemen, here at Goodwood. We will bring the cars down from the top paddock in which Bruce Jones has been running around, collecting interviews and catching up with all the reactions from the riders and drivers in that last batch. Another view of the tremendous sculpture over the top of Goodwood House. In the meantime, let's catch up with Bruce and catch up with those interviews.
Wayne Gardner, great to see you at Goodwood again. Come up on Dr. Rossi's Ducati.
Yeah, a great chance to have a ride of a fantastic bike. I wasn't sure what the Ducati's like, but just riding it up the hill, and I went down on the last part as well. Fantastic, really fast. You can just wheelie anywhere you want. It's got fantastic handling and great stopping power, so real entertainment to ride.
What do you ride on the road yourself, though?
I'd like to ride this bike on the road, the Ducati. I've got normally a Honda CBR 1000, so I mean this is a race bike, you know, and with race brakes and race suspension, and it feels really nice. It's just really enjoyable. However, trying to remember your way up through there without making the mistakes, without going too fast, is difficult. But riding these bikes here is really fantastic, and I'm sure the fans are loving it.
Oh, absolutely. I think they're also loving the fact that dark clouds haven't really come to very much rain yet today, which is always a welcome thing.
I don't know how Lord March does it, but he always has a word with the man up there and manages to hold the bad weather away. You know, I came in on Thursday night, and the report from the pilot was, oh, enjoy the sunshine now because it's rained for the rest of the weekend. But of course, Lord March somehow does it, picks the phone up and calls him up there and stops it. So it's an amazing weekend, amazing event, and it's always a pleasure to be here.
Wayne, it's our pleasure to have you here. Thanks very much. Sebastian Buemi, it's always great to see modern Formula One cars on the hill here at the Festival of Speed, but you were going for a quick time there, weren't you?
I mean, I got to know the circuit a bit, so just pushing a little bit more, you know. I've done some easy runs, some a little bit quicker, but just always, you know, try to keep it under control. That's the most important.
Were there any points on the hill climb there you thought, oh, I'm going a little bit fast here, I have to slow down, or was it always under control?
No, I would say I didn't push, you know, too much, maybe 75–80%. You know, you don't want to push hard, you don't want to lose the car. That's definitely something that you don't want to happen. But no, it was good and nice. You know, there is a little bit of rubber on the track, so more grip, and it's a little bit easier to drive now.
Anyhow, it was very entertaining for the fans, so thank you very much on behalf of Goodwood.
Thank you very much.
has a companion tonight. Small creatures prick ears and tremble with fright. A sleek velvet phantom is making its way. Through shadows, eyes gleaming, it's searching for prey. Masterful strides on dark forest tracks. The prince of the jungle is poised to attack. His muscles a ripple, his heart pumping fast. The spectre, he's ready, his appetite vast. Feline musk impregnates the air. Razor-sharp teeth are suddenly bared. Like lightning he pounces, like thunder his roar. A sound full of power, great might to the fore. Darkness's embrace caresses the cat. The growl is replaced, a purr in its stead. All sated, the phantom is slinking away. As dawn's pearly light prepares a new day.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Come down to the assembly area here at Goodwood. The sun is shining down on this beautiful car, the Pikes Peak Peugeot, with Sebastian Lowe just inside it, getting ready to go up the hill. Will he be able to break the record? Nick Heifel set it last year, and we've asked him already today if he's going to try and go for it. He seemed a little cagey, but that was when we had those thunderous storm clouds in the sky. Now we've got sunshine. Fingers crossed he will attempt to go for it. So we'll have to wait and see. Lots of you getting in touch. Thank you very much for all your tweets. Keep them coming in. Remember, it's hashtag FOS or hashtag FOS selfie if you've managed to find yourself a star and you want to see a picture of you on the big screen. And we've got lots of those coming in right now. So a selection of you guys and your tweets. Thank you very much to Mark Davies at Mark Davies1, who says at Foz Goodwood, hashtag Foz, hashtag bikes. Look, no hands. Matty Griffin 32, fantastic image alongside that of Matty Griffin on his bike doing a full-on wheelie with no hands. Incredible stuff. Thank you very much. There's a lovely picture as well from Team McLaren saying the lovely at Maideby Birds. Ethy rocking their pink for Papa Foz Goodwood tops, and they're there in a picture. Oh, sorry, just swallowed my hair. They're in a picture with their pink shirts on for Papa. You can hear some of the engines coming on, so we're just going to have a quick walk down and have a look at some of these amazing cars. You've seen the Pikes Peak Peugeot already. You can see a whole array of vehicles behind us. I'm just going to walk down this way. So we've got Jan Mardenborough. He's the man at the moment who set that fastest lap in the shootout a little bit earlier on. He'll be going up in the number 80, that Nissan Nismo. So he's almost ready to go. We're just going to walk along a little bit further as we go. If I'm going to wait for Jason to catch me up as well. You can see some of the amazing cars down here. This is the 6-wheel car, which is totally gorgeous. The Douglas Sherson racing vehicle, Beta number 47. It's been here a couple of times, but it's lovely to see that old Cosworth engine, all of it almost undressed in front of us. So they're just about to go out, and I just want to get the camera and Jason just walk along a little bit more, and hopefully, if we come along this way, you can see the old 7-Up Formula 1 car ready to go. Lots of the drivers giving us a wave. Hello there, giving us a wave. Thank you very much, NASCAR drivers as well. And then if we come along here, this is the old Michael Schumacher 92 car. It's absolutely gorgeous in the United colours of Benetton, driven by Lorena, who's one of the only females to ever have gone up the hill and done well with the record-breaking attempts. I think she was 4th fastest in one of her attempts to come up here. So obviously the Michael Schumacher car, a special place in everybody's hearts at the moment. We all wish him very well as he recovers from that horrific accident at the end of December. So those are the cars ready to take to the hill. They shouldn't be too long as they're protected by the sun and looked after as they make their way off. And they should be going up with you, Henry Hope-Ross, very soon.
Thanks, Jenny. What an incredible lineup of machinery down there in the collecting area. Here's some onboard shots of the Sebastian Loeb Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak machine. It looks like they're getting some heat into those tyres, aren't they? Tyre warmers aren't allowed down on the start line, but maybe they're allowed in the collecting area.
Well, before Sebastian took the Pikes Peak hill climb record last year, what they did is that they rolled the car to the start line with one set of wheels on the Peugeot. They then took them off. They then put on some brand new tyres that were still in their blankets. Then at the very last minute, they dropped the car on the floor. The Michelin tyre technician plunged in the temperature gauge into those tyres and showed Sebastian through the window what temperature those tyres were so that he could see exactly what the tyre temperature was. There was no lies being told. That was the tyre temperature, and then he went up and he broke the record by over 90 seconds, taking it away from Rhys Millen. They spared no. They didn't leave any rock unturned, did they? Because essentially, Henry, Marcus, this team of people who put together the Peugeot 208 T16 were really the people from the Le Mans project who were a bit bored.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Peugeot pulled out of international sports car racing, hadn't they? And needed something to do. And this was a fun project that was able to give their engineering brains a bit of a workout.
The Pikes Peak onboard of the actual records with Sebastian Loeb last year saw him in a very short geared car, 6-speed obviously, flipper paddle gear change behind the steering wheel, but actually still quite short with top speed. It hit the limiter at 241 kilometers an hour, which is only about 140 miles an hour. So sheer acceleration, absolutely, that is what that car has got. But absolute top speed of a Formula One car that we've seen up here at Goodwood, and the kind of speed that Nick Heidfeld did here in '99, it's going to struggle.
Yeah.
It gets there quickly and stays there. That's the whole concept, isn't it? And it can attain some very strong cornering speeds, which help.
Yes, but they geared it absolutely spot on because they only hit the limiter in top once.
Some shots on the screen of the wonderful Forest Rally stage and the collecting area. Let's have another quick chat with Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan, the commentary team up there, as we see one of the Mini Coopers heading off into the woods. Tony, Zav, it looks like a wonderful rally stage up there. Give us some of your highlights.
Well, the highlights for me, and probably for Zav as well, have been we had a battle with Sebastian Loeb and Danny Sordo. Danny Sordo in the latest WRC i20 Hyundai, but this man here, the 9 times world rally champion, Sebastian Loeb, eased himself back into the rally car like he'd never been away, set the fastest time, but Danny struck back superbly well. But we've had a string of great times set during the day. They've kept it going. It's been absolutely a wonderful spectacle, including sites like this, the Lancia Delta S4.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And you can look at the colour scheme there, Henry, and that's very evocative, as you know, turbocharged, supercharged. And just look at the commitment here, as you can see as we replay some of the moments from Sebastian Loeb, like he has the way, it's a journalist alongside him, no pace notes whatsoever. He's been flinging the car around with gay abandon, no problem whatsoever. And then we had a little bit of a stage stoppage, unfortunately, with David Wright here with his WRC Focus, as you can see, went a little bit wide, up on the bank on the inside and the outside with a stage stoppage. And then epitomised from the club rallyist with Max Utting here, who went back overnight to get a new drive shaft fashioned and made so that he could run. And look at the Celica here climbing up on the bank. That's what you can do easily. If you're not too careful, you've got to be accurate and still throw the car around if you can. There you are, losing a bit too much of the Forest stage. And here we got Danny Sordo, who's now got the fastest time of the day so far in the i20. And so great, Henry, that given how well Hyundai are doing over in Poland at the moment, they made a commitment to send the car nonetheless, in the same way that Chris Meek is over there driving his Citroen DS3 WRC in the ruts of Poland, which have turned into huge craters apparently. But we've been enjoying ourselves, so that's highlights for us, and then highlights evocative of a Metro 6R4 Harry Toivonen car in this particular case.
Okay, Tony, thanks for that perfect update of all the action today on the Forest Rally stage. We'll talk to you again later on. We're going to go and join Jenny Gow once again. She's down with the irrepressible, the inimitable and the indefatigable Murray Walker.
Okay. It's lovely to see you, Murray Walker, and looking so well. Just tell everybody, how are you first and foremost?
I'm in a state of high excitement, Jenny, because I'm at the Festival of Speed and there is nothing else like it anywhere in the world. You see these fabulous cars and bikes and you meet the most lovely people, as I'm sure you've experienced.
It's manna from heaven for us, isn't it? Bikes and cars in the same paddock.
Yeah, and all of them in absolutely superb condition. All of them appearing today in ideal conditions, because we were forecast to have heavy rain, and Charles March has done it again. No rain.
I know, it's amazing. Now, you were just here looking at all the F1 cars, looking at some of the bikes as well. Which ones really ticked a box for you?
Well, Jackie Stewart in a 1.5 litre Mercedes-Benz, and they only made 2 of them, and they were to beat the 158 Alfa Romeos, and they did so, and the Italians weren't very pleased. Bikes, Jenny, I didn't really see which ones were here, but I heard what sounded like a 5-cylinder Honda, and they are unmistakable. So if I'd seen it, it would have been my favourite.
I'm sure they will make the special effort to come back down the hill just to see you. What do you make of Goodwood? Because it's such a unique event, isn't it?
Well, I say there's nothing else like it in the world. You get this enormously enthusiastic, knowledgeable crowd who are such nice people, and you can't see a collection of cars and bikes in such pristine condition, driven by such well-known people anywhere else in the world. And we're all very lucky that Lord March has managed to make it happen over these years. The first year they had it, which was about 20 years ago, they hoped to get 5,000 people. They got 25,000 people, and somebody told me that there were 34,000 people here on Thursday. So by the end of the weekend, I think he's going to have had half the population of Britain here, and he deserves it.
Just finally, if people do want to see you, I know you've already been signing some autographs and saying hello to some of your fans. Where can they come and see you this weekend?
I'm going to be at the BMW stand doing my stuff with Jake Humphrey, and they'll be very welcome. And I'll be there in about 10 minutes. All right?
Lovely stuff. Well, let you go off. Thank you so much for talking to us. Always a pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
The legendary Murray Walker, the voice of several generations of motorsport broadcasting. There is no more knowledgeable, passionate and enthusiastic a bloke. Well, I love him, frankly.
He's a top man. And talking of top man, Sebastian Loeb's been down to the start line. He's been left foot braking to put some temperature into the brakes of that Pikes Peak Peugeot. And very shortly, we're going to see one of the most exciting cars we've ever witnessed. Up the hill. So of course it ran with Greg Gilbert last year, who was very, very close to setting the best time of the weekend.
Yeah, he was doing 45s, wasn't he, in that car? And he had a problem with it, didn't they, ahead of the timed shootouts. It wasn't firing in all cylinders. This is Sebastian Loeb's first time in this car on this hill. So it will be fascinating to see what sort of time he can do in the 208 T16 Pikes Peak car. We'll get a lovely assortment of cars in the next batch. It is the qualifying session for the timed shootout.
Mike Skinner coming forward onto the line in the Toyota Tundra. Very spectacular Mike Skinner, who had his first job in the engine shop with Richard Petty, as he was relating to Bruce Jones only yesterday.
It's the third string NASCAR championship, isn't it, behind the Nationwide Series and the Sprint Cup, based on pickups.
They don't have proper pickup ride height, I've noticed.
No, they don't. They're actually just sort of real NASCARs, aren't they, with off their tops missing.
Half the tin work missing, yeah.
I've got the same miles per gallon.
Yeah. Mike Skinner, the inaugural champion in the Craftsman Truck Series back in 1995. He's fantastic in that thing, isn't he?
He's giving it plenty. He was on the grass coming into Malcolm, but he managed to hang on to it, and a lot of car control and a lot of commitment round the flint wall.
Yes, indeed. Keep an eye on the clock. This is going to be a quick climb for a big, heavy V8-powered NASCAR that's not set up for these narrow, undulating roads. It's going to be a great run. That's incredible. 51.33, 122 miles an hour. That's really impressive stuff.
Ultra impressive. My breath is taken away with the commitment that he had there. Look at the replay of him understeering through the first corner. My goodness me, well done Mike Skinner. Meanwhile, we've got the Chevy Camaro on the hill, one of the later IROC cars after they'd stopped using the Porsches, I think it was. This, to me, is just a fantastic vehicle.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing, isn't it? It's a tube frame Camaro from that IROC series, the International Race of Champions, as it was known. This is the one in Al Unser's colours, and they got together a lot of drivers from different disciplines, road racing, from NASCAR, from sports car racing, and put them out in identical cars. And this is the car of John Truslove, ex-Formula Junior historic racer. And it would be lovely to see Al Unser actually drive it maybe tomorrow, as he's here.
Yeah, he's been out in the Lola T500 IndyCar, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
There's a friend of mine who lives not far from me, Dean Butler. He had one of these cars, and he brought it to a hill climb in Worcestershire, and he drove it up. It filled the road somewhat.
Wasn't it the car that Jerry Marshall had his last drive in at Silverstone?
The light blue one?
Yeah.
Ah, I didn't know that Marshall had driven that.
Well,
now we got the...
this is the practice for the qualifying for the shootout, and this is Joe Twyman in the Lex CRP1 to determine the order for tomorrow's shootout, and Joe Twyman in the David Purley car, the local Formula 1 car here, beautifully rebuilt by WDK Engineering. It's designed by Mike Pilbeam, who, apart from being a BRM designer, was a specialist hill climb engineer par excellence. His cars have won something like 15 British hill climb championships. And Joe Twyman, young driver, quick driver, is going through Malcolm. Cosworth DFV power, 5 in the back. and he's gone up towards the flint wall and out into Birdless Grove.
Fantastic Francois Sever replica helmet as well that Joe is wearing. So it's great to have that car here, and part of the qualifying shootout that, as we say, will determine the order of tomorrow's timed shootout. 51.16 for Joe Twyman. Here's a man to keep an eye on. It's Gary Ward in the Penske.
Yes, the very last Penske to win an IndyCar race. Gary Ward nearly got the best Goodwood a couple of years ago. Leaves the line with great big plumes of smoke pouring off the rear tyres. If anybody's going to be committed up Goodwood, it's going to be Gary Ward, trying to get a good qualifying time for tomorrow.
He's been right up there before in years past, driving the Leighton House for Patrick Morgan. Leighton House Formula 1 car, but Gary on the way. What's happened? Is there a problem?
He had a problem beforehand. Maybe it's got sorted. Maybe he's going again. Does he look quick?
No, it's relaxed.
Yeah, and he's slowing on the way.
He's got a mechanical issue with the car, I think. If you remember, it broke yesterday, leaving the line. And,
that's right.
Yeah. So he's pulling off into the end of Garvey slot, where the 405 Peugeot ended up, and now he's got an issue with it. So.
Yeah, that will be moved, and we'll carry on with this qualifying session for the time shootout. He's been spectacular in the past.
Yes, the marshal's just made the tow rope sign, so it's not going to go any further under its own steam.
Yes, he came to the start line, but then there was a problem. He was wheeled back, another car went up the hill, and unfortunately some other problem reared its unfortunate ugly head for the Penske. That's a shame for Gary. Julian Mazoub's Alfa Romeo 308C just being wheeled back from the start line at the moment whilst we retrieve the Penske. So whilst we've got a short break, we'll see who Jenny Gao has caught up with. Jenny?
Yes, I'm down here with Bruno Senna, just signing some autographs. Lots of people wanting to catch up with you and see you. How are you, first of all?
I'm very good. It's always a pleasure to come to Goodwood and drive some amazing cars. And today I have the pleasure of driving the car that I first drove here by my uncle's 1988 McLaren. So yeah, looking forward to it. Nice sunshine. So what's not to like?
Is it a nice experience for you when you get asked to drive Ayrton Senna's cars? Because it's a little bit difficult for some people.
For me, it's a pleasure. You know, I think he's driven so many super important cars. You know, we had so many pieces of very important history, and I'm just getting to drive them and see how he was back in the day. You know, and I don't think many people have the chance to do it. So every time I'm called to do it, I normally do it. So unless there's a schedule clash, I'm always up for it.
Okay, so if you had to pick any of your uncle's cars, which would it be? You're going to say the 88, but that one's banned.
No, it would be the 1993 McLaren MP4-8. That was a very nice car to drive. We drove it here as well, but I would like to drive it on a racetrack.
That would be amazing, wouldn't it, to be able to get a spin in that? I think a lot of people here and a lot of people across the world watching would do almost anything to get a chance to do that. Conditions-wise, what's it looking like up the hill today?
It was a bit slippery. I'm surprised. I drove twice already up the hill today, and the hill's a bit slippery. I think we've seen some people going off a little bit, but you know, it is for fun. It's not something you're going to push for the best lap time, and it's always a pleasure to go up there and then have a catch up with the guys that sometimes you only see once a year here in Goodwood.
I know, it's like a bit of a party atmosphere, isn't it? Especially if you go into the drivers' club. They're all sat around, they're all having cream tea, scones, and you know, the racing trim's gone. It's just carbs.
It is, and obviously I learned to eat the British afternoon cakes here. So I never had them before, and I had the pleasure to do it, and I always come back for it.
And just tell us about the future, because it's looking pretty interesting for you, isn't it?
Definitely. I mean, I'm still going to be doing some endurance racing for the next few years, but Formula E Championship is up and coming, and we're really looking forward to it. We have the first official tests this week, so definitely it's going to be a big challenge, totally different from whatever we've been doing before, and I think hopefully it's going to pave the way for some real cool new style motor racing.
Well, fingers crossed for you and for the championship. Thank you very much for talking to us.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Right, I'm just going to grab this camera away from Bruno, and we're just going to go and have a chat with some of the people down here, because there's all sorts of people down here. Lorenzo Top, not lucky today. I'm not going to tell you the result of what happened in MotoGP, because someone will get very cross with me.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll look forward to that.
Well, you will do. Hopefully we'll have Scott Redding and Bradley Smith down here tomorrow. They're hot-footing it from Assen, from MotoGP down here. Where are you from? What have you enjoyed doing today?
Norwich.
Lovely, from Norwich. What's your name?
Paul McAdam.
Paul, and what have you seen so far that's excited you?
Everything, I think. Really good. Bikes, whole car, everything.
Yeah. Really good, yeah.
Lovely, lots of people meeting. I know, it's amazing after they said there were going to be thunderstorms and lightning and everything as well. Oh, look at this, a nice old style rocket red McLaren cap. Did you manage to catch a glimpse of Jenson Button?
We were right next to Jenson this morning, yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't get his autograph. I don't know whether he would have liked the old hat.
I'm sure he would have liked the old hat. Are you just enjoying the day? What have you been able to catch up with?
Oh, we've been looking particularly at the Formula One cars, and I love the motorbikes, so we've been watching the motorbikes go up the hill.
Just like me, the split between motorbikes, Formula One cars, the mix you get at Goodwood is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah, and the aircraft. I like the air display with the Red Arrows and the Vulcan.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Lovely.
Oh, well,
great day.
Glad you've enjoyed it as well. Are you two together?
Yeah, bringing my dad out for a treat for the weekend.
You sound like, oh no, just dad, you know, towing him along, here we go. How did you get into motorsport? Is it his fault?
Yep, I always used to watch him, the races when I was younger, just for the crashes then, but now properly into it.
Who do you support? Who do you enjoy watching?
Jenson, of course. Michael Schumacher was always my favourite, but so I wish him well.
Oh, well, thank you very much for chatting to us. I'm just going to run along the line a little bit. Say hello, everybody. There we go. Lots of people here, very excited. We're just going to keep on going. Hello, everybody. I tell you what, everybody along here, can you give me a bit of a cheer in 3? Because everybody who's watching over there is missing out on all the fun at the moment. So in 3, 2, 1, we'll do a cheer. So 3, 2, 1. There we go, that was just for Bruno. He feels very special now. Thank you very much, guys, well done. And we'll catch up with some more drivers and some more events down here in a few moments. But let's go back to the commentary box and Henry Hope Frost. That cheer was just for you, Henry.
Thank you, Jenny, that's terribly kind of you. Give them all my thanks and regards, won't you? We've got a small delay to our qualifying shootout that will determine the order for tomorrow's proper official timed batch of cars. The Penske IndyCar of Gary Ward has been pushed back into the paddock on the left on the approach to Malcolm Corner. And
what actually happened then, Henry, was that we saw on the big screens Rainer Ott's beautiful Maserati 4CLT 48 being turned around. That was red flagged because he was already en route when Gary Ward stopped. That's why Julian Mazub was being pushed back, so they can make room for Rainer. Rainer, who bought this car, then spent 3 years creating the engine from scratch, because the one that was in it was absolutely scrap. And amazing, with help for Technical University in Swabia, he's managed to do that. And he and his lady Simone have got it together. It's running beautifully. It's lovely to see. It's the car that Froilan Gonzalez raced at Monaco.
Unbelievable. He built a 4CLT engine from scratch by himself.
Yep. Well, with the help of a few friends, a few very clever technical engineers.
Wow.
He's from the aerospace industry in Germany.
He can drive too.
He can. He had an ERA till recently. He sold R9B recently, but still got to drive it at Monaco. Next to his new owner. Away he goes, scorches away. Yes, he made everything. The superchargers, the block, the heads, the cams.
I'm almost inclined not to believe you.
Well, he wrote a wonderful story about it, which is published in the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association yearbook of 2014. And very, very nice guy. Also has a Cooper T53 if he fancies to go in a rear-engine car.
Fantastic.
Here he comes, Rainer F.W. Ott himself.
Hard on the brakes, soaring at that huge wood-rim wheel. Jumps back on the power.
Yeah, it's quite a narrow power band. It's all quite savage, but he's been around a long time in the historic racing world. He's past the flint wall, up into the open sort of meadow at the top, through Burton's Grove, up towards the final corner. Rainer Ott in this magnificent Maserati. He's made 3 or 4 more of the engines as well, so he's keeping sort of the world population of 4CLTs running single-handedly.
Yeah, it's not the sort of thing you can go down to Halfords and
what he's done, it actually makes the same power as it did in period. He made it made a little bit more to start with, and he's backed it off, so it makes precisely the same power as the original.
Fantastic. Julian Mazoub very sideways in the fabulous pre-war Alpha 308 coming out of Moulcombe.
Mazoub, an exceptionally accomplished vintage pre-war car driver, has smashed pre-war car records at all sorts of hill climbs, the length and breadth of the UK, and this is a very quick run in a pre-war car. My goodness me.
And yeah, 59.23, that's incredible.
Behind him, Adam Painter was going well in his bewinged Maserati, the car that was interred in the ground, buried in Singapore for something like 40 years. This is Sally Mason-Stirren you saw briefly with the 166mm. There is Adam Painter with the 4CS Maserati, road-going sports car. He's going really well in the early part. He's a vintage sports car club racer. We see him out in this car many times. 69.72, well, that's a very good effort. Here's Sally Mason-Stirren, long-time Ferrari hill climber. Seen her in the Tasman Formula 2 car, which she and husband Dudley have from Farnham Way. So relatively local, been at every one of the hill climbs over the years.
As Paul Knapfield leaves the line in this lovely Lola Chevrolet T70. Another very accomplished historic racer is Knapfield, looking to battle and see how he can get on in this shootout qualifying.
Here comes Nappy under the bridge in this John Surtees T70. We saw Jamie Campbell-Walter take it up earlier on in the day. He's safely around Moulcombe, and he's on the wall-in wall. You see him in Formula 1 cars. That was a big Chevrolet Camaro, the FCA, one of the FCA freight cars Frank Gardner drove in the early 70s. Joe Twyman leads the way on a 50 at 1. Go through 57.68, determining the running order for tomorrow's runoff.
Yeah, there's confirmation on the screen then. Joe Twyman has the edge by very little, less than a tenth, or less than 2/10 of a second from Mike Skinner in that extraordinary Toyota Tundra pickup. Paul Knapfield fourth quickest in the
Gassi going quickly.
T70.
That's Walter Rothlauf with the Type 35 on your screens. Was the Maserati of Neil Perkins, the 6cm, 6-cylinder car. Neil Perkins down from Northamptonshire. Up at the top, the Maserati A6 GCS comes in, and in front of there's Sally Mason-Stirren with her shell overalls by the 166mm. Lola T70's now safely parked up. A sea of red.
Basil Davenport's Spider 1 car now on the hill, a V-twin 1.5-litre car that dominated Shelsley Walsh in the late 1920s, the oldest motorsport venue in the world. David Lee now the custodian of the car, and he drives it with a similar aplomb that Davenport did drive as he battled against Raymond Mays in those days. And only Raymond Mays took the record away from Davenport, didn't he?
Yeah, but no cow herding smock, I regret to say. You were telling us, Toby, how Basil Davenport drove it in a herder's smock.
But David Dumps does sometimes don the smock when he comes to VSCC Shelsley. A great run. Great to see this car running, and also Spider 2 is running as well. Not here today, but it's going very well on the hills.
Talking of the ERA and Raymond Mays, I remember seeing James Baxter taking the VSCC Prescott record away from R4D after Anthony Mayman had set it 21 years earlier.
We do love a Batmobile, don't we, Henry?
Absolutely.
BMW CSL Batmobile with its homologated wings, front spoiler, roof spoiler, and rear aerofoil.
Adrian Brady in the ex-Team Luigi car. BMW Motorsport ran to the European Touring Car Championship many years on the drop.
Luigi was the famous Belgian team, wasn't it? Luigi Cimarosti.
That's right.
A car that so many people know, with that famous photograph of Hans Stuck in the black liveried BMW CSL leaping over the Flugplatz at the Nürburgring with one wheel, if any wheel, in touch with terra firma.
A mighty picture. I used to have it on my bedroom wall when I was a kid.
Midnight blue was its official colour.
For the Toyota Group C cars, and up now, Paul Stott, its preparer, was driving it this morning. It's one of Kent Abrahamson's fleet. And the reason that Kent can't drive it is this is Kent's next entry, the Nissan Elvis. Kent Abrahamson from Gothenburg in Sweden, the Kentertainer, as he used to be known in the International Sports Super Sports Cup, where he ran his fleet of chevrons.
It's an incredible car, isn't it? Built to dominate the IMSA, International Motorsports Association sports car series in America, the US equivalent of Group C racing. And this car in the hands of Jeff Brabham was utterly dominant. Looks like something out of a sci-fi movie, doesn't it? Hugely ahead of its time, very slippery.
Jason Wright in the Derrington Francis ATS.
Going a little bit wide at Moulcombe.
Yeah,
took the
there was
outside
a
line.
sharp intake of breath from the commentary box. Jason Wright, the American, Kenny Rogers lookalike, Squadra Kenny Rogers we call him in historic racing.
Based in Italy now, isn't he?
Yeah, races everything from, we used to race in Formula Juniors, won the FIA Lorani Trophy Formula Juniors a few years ago, but raced everything up to a Lola T70.
Oh, there's one of the greatest cars ever made, the Lancia Delta S4, the Group B monster. First appeared on the RAC Rally in 1985. Took a dominant 1-2 that weekend with Henry Toivonen and Marco Elen.
But why did they forget the rest of the bodywork underneath the rear bumper?
Yeah, good point. Yeah. So
because you could see the immense engine and the immense engineering, I rather fancy.
So they could have massive
would
mud
have finished
flaps.
it off.
So they could have massive mud flaps.
This is David Franklin, who is a hill climb ace, British hill climb champion back in 1978 with a March BMW Formula 2 car, 772 that year, one of the wide chassis cars before they went to the 772P, and then the best car March ever made, and probably the 782. Top two in the shootout practice so far, Joe Twyman on the right, Mike Skinner on the left.
That's great. Some good banter. There are the times. Joe with a 51.16. Mike a fraction behind with a 51.33. Greg Thornton third quickest in the Lotus 49B, a 56.34.
Mike Skinner telling Joe Twyman how he's enjoyed this vehicle up the hill. And Joe from the Formula 1 car, just the Lex CRP1, the Charlie Purley commissioned car, driven in its day by his late son David. There's the BRM 261, the 1.5 litre V8 car just gone past us as Dave Pavley's Evo Mazda RX-7 goes through the finish. We're going to see Jade Pavley in that as well tomorrow, up and coming racer. Yes, we've seen Andrew Waring with a 1.5 litre V8 BRM 261. This is Andy Robinson with the Ford Falcon, the Craig Lowndes Australian touring car machine with those distinctive yellow-green eyes.
Brutal machine, low-tech V8 rear-wheel drive, no driver aids, no electronic trickery.
And a thuggish power delivery.
Yeah, great.
And one of the most popular touring car championships on the planet, and yes, it's the most furthest away.
If you haven't seen V8 supercars from Holden and from Ford threading themselves through the eye of the needle that is the mountain at the top of the Bathurst circuit in New South Wales, then you really need to.
I've long campaigned for a round up here out of season. I think we can have a little mini tour of Europe, like the USAC cars did back in the 70s.
It's a box I managed to tick 20 years ago when a friend was racing in Australian Formula Ford, and he was on the support programme to Bathurst. So
you went down. Would have been rude not to.
Immense, absolutely immense.
Okay, the big Maserati.
On the pace as well. Only 1.7 seconds down at the split.
Yeah, but quite late into the braking area for Malcolm, and he got it squeezed through. This is Sturtesinger
squeezing himself past the wall, and having lost a little bit more time towards the top of the hill. Still that 51.16 is the quickest time. Mike Skinner just over a tenth and a half behind him on a 51.3. The Maserati does a 56.4 and goes into 4th position.
Here comes Genet in the Seat.
Yeah, the Spaniard, ex-Works World Touring Car Championship driver with Seat. Had a good career in single-seaters. Got all the way to Formula 3000, didn't he? Won Silverstone round of the FIA European 3000 series in the early 90s. And never managed to follow his brother Mark into Formula 1.
Dramatic
Touring car racing instead.
Dramatic looking car, this more kind of silhouette Seat. Huge wing, suspended from the top unusually, I notice. Here he comes, and that goes third, is it? Yes, a 54.74, 107 miles an hour through the finish for Gordon Genet. Now this is Lorena McLaughlin, many times women's BTD setter here, sparking along in the Michael Schumacher Benetton. It's run by Roger Heavens, the 1960s and early 70s sports car racer.
Recently switched to Roger Heavens' Equipe. They had endless problems with the gearbox with that car, and it now seems to be behaving properly.
And it is when it's only 1.7 seconds off at the split as she comes past the wall, and she makes her way through the dust that's from the rally course towards the top of the hill. And McLaughlin looking to get under 50. That won't happen. The only sub 50 we've had today was in the supercar run by Jan Mardenborough. McLaughlin a 55.6 to go 4th. Yep. Meanwhile, we've got the Pikes Peak car on the hill. The one from 26 years ago, the one that Ari Vatanen drove. It's the Peugeot 405 T16.
What a brutal machine. Look at the wing on the back of that. Ender Garvey had problems with it yesterday, but it's running sweetly now. This is a fairly quick time. Looks like rain, doesn't it, silhouetted on the skyline, but it's the dust from the off-road course.
It's gone very cold down here, I assure you, Henry. The cars are getting up as quick as they can. Nobody wants to be left with a damp track. Meanwhile, the 405 T16 does a time and goes third, a 54.3. Third position, a 54.3 behind Twyman, behind Skinner.
Demoting demoting Jordi Genet in the Seat touring car. It's the 1984 Tolman.
That's a good effort. Here comes Max Papis. He's got something to say about this.
He has, Marcus. He is really going to hang it out. I can see the lights shining like beacons from inside the car as he lets the clutch in, and plumes of smoke are left behind off the back of those Goodyear Eagle tyres. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eye on Max Papis with this NASCAR. He's sideways already through the first corner. Sideways already, he's on the grass. He has to get out of the throttle. Gathers it all back together again. This will be a committed braking into Malcolm. Lifts an inside front wheel.
That's absolutely
spectacular.
Brutal. Oh, the offside rear flirting with the grass on the exit of Malcolm. We thought Mike Skinner was spectacular in the Tundra pickup. Check this out, the NASCAR Chevrolet. Max Papis to get out of the throttle there at Birdless Grove as well. He's blind on the entry. What's he going to do?
The wheel off the deck through the last corner. Inside front wheel. There was daylight underneath the tyre. Absolutely awesome. NASCAR stocker.
53.08 seconds. He goes third. This is a replay of Max Papis off the road, nearly all four wheels off the racetrack. My goodness me, and still to do a 53.0, that is mightily impressive.
The last three cars in a row have all taken the third quickest slot, and it stays with Max Papis for now. Paul Smith in the Audi A4 Super Tourer. Michael Mallet really hot into Malcolm. Paul Smith, a 53.66.
Bear in mind, we've seen the Super Tourers go very fast here before. Anthony Reid's had some great results in various Nissans. Yeah.
Michael Mallet in the Chevrolet Cruze World Touring Car used by Rob Huff to win the world title a few seasons ago. built by his father Ray's RML concern up in Wellingborough in Northamptonshire. 53.73 for Michael Mallock. Impressive in a 2-litre touring car.
Well, as Mike Skinner tends his NASCAR truck at the top of the hill, here is the very first Jordan Formula One car. It is the Jordan 191, the 7-Up livery, a beautiful car, and it is going to be touching well over 150 miles an hour up towards you.
Yeah, lovely looking car of Didier Searg, and designed by Gary Anderson, Hutchison design livery. Quickest at the split. That's a fantastic effort. 37.70 for Didier Searg. He's now out into the upper reaches of the hill.
Still underneath the split as he goes towards the top. He's got a 1/10 of a second advantage over Twyman. He's got another 5 seconds to break the beam at the top of the hill here at Goodwood. 51.1, and he's beaten it. He goes first. The Jordan leads.
51 dead in a car much younger, of course, than Joe Twyman's leg. I think that puts into perspective, Marcus, what an impressive climb that was from Joe in a car that's 14 years younger.
But we've got the extra grip of the march, and this is going to break the time. Look at this, a 49.1. It's the best time of the day. Jan Mardenborough's GTR time has been shattered by a 1/10 of a second here by the march. And here is Jan Mardenborough. He's immediately got to take the best time of the day back. Through the split he goes, up towards the Flint wall. A 36.4 is the time that he has got to beat at that individual split. And he's up again, but only by a 1/10 of a second.
Toby, he did a 49. He did a 49.2 in the road car. This is the race car. This should be quicker.
Whoa, using all of the road. He breaks the beam, and it's a 48.39.
48.39.
He goes quickest at 126 miles an hour over the finish line. Breathtaking.
On the hill now, Andy Newell with an M8F McLaren, 8.5 litres, 850 horsepower. Massive Can-Am car. He's passed us. He's en route to the top.
That's incredible. The past 3 cars in a row have all taken the top spot. Didier Searg, Jeremy Smith and Jan Mardenborough. It's gone from 51 dead to 49.1 to 48.3. Andy Newell a 51.53.
He'll be pleased with that. 51.5 in the big Can-Am march that barely fits along some parts of this course. Anthony Reid now with the ex-Jerry Marshall Aston Martin, the Marsh Plant car.
Anthony Reid, he's already been up today in the Noble. He was quick in the... Oh, no! He's hit the wall! He's hit the wall, but he's going to manage to just... No, there's not a chance. It's over, unfortunately, for Anthony Reid. He's getting closer and closer to the Flint wall, but this time, just too close.
Yeah, and he's taken the near side front wheel off that car. That's such a shame. It just understeered. Did it get pushed off the bail into the wall?
Possibly.
On turn in?
Yep.
We know he's very, very, very close to the wall.
3 wheels on my wagon, and I'm not rolling along. What a shame. That was very, very spectacular. He clipped the wall, and it's taken the corner. Anthony's out of the car. He's absolutely fine. Just serving. Here we go.
Well, it looked like he didn't hit the bail. He
hit the wall. Went straight
turned
into the
in
wall.
a little bit too late to the wall, and it came out to hit him. That's a shame, that's a real shame, but commitment all the way for Anthony Reid, and that's the thing about hill climbing, isn't it, Marcus? You have to commit right the moment you let the clutch in. Every corner has got to be 120%.
Very much so, and of course over the years we've seen occasions when the top names in hill climbing have damaged cars. I remember Martin Bolsover having a massive shunt at Doon, taking all 4 corners off his Geisen Pilbeam. David Franklin did the same thing, got the corners out of sync at Saint-Roger, the fantastic Swiss hill climb course. Went home with a pile of scrap, and it can happen so easily.
Yes, I remember, and here we have the replay on the big screen. It was just that last half
it looked
half
okay initially, didn't it?
Yes.
It didn't look like it was out of control. It just ran on a bit too...
It was kind of 5 miles an hour too quick. That was about it.
And that's the other thing about hill climbing. You have a rhythm when you're going up a hill. You change gear here, you change gear there, you brake at the next point. But of course, if you've got a good run from the bottom of the hill, you're arriving at the corner about another 5 miles an hour more, and you then think, oh, I'll brake at this point, but of course you're going that much quicker and life catches up with you.
That's right. It was exactly as I was saying yesterday with good old Chris Kramer talking about the video game. You play the video game and you just come offline and that's it.
So as the marshals tend to the hill climb after Anthony Reid's off, we are going to take a quick break. Henry.
Yeah, small delay as we prepare the the S's at the Flint Wall. Let's have another word with Tony Jardine and Xavier Mercaton up at the Forest Rally stage. Wonderful, evocative image of the computer vision Metro 6R4 driven to third place on the RAC by Tony Pond. Tony, one of dozens of different rally cars spanning many different generations, and really, the fever levels are at an all-time high on the Forest Rally stage, aren't they?
Yeah, but this one in particular, a favourite of mine, Henry, because I was involved with the team in those early days, doing the press and publicity, so working with Tony Pond and ultimately a lot of great drivers, including Per Eklund. But still, if you think the links to Formula One and Patrick Head in the design of this car, and that amongst many others, we've got Ryan Champion, who's with us and has been talking with myself and Xavier just about his favourite cars, the amazing cars. And we've seen Steve Perez go off in his Stratos off the line like a rocket ship, and it still looks like something out of 2012. It's amazing.
Yeah, great to have Ryan Champion up there. He's got the Piero Liati Subaru Impreza, hasn't he? That he campaigns various events, and he loves his rallying history.
He certainly does, and he's been waxing lyrical. He'll have a quick word. He's just going to say hello to you now. Just say hello on the microphone to Henry.
Hello, Henry. I hope you're well.
How are you, champ? All right?
He's saying, how are you? Yeah, he's well. He can't hear you, but he's just loving it up here with us. Zav's enjoying it too.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a terrific afternoon. We've covered an awful lot of topics, an awful lot of drivers. I think, Henry, we've put the world to rights when it comes to World Championship Rally and European Rally, and I don't think there's a topic we haven't covered here. In amongst, we have been spoiled by some of the displays by the drivers here and some of the cars, as you well know, we've got this weekend. And we headed out earlier on this afternoon. We had a chat with some of the drivers. We had a chat with Stuart Larby, and we've also discovered that Steve Perez is building a new 24-valve engine for that Stratos, which is great news for rally fans throughout the UK.
My only regret is that I can't leave the commentary box and come and stand in the woods and listen to the six-cylinder 6R4 bouncing off the trees, or indeed Steve Perez's Lancia Stratos.
I mean, we've been spoiled here. We keep saying to the spectators, go down and listen to these sounds through the trees. For some reason, the forest magnifies it. You get a great clear sound, and it's taking people back, whether it be the R5 in current format, or going back to the Metro 6R4 in the heydays of the 60s, or back then into the 70s on a BDA Escort through the woods. I mean, there are so many memories and great things to enjoy up here.
Yeah, we were talking on the radio this morning in the breakfast show that sounds are particularly important, aren't they, in your sort of apprenticeship as a motorsport fan, as a youngster, and rallying is a great example of that. When you stand in the forest as a youngster learning how the sport works, the different sounds of all the rally cars are what stays with you.
They certainly do, Henry. For me at San Remo Rally, and hearing the 5-cylinder turbocharged Quattro and over the other side of the valley, seeing the lights flickering, and amongst an Italian crowd 5 deep, and it's absolutely electric because that sound just sparked everybody off. And the other one from me in the UK forest was when you heard the big rumbly of the TR8, or, you know, the Rover Vitesse, Tony Pond, Rob Arthur coming along, trying to stay out of the zoo cages at Knowsley Safari Park and failing badly and getting onto the back pages and the front pages of the Daily Mirror for their exploits. But all that is evocative of the sights and, especially, as you say, the sounds of rally.
Yeah, I remember the trees running away when Ponder used to come through in the SD1.
And I mean, that's one of the beautiful things that binds us all here this weekend. I mean, we could collectively have 350,000 people, but apart from attending Goodwood, the one thing we all have in common, whether we're at the rally stage or down at the house looking at the superb display you have there, we all remember our first motorsport memory. We all have that. That's that little spark that ignited the passion in this for Formula One or for bikes, or up here where we are at the rally stage, and that's what we all have here this weekend in common, is a love for the sport that just grows. And I mean, we are spoilt with an event like we have here this weekend, Henry.
You're absolutely right, Zav. I mean, I remember going back to the early 60s and seeing Tom Trana in a PV544 Volvo on the RAC Rally, with once-a-year exposure to that. I also remember seeing Harry Shellstrom with the Lancia Fulvia HF for Hope Frost, and also later my fondest memory of rallying was being on the RAC when Sandro Minari was driving the Stratos, and that lovely Ferrari V6 whale in the back of that car at Blenheim Palace. I mean, the sort of the tranquil sylvan setting of Blenheim Palace and this shattering engine note. Beautiful.
For me, in my early teens, standing in the woods, and I knew when a 6R4 was coming, or whether it was an Audi Quattro or the Peugeot 205 T16, the Ford RS200, great days. Guys, as well as amazing cars, you've got some superstars from the past of rallying up there too, haven't you?
Oh, well, we have got some real superstars. I was just going to give you one little memory before we went on to the rest of those, because I go back to 66 in my short trousers standing in Kynog Forest, and one Jim Clark in a Lotus Cortina, and one Graham Hill in a Morris Mini Cooper S, both works cars. But yes, we have had some big names up here. Danny Sordo, who's been up here with Sebastian Loeb, 9 times world champion. They've been slugging it out in terms of fastest time. We've got Neil Simpson up here, Robert Barrable from the European Rally Championships. And of course, we've had Bjorn Voldegaard, we've had Alistair McRae, who's been taking the Toyota Hilux around 2.5 tons worth. Ryan Champion is still with us. So it's been great. And it's everything right through to the club rally driver, Rachel Patterson, in her little 106 Peugeot has been running around. And to make her money to go rallying, she's an HGV1 truck driver.
Fantastic. That's fantastic indeed. We had Hannu Mikkola, the man who is responsible for devising the course up there at the Forest Rally stage. We saw him in the short wheelbase Quattro S1 on the hill climb here, and that was a sight to behold, I can tell you.
Well, we've got some pictures as well of Sebastian Loeb and some of his runs, because I think, Henry, it's well worth discussing how with such ease he slipped back into the rally car. Just going to get Ryan Champion just to talk a little bit about what he's seeing there with Sebastian Loeb.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, as you said, Sebastian just at one with the car. And what I've noticed from both Sebastian and Danny Sordo, they're pushing hard up here. You know, they're not hanging about. They're using all the road. It's not a forgiving stage, but they're using every little piece of road available and a little bit more. And, you know, really moving the car about and making the very most of it. And at the end of the day, a 9 times world champion doesn't want to get beaten. So I'm sure that Sebastian Loeb's putting everything he can into this to make sure he doesn't get beaten by Danny Sordo in the Hyundai.
The amazing thing for us has been that, you know, he's come from Le Mans, he's come from circuit racing. He drove Porsche Super Cup last year, and he admitted he hasn't been in the car since Rally France last year in Alsace, where he had the big off after his competition with the VWs, but he slipped straight back into it. He's had his own team out at Le Mans, and we've argued, and I don't know whether you agree with us, that the finest all-round driver in the world, and Ryan's grinning away. He obviously disagrees. What do you reckon, Henry?
Well, I couldn't possibly comment. I'll let him stew on it, Tony. I'll let him stew on it. I'm going to go find him later in the motorhome park and have a beer, and we'll probably indulge in one of our really sad rally quizzes like we tend to whenever we see each other.
But it is also impressive for us that Hyundai has sent the car up, the i20 car for Danny Sordo, when they're all in action over in Poland, as indeed Citroën are, with Chris Meek, who's had a trouble run, and last time we looked he was at 11th overall. And we're hoping that we will get Sebastian Loeb with us in the commentary box tomorrow and talk to him about all aspects of not just the World Touring Car Championship with Citroën, but most importantly how Citroën are doing this year and whether he'll ever get back into a rally car competitively.
Yeah, he was telling Jenny Gow earlier down in the paddock as he got ready to come up in the 208 T16 Pikes Peak car. Hasn't been in the Citroën for 6 months, but he's just jumped in it and he's fully on it again, isn't it? But when you're a 9-time champion and you've won over 80 World Championship rallies, you don't forget how to do it.
No question on that. And as you can see by the pictures here, he is totally committed. There's a journalist alongside him no pace notes whatsoever. He had one acclimatization run, a little sighting run. Off he went and set the fastest time. Then traded fastest times with Danny Sordo for quite a while. Neil Simpson was quick in the Super 2000 Skoda. Robert Barrable in the R5 Fiesta, he was quick as well. But amazingly, Roger Duckworth was quick in the Subaru too.
Yeah, we've had some great performances, but just go back to Loeb for a second, is that kind of slow motion where you see him place the car and in certain of those bends continues to keep the power on in the car in a sliding motion. I mean, we did discuss it here earlier on. Did we think he'd been in the World Rally car before coming here? And we agreed he hadn't. But to slip into it, like you say, Henry, it's just it's a superb show, and for the fans who were here and on the stage to watch this, it's like putting on a pair of gloves.
Yeah, and I think it showcases the advancement in technology, doesn't it? You've got the all the bells and whistles on the Citroen, combined with the talent of Sebastian Loeb, how much quicker the car is in and out of the corners than some of the Group B stuff.
And this was a moment where on one of his runs there's a few ruts and a little few hollows there as you come through that last bend, and you have to be committed. But each time he was coming out really close to the bales there, which, as you all know, when they're staked into the ground, and if you hit any of those, you may as well hit guardrail or concrete because they are so hard. But you have to be committed, because it's quite narrow, it's very exacting. You do need a degree of precision, but the stage has been getting rougher and it is bouncing the cars around, some of them going from lock to lock, but no problem whatsoever for Sebastian Loeb.
So any more plans for you to get out there and drive again, Tony? I know you've done quite a lot of rallying in your time, and seen you on Rally GB, the British World Championship qualifier. Are you going to be running again in November?
Well, the last time I ran was November, and that was with Amy Williams, the gold medalist from the Skeleton, who I have to say was superb, and we did win Group M, which was great. I have got plans for the second half of the season, but I had to scratch my entry for Ireland, for the Circuit of Ireland, being so busy. But watching all of this makes me even more determined that I'm going to sag off school, as they say, and I'm going to get back out there and into the forest as soon as I possibly can, and certainly leading to Wales Rally GB, Britain's round of the World Championship in November. It's back on a great footing. The crowds were back, night stages, fantastic spectator stages, big entry, including the national rally where you could see the fire-spitting cars, the 6R4s, the Subarus, and it's all going to happen in North Wales and at D-side and the Toyota engine plant where the service area will be. I know it's going to be another great rally.
Yeah, I was commentating there at the end of last year, and I'm hoping to do so again this year. There was a real feeling of sort of a breath of fresh air. It felt like the event had turned a corner and was back to the sort of status it enjoyed a few years ago.
Oh, that was evident in the spectators that turned out. We had a bigger spectator increase in the people that enjoyed the stages, easier access. I know that Chirk Castle was a little bit difficult, but that'll be changed. But the positivity was back, Henry, and people bought into it. You know, it's our round of the World Rally Championship, Premiership Series, and it was, you know, the atmosphere was great, but so was the spirit about the event. That old spirit was back, which had been missing for a couple of years, and it was good to see it.
Guys, I'd be interested to just hear your thoughts quickly on the current state of the WRC. Lots of talk recently about changing the format of the running order, the final day shootout that I know Volkswagen are keen to push through. What do you make of the future of the WRC, particularly with Red Bull coming in as the promoter now?
Well, I mean, we've seen it in the media, seen it discussed. I'm genuinely under the impression that it's partly if we try and explain to the media all the 150 things we're going to change, and then, you know, come up with 3 or 4 that they actually want to change. We've had all the bad ideas first. But I mean, one of the things that came out of Rally Poland today is Andreas Mikkelsen was fined €5,000 for cutting a corner. Now, I'm not sure what the full story on that is. We will get to the bottom of it, but it certainly needs work. It certainly needs maybe fine-tuning, but it still has some superb iconic events, of which Wales Rally GB is one of them. We have a great battle going on between Jari-Matti Ladfella, Sebastian Ogier and Andreas Mikkelsen, who was like taking it to another level this year internally in that battle. We have Hyundai coming in as a manufacturer, 3 great drivers in some events. So just from a fan and spectator's point of view, we're kind of spoiled in that, but I think they have a product they need to look at. Tony?
Well, I think it's, you know, it's on the up. It is very, very difficult in terms of media. Terrestrial TV is always a big goal, but it's hard to achieve because, you know, the media are so splintered now, and social media is so important to everything that goes on. David Richards has a view on that, as we all know. But the manufacturers, when you go on to some of these roads, like in Poland, I know they've got their difficulties, but you can imagine the turnout there, not just for Kubica, but it's huge, it's massive in lots of parts of the world. Rally Argentina, you could name anything. They flock to the stages, they absolutely love it. And the big thing that I've said is about the people's branch of motorsport, which is rallying. It's in cars that they recognise from the street, which manufacturers, of course, can sell. Why else would you have VW coming in the way they have, Hyundai coming in the way they have, or even Citroën, despite having a very mixed year this year, talking about reaffirming the faith. So, Henry, we think it's getting better.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Xavier. Good luck with the rest of your Forest Rally stage up there. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan up there at the Forest Rally stage. Back live down at the hill climb. We're awaiting the clean-up operation at the Flint Wall after Anthony Reid clouted that in the big Marsh Plant Aston V8 and ripped a wheel off. There's quite a lot of debris up there to be swept up. The car continued for quite a long way before Anthony pulled off and got out of that car. While we wait for the qualifying shootout session to continue, let's catch up with Jenny Gow, who's out and about on the site.
Well, lots of tweets coming in. Thank you very much to everybody getting in touch. Hashtag FOS is the Twitter handle if you want to get in touch. Thank you to Paul Chisholm, who's got in touch. Paul M. Chisel, who says, at Foss Goodwood, loving the live stream. Wish I could be there in person, but I'll make do with my TV and surround sound. Hashtag Foz in my lounge. Fantastic exclamation mark. So thank you for getting in touch. You can send us pictures, by the way. We love the hashtag Foz selfies if you at home watching wherever you are in the world. Ollie Jonesy's been in touch as well. Oliver Jones, who says, at Foz Goodwood, why do the cars spit fire? Well, we know who we can turn to in times like these to answer all our technical questions, because our commentary team have a wealth of knowledge. So Henry Hope-Frost, hopefully you were listening to that. I could give my 2 pence, but for you, why do cars spit fire sometimes?
Well, it's all to do with the combustion in the engine, isn't it? The high velocity fuel and air mixture, and sometimes some of the unburnt fuel gets expelled in the form of fire. It only really happens in very highly modified competition cars.
There we go. Now you know. Thank you very much, Henry. Brad Ainsworth's been in touch and says, how do they race those? Lovely picture saying no sun there for the show. Lovely, gorgeous picture of Goodwood House with those 2 beautiful Mercedes going over the top in that megaton statue that's there. And we've also had a message from one Chris Ingram, who's got in touch saying, finally got to meet my hero, best driver ever, Sebastian Loeb, at Foz Goodwood, hashtag Michelin Foz. Thank you very much to Paul Castle, who's got in touch as well, who says hashtag Foz selfie. The F1 legend and super nice guy at Johnny Herbert F1. Yeah, we saw him going up the hill just a few moments ago, and there's a lovely picture of Paul Castle with his hero, Johnny Herbert, who I believe is celebrating his 50th birthday. So that was a bit of a treat for him to be able to go up the hill. And thank you to Anna Kalina F1, who says, me, Derek, can we have a selfie with you, please? Question mark. Oh, I added the please, sorry. Derek Bell says, bloody hell. So that's hashtag Foz selfie and at Mini Mad Claire. So thank you all for getting in touch. And I thought, because we're talking about Foz selfies, I would do a selfie of us and try and see if I can get it on the big screen, which I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll give it a go because Jason's my bestie. So I'm going to come around and I'm going to try and take a picture of me and Jace. Smile, Jace. Right, so I'm going to try and see if I can get that on the Goodwood website, and you can get your selfies on the Goodwood website as well. Hashtag Foz selfies, and we'll see if we can get them on the big screen for you before the end of the day. So let's go back over to our experts who knows all about why cars spit fire, Henry Hope-Frost.
Thanks, Jenny. If that tweet makes it on the big screen, I'll have to read it out because you can't read out your own. That would be awful. Right, we're going to be back underway on the hill climb course soon. We've got all sorts of shenanigans going on at the Flint Wall, clearing up after Anthony Reid had an unfortunate moment in the marsh plant. V8 Aston Martin, bit too hot into the S's, understeered into the Flint Wall and took the front left off that car. There's lots of broken Flint Wall pieces on the course which need clearing up. That Flint Wall, Marcus, doesn't usually lose any fights with cars.
Slightly stouter than the plastic wing on an Aston Martin.
Okay, let's have some of the some more tweets up on the big screens that have been coming in over the course of the day, all using the hashtag FOS, of course, for Festival of Speed. And that's from Sebastian Loeb, at Loeb_Seb. I here at Goodwood, at FOS Goodwood, one word, impressive. I beg your pardon, that wasn't from Loeb, that was from Xavier McCarton, me Zav. Driving for pleasure says great crowd at FOS Goodwood, and the sun is out, comma, brilliant. Mark Hamilton writes, watching at FOS Goodwood online and can smell the fuel and tyre smoke from my desk. Good work, Mark. Better shut the window in your at home there. Phil Buckle with Johnny Herbert. At Johnny Herbert F1, looking good. Me not so. Hashtag FOS selfie. He's very popular, Johnny Herbert, isn't he, around the paddock. The course car is coming back down the hill, which is usually a good sign, Marcus. It means we're going to be underway again soon, doesn't it?
Let's hope so. As soon as that course car comes past, the marshal's post will take the red flags in. And once they're all in, and there's Sir Sterling Moss in the W196 Mercedes-Benz. Lady Susie to the left, organising the troops as usual.
That's an amazing sight, Sir Sterling in the W196. I just think of the Aintree 55 beating Fangio at home to take his first win. Here are some shootout top times in this, the qualifying session, which will determine the order for tomorrow. Quickest, Jan Mardenborough, superstar, young racer in the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. 48.39 seconds, ahead of Jeremy Smith in the extraordinary six-wheel March Cosworth. 49.17 second. Look at the battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, all in the 51s. Didier Surg leads the way in the Jordan 191 from Joe Twyman. He was our early pace setter in the Lek Cosworth CRP1. Mike Skinner was spectacular in the Toyota Tundra, and Andrew Newell getting the McLaren M8F up in a 51.53. Seventh quickest at the moment, Max Papis in the Chevrolet Impala SS with a 53.08, and just over half a second adrift Paul Smith in the ex-Frank Bieler Audi A4 Super Tourer.
Safe to say, Henry, that had Max Papis not had a couple of big grassy moments, he'd have been in the 51s
yes,
as well.
Yes, he would. Absolutely right. Here's the next screen's worth of time. Michael Mallock, 53.73 in the Chevrolet Cruze 1.6T World Tourer, ahead of Alistair Davidson in the 1984 Tolman. Enda Garvey's extraordinary Peugeot 405 Pikes Peak is 11th quickest, ahead of Jordi Janay in the Seat Leon touring car. Lorena McLaughlin, our first lady on the scoreboard in the Benetton Ford B192. She stopped the clocks at 55.65, ahead of Greg Thornton in the B24 Chevrolet-powered Chevron.
The owner took it up in that run. It's been Nick Gethin earlier in the weekend.
That's right. Nicholas Sturzinger in the Maserati Trofeo is there as well. So some... Oh, hang on.
Yes, ladies and
Hold
gentlemen.
your horses.
Sebastian Loeb, ladies and gentlemen, is on the start line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Here it is the Peugeot 208 T16, 3.2 litre V6, 875 horsepower. A year ago, today, Sebastian Loeb shattered the Pikes Peak International hill climb record. He went up the hill, he took 90 seconds off the previous record. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Loeb, the 9-time world champion, is on the hill, and will we see some history being made? Will we see the current fastest time of a 48.3 being beaten? We're riding on board with Sebastian Loeb as he rushes past the Goodwood house. He's coming up to the first intermediate split. It's a 22.8 that he's got to beat, and as he's braking, he's already underneath by 2 seconds.
Look at that thing go. It's effortless. You saw Sebastian Loeb making very, very small corrections on the steering wheel, inch perfect through the wall, kicks up the dust left by the sweeping up from Anthony Reid's off in the Aston. Here he is out of Birdless Grove.
It might be a 45, Henry. It might be a 45. It's going to be a 46.45.
Nearly 2 seconds quicker, 46.45. That's his very first climb in that car on this hill. He'd forgotten which way it went.
137 miles an hour over the line. Now look at this one too. This was the fastest car at lunchtime yesterday. This is the former Indy 500 winner, Kenny Brack. He's in the original long-tail McLaren, 640 horsepower, and he did a 46 yesterday.
Sebastian Loeb, Toby, has to find 5.05 seconds to match the record of 41.6. So 5 seconds to find for Sebastian Loeb. That's asking quite a lot, isn't it?
It is. In the meantime, Kenny Brack gingerly avoiding the oil that was left on the racetrack by the Aston Martin as the McLaren GTR long tail, owned by Richard Smith, crosses the line.
Very slippery in that right hand of the penultimate corner. Lots of dust. Kenny Brack having a confidence lift there, as you might expect. 48.29.
Quicker than Mardenborough, second at the moment.
That oil on the track there, I'm pretty certain from a split oil cooler in the Aston Martin. Here comes the radical-bodied Toyota electric car.
This was another former Pikes Peak International Hill Climb record holder. Krumbach at the wheel. It also holds the electric car record around the Nürburgring. 7 minutes and 22 seconds as he's gingerly turning in, and he spun it at the top right-hander. So he spun it at the top right-hander. The car is coming down the hill. He's lost all the steering. So another off because of the oil.
Yeah, he's understeered off at the right-hander after Birdless Grove. We need a red flag. Yes, we've got it. The Jaguar XJ220 was on its way up. Dr. Malcolm.
He's done a fair amount of cosmetic damage to the car by the looks of things. I think that's wing, rear body, maybe suspension as well.
Left rear's towing out, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
That's just why it was crabbing when he tried to turn it round.
It's got immense torque, of course, that car. 900 Newton meters of torque with the electric power going to those rear wheels. And it's just catching him out. Here we have the replay on the big screens.
Yeah, it just doesn't get round there, does it?
And then it started to go, and then you're back there. It clipped the bales. It of course narrows up at that point, Henry.
Yes, it does, yeah. And he's bent the near side rear wheel on that car. So that'll need to be recovered, and we'll have another sweep-up operation. And for the second time today, Michael Bartels in the Maserati centenary-liveried MC12 V12 GT is made to wait.
Yeah, best to switch off rather than get it really warm. It's going to be a little while yet.
Yeah, moving him back so they can do another tyre warming practice start in that 6-litre V12 Maserati.
That's Peter and Donna Vernon Laws pushing it back with a couple of the team crew, the Vitafoam team crew.
Jaguar comes back down as well, the wrong way on the course to get to the start to have another go. His run ruined on board with the J220.
Justin Law several times BTD setter here at Goodwood.
It looks utterly treacherous, that right-hander, doesn't it?
It does.
And the difficulty for a lot of the drivers that are sitting in the collecting paddock at the bottom of the hill is that they may know that there's a little bit of oil down, but you don't know until you are there.
Would you
that
say,
is the problem.
Would you say, Toby, you're on the outside down there, you're al fresco, have you detected a drop in temperature, in air temperature, in the last half hour or so?
Totally, Marcus. Although there's some blue sky above us now, there's been about 30 minutes of some cloud cover, and I carry no reserves on my body, as you well know, Marcus. But I've had to put my jacket back on and try and keep warm, because it must have dropped 5 or 6, 7 degrees ambient temperature. And it's also a lack of rhythm with the drivers. When we were getting those cars up before the Aston Martin clipped the flint wall, there was a lot of rhythm with getting the cars up the hill. So that rhythm is now lost, unfortunately. So as the Toyota electric car gets recovered here at Goodwood, the Marshals tending to it and the Jaguar XJ220 returning to the line. In the meantime, what we shall do is take a quick commercial break on the big screens.
I'm David Coulthard and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Heidfeld, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Okay, live pictures again on the big screen. So we have a delay after Jochen Krumbach smoked the bails on the right-hander going up towards the top of the hill. That will have to be removed, and a bit of a clear up by our ever-efficient Festival of Speed marshals. We've been asking you to send in your tweets with the relevant hashtags, which is of course hashtag FOS, using the Twitter feed at FOS Goodwood. Here are some more on the screen. Phil Askin, my first FOS. Jack, aged 8. Hashtag FOS selfie. Hashtag FOS. Well done, Phil and Jack. Hope you enjoyed it, and you'll be coming back for many years to come. Yes, my life is now complete, says Chloe N. Chloe New at Jensen Button. Thank you. Eek. And a million exclamation marks at FOS Goodwood. Let's get all your tweets in. Hashtag FOS selfies at FOS Goodwood. This is me and my wonderful cameraman Jason. Her wish has come true. Jenny Gow has had a tweet on the big screen. How about that then, Jenny?
See, good things happen to those who wait. That's all I'm saying. Still down here in the holding pen, it looks like we're just about to get the cars going out. Gabriele Tarquini has joined me. You're going to be driving Richard Gunther's car. It was the first Honda Challenger in F1, wasn't it? It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, especially the engine is 1.55 liters, 12 cylinders. I mean, it's music.
It really does look impressive. It's kept over in Japan, isn't it? And you've kind of been reunited here this weekend.
Yeah, it comes from the Japanese Honda Museum in Montegi, so they must take care about this car, and I must take care because it's the only car comes from 1965.
You're in World Touring Car Championships at the moment, so it must be difficult when you come here not to, to think, okay, I can't race it, I've got to take it and be a bit sensible.
No, I take it easy. I mean, it's a kermesse. I enjoy. I mean, it's amazing the quality of fantastic car here, and you must enjoy. I mean, it's not a race for me.
It's your second time here at Goodwood. What do you make of it all? It's a very English affair, but it translates worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a special event. We don't have anything in Italy similar. We have the Mille Miglia, but it's far away from Goodwood.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? With all of Italy's tradition and heritage with motorsport, they don't have something like this. Would you like to start one?
Yeah, but I mean, the passion comes from the English fan is totally different from Italian. I mean, England is really good for these kind of things. They love old cars, old drivers. They love the history of motorsport, and everybody understands the motorsport. It's quite a special country.
If you can you just talk us a little bit through the car if we get our cameraman to have a look down, because round the back of it, it's so unique, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 12 cylinder, I mean, transversal, and you have this exhaust 3x1 and make music. I mean, it's not noise. I don't put hair plugs because I want to feel the sound of the engine. It's something very special.
That's amazing. And if we just come around here, I just want to have a look inside the cockpit, inside your office, as I like to call it. So you've got your helmet in there, but just talk us through your particular requirements.
Yeah, no safety belt. I was really surprised because last year I came with my hands, and I mean, how you can put the hands in these seats? No safety belt.
No room for hands in there.
And it's amazing because how they can drive this car 2 hours on the racing track, pushing very hard, and you are floating on the seat. I mean, you are not fit like it's your seat and you can drive the car. It's totally different approach to motorsport. I mean, it's 50 years ago, but I mean, I can understand sometimes how hard it was to drive and to control a car like this.
Tell you what, I had the pleasure of seeing Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes steering wheel the other day. It's got 21 individual control and functionality on the steering wheel. If we just have a look at this steering wheel, there are no buttons on it. It's just round with the 3 spokes in it.
Yeah, but it's sideways because they need space to move the gearbox. I mean, the gear lever move a lot, and they move the steering wheel just to have more space to control the gearbox. I mean, it's amazing. And now you have everything in your hand, and you can control everything by touching some button.
A little bit different, but thank you for showing us around your car. It's very nice to meet you. Henry, back to you.
Thanks, Jenny, down there with the charming, super talented Gabriele Tarquini. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry to have to tell you that Clerk of the Course John Felix has decided on safety grounds alone that there will be no more running on the hill today. There is far too much oil on the course up at Birdless Grove, the right-hander that is approached at quite high speed, and it's simply not worth risking these wonderful competition cars and the safety of the drivers. So that is it, I'm afraid, for action on the hill for Festival Saturday. We'll take a commercial break and we'll be back with you for more news and views from the day.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Live pictures of that wonderful structure down there over Goodwood House, the Jerry Judah Mercedes 120th anniversary structure, and for the first time it goes all the way over the house. Sadly, no more action on the hill here after a series of incidents. Here are the standings then. Sebastian Loeb, no surprise, fastest in the Peugeot 208 T16. Pikes Peak 46.45, ahead of Kenny Brack in the long-tail McLaren F1 GTR of 48.29. Jan Mardenborough, who held top spot for a while, he's third in the Nissan with a 48.39. Jeremy Smith in the six-wheeled March, 49.17, ahead of Didier Serg in the Jordan 191, who stopped the clocks at 51 dead. Joe Twyman, 6th in the Lek Cosworth, he was fastest for a while as well. Another one in the 51s, a 51.16, ahead of Mike Skinner on 51.33 in the Toyota Tundra. Andrew Newell, McLaren Chevy M8F, at 51.53. 9th, Max Papis in the Chevy Impala NASCAR 5308. Michael Mallock in the Chevrolet Cruze, prepared by his father Ray Mallock's team, 5373. Alistair Davidson just outside the top 10 in the Tolman Hart 5389, ahead of Ender Garvey in the 405 Peugeot Pikes Peak 5430. Hordy Genet 5474 in the Seat Touring car, ahead of Lorena McLaughlin on the 5565. Greg Thornton is 15th in the Chevron B24 Formula 5000 car with a 5634, and 16th Nicholas Sturzinger on a 5643 in the Maserati Trofeo MC. Let's go and grab a quick word with Ben Constanduros, who's down there on the site, and we'll get a few thoughts from Ben of the action from the past day.
Henry, thank you very much. It's been a great fun day, especially seeing these timed runs today in the Supercar run and the qualifying run that we've just had. Amazing to see drivers pushing so hard in these fantastic machines. And highlights also having Jenson Button and Felipe Massa here, and of course Sebastian Loeb in that Pikes Peak car that we saw just a moment ago, setting the fastest time of the day. I really enjoyed here Saturday at the Festival of Speed, and we've still got loads more to come on Sunday as well. Henry, another day, more action to come.
Thanks, Ben. Well done. It's been a fantastic day, as you say. We'll hear more from you around and about tomorrow, of course. Jenny, let's have your thoughts on what you've been doing today and some of your highlights.
Well, one of my highlights has been the great fans. As you can hear, they have been amazing today. It's been lovely to meet so many of them, for so many of them to get excited. What's been your best bit of the day, sir?
Seeing all the supercars and the amazing vehicles. Yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah. Awesome.
See, a lot of people having a lot of fun today. It's been so good. We've had an action-packed day. The weather wasn't nearly as bad as the forecasters said. And everybody, the good news is if you're coming back tomorrow, more sunshine. Yay! These guys are absolutely brilliant. It's been fantastic. So thank you very much for everybody for joining us today. We hopefully have read out your tweets and got you excited. Come back to us tomorrow, please do, and we'll try and get some more of your tweets away. And from everybody down here in the assembly, thank you very much and goodbye. Say bye.
Thanks, Jenny. Well done down there in the paddock with some super keen fans. They've been there all day, ogling the amazing machinery. We're going to have some highlights from what's been a very eventful festival Saturday. Some wonderful machines. Penske IndyCar, Lotus Formula One car. Marcus Pye is with me in the commentary box. Marcus, a wonderful array of cars.
Oh, absolutely. And that's a classic moment with the two Lotus 79s together. Awesome.
Some of the pre-war machines, the vintage Bentleys, the Le Mans legends. Michael Bartos, a snapshot there. Felipe Massa was here, wasn't he, in his Williams liveried overalls. Andy Wallace, always a favourite in the Silk Cut Jaguar Le Mans winner. Sir Jackie Stewart came up in one of the pre-war Mercedes, the W165 Tripoli Grand Prix car. What an amazing machine.
Yeah, we're on board now on the course.
That was in the Sin, wasn't it? The
It
R1
was.
Chevrolet, amazing bit of kit.
Supercars timed today, lots of drama. Aston Martin snaking away.
Fantastic Michelin Supercar shootout won by Jan Mardenborough, the young GP3 racer. The grunty Mercedes V12 SLS AMG.
This is Anthony Reid in the Noble going for it, the Supercar run. Oh, and that was one of the iconic moments, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Lord March in the Mercedes W196 Streamliner, leading Sir Sterling Moss in the regular car.
John McGuinness, massive wheelie on the Honda Fireblade, the 21-time TT winner, a star of the motorcycle parade, another star of the F1 batch. Emerson Fittipaldi in the McLaren M23 Cosworth, reunited with the 1974 World Championship winning machine. Some happy young fans out there. Sir John, see what I did there?
50 years
Sir
on.
John Surtees. It's
You
almost
did.
instinctive now, isn't it? He's not Sir John, but he jolly well should be. Terry Grant was spectacular, as was the Nissan GTR of Jan Mardenborough. The Red Arrows were here this morning, and as ever, a wonderful display. Mike Ling, squadron leader, and Red 10 talking us through yet another incredible display from the RAF Red Arrows. Final word to Sebastian Loeb, who broke the time at a very, very fast climb in the Peugeot 208 and crossed the line.